You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? It is Friday. You already know my name. I don't need that name down there. What's happening? Oh, hopefully you guys are doing good. We made it through another week, as we do. Now time to sit back, talk some nerdiness, grab a drink if you want to, do all that, and, do all that. That's basically all I have to say. Anyways, welcome to Friday, guys. Like I said, no guest tonight. Maybe next week, and hey, maybe the week after too. I'm starting to try to get some guests in here to get some one-on-ones and what's happening now when it comes to all out there trying to reach out to people and whatnot. But right now, it's just ask questions, ask away as I sip this vodka right here. So cheers, guys. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. How we doing out there? Let's see. We got J-Fizz right here. Batfleck solo movie was written. Can we at least get the script novelization? Nothing wrong with that. I always said, either, somebody leak it over there. Somebody leak it. Or they could make it into a graphic novel. I mean, what's funny about this is like you have Jim Lee, right? We have Jim Lee. Jim Lee was a supporter of Zack Snyder. And still is. And drew covers for Zack Snyder's Justice League. And he's what? The CCO of DC Comics. So why not just take some of the stories or some of the ideas and I still think this will happen because, I mean, look at what happened with Superman 78 and Batman 89. It's like they continued those stories, those versions of the characters. So why can't we have like a Snyderverse like part of DC Comics, or at least, some one-off stories, some Elseworld stories when it comes to that, and hopefully that could happen. I mean, I know Zach has pitched the idea before. He's even said it. He said it right here on the Vodka stream, so it's just crazy that it has not happened yet. And, we had Joe Manganiello this week post pictures that he had dinner with Jim Lee. And a lot of people are like, well, maybe they're going to, do like a Deathstroke graphic novel with his likeness or something like that. It's like, why not? Why not? You're leaving money on the table. Because a lot of us would actually, we would definitely do that. We'd go to the comic book store. We'd order the comic books. Sorry, I forgot to post on. There we go. Just posting on the YouTube community board. There we go. All right. Posting that. So yeah, maybe one of these days. What's going on, Kenneth? Friday's doing all right. Not too shabby. Super hyped for Superman Legacy and Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow and the futures of both Superman and Supergirl in the DCU. They are great characters in the comics and more recently DC TV. True that. I hope the best for Clark Kent and Kara Zor-El in the DCU. They are my Kryptonian king and queen, and I will always love them. David and Millie are going to crush it as super. Yeah, let's hope for that. I mean, I think they will. Like I said, they're fairly unknown, which is what I love. That's the thing. And, nowadays it seems like people feel like they have to like cast known people. Anytime like we talk about the castings, especially of the DCU, the new one, it's like everybody just wants everybody starts naming off names that are known. And anytime that I think about it, it's like, yeah, I can name off names that I know that can maybe play the role well. But at the same time, I just want somebody unknown, to be honest. And I think I said this last week. I mean, and when it came to Superman, it seemed like every Superman actor that's been cast live action was unknown. But when it came to Batman, they were fairly known, Michael Keaton was already known-ish, but maybe not. But at the same time, he had Mr. Mom and Beetlejuice before that. Christian Bale was fairly known because, American Psycho, people knew him from that and some other movies. George Clooney was fairly known from ER. Val Kilmer was well known, and it's just like, and Ben Affleck was definitely known, I mean, there's just like, it seems like when it comes to Batman, they always, Robert Pattinson was known too. It seems like when it comes to Batman, they're already like known actors before they got cast as Batman. But when it came to Superman, it's like Christopher Reeve, huh? Dean Cain, huh? Tom Welling, huh? Brandon Routh, huh? And Henry Cavill, huh? It's just David Cornsweet. What? Who is that guy? So what's going on, Phil? Sent you a message on the Patreon. Let me know if you want to join tonight. So yeah, look on that. I sent you that over there. Okay, cool. Yeah, I always forget that, on there you have to refresh the damn thing. It doesn't automatically do it. So see you soon. All right. Got that. Is it live on Twitter? Yes, it is. Cool. Is it? Yeah, it's working. Making sure. All right. Also gotten some new DC TV shows, both older and newer. Recently on Blu-ray disc and DVD, Batman 66, Wonder Woman 70s TV, The Flash 1990 show. Oh, do I love The Flash. Obviously I love the Batman 66 show, but I love the Flash 90s show as well. I remember when the DC Universe app came out and they put all of it on there. Oh man, did I binge the shit out of that. This is Sparta. Love it. We got Ryan here too. What's going on? We got Shane. Oh, good to see you. We got Axel right here. Good to see you too, buddy. Game City Savior, what's happening? Gunn said he wouldn't put dick jokes in the Superman movie, but he couldn't help but put it in the casting. What? I don't even know what you're talking about. So he put it in the casting. What do you mean? He put a dick joke in the casting? I don't even remember that. But when did he say that he wouldn't put dick jokes? I know he said that that he, it would be a different tone than Guardians of the Galaxy, at least. But yeah, I'm trying to remember, like, what's the dick joke in the casting? There's something missing. Something I'm missing there. What's happening, Kevin? Good to see you. Cheers, of course. Boop, boop. Okay. We got Miss Jackson right here. Good to see you, Lisa. Always great to see you. And always great to see you too, Mr. Fear Jason. It's freezing in Vegas and the NFL isn't happy. That's right. The Super Bowl happening this weekend. I'm going to my friend's house for a little, small Super Bowl party. Should be fun. But yeah, I forgot that it's happening in Vegas. So Vegas must be just like crazy right now a little bit. I predict that somehow they're going to, well, I don't know if maybe it's big enough. I don't know. Somehow they're going to make they're going to try to put a sporting event in that sphere. But I don't know how they would do that. It's not built for that, but yeah, I don't know if there's any way that they could remove. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's too small. Probably too small the way that the seating area is. Probably couldn't do it in the sphere. But wouldn't that be insane if you had all this craziness that was happening in the sphere? It'd probably be too distracting though as well. But yeah, it's cold. It's cold. It's cold over here in Cali as well. Currently, my computer says 46 degrees, which I'm like, I get tired of the cold. But I think I realized because we had this crazy weather the past couple of weeks. I mean, it was just we had that Pineapple Express tropical or climate thing that was happening, and they called it Pineapple Express because it's coming from Hawaii. And I mean, I just why even call it that when it's the name of a weed in a movie based on the weed? It was raining a lot, so it was cold and damp, and that sucks. That's when I don't like it. But I don't mind it when it's like today and yesterday was actually pretty beautiful. Like I always say, it's like after there's like a rainstorm that happens here and a pretty significant one, man, does it look beautiful when it clears up. All the mountains are covered with snow. Everything's just blue and everything's just looking green and everything. It all looks great. But California is just not built for constant rain. That's for damn sure. So, hey, what's going on, Tiz? Good to see you. All right. What's going? Let's see, Dave. Just saying, if Bev, I think he meant Ben, finished his Batfleck movie, can we get a novelization at least? I mean, like I said, I'm with you, man. I mean, yeah, that script is finished. There's a finished script out there. For the most part, there's probably been a couple of drafts, but sadly, we have to realize that part of that script is going to be written by Jeff Johns. That's the thing. And I know we don't, he's not a fan favorite now for some, but we have to kind of just like suck it up and realize that Jeff Johns did have some input when it came to that. That's all. But I want to know that story. Hoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always great to see you, bud. Cheers, my friend. Dave, Ezra is performing with their band on Sunday. I'll let you know if I oh, nice, in Vegas. Yeah, I saw like a video that Ezra posted on Instagram that was interesting. Ezra was like in the car and he was like eating, I don't know what eating something. He's looking good though. His hair is way long, or their hair. Sorry, I always forget. I'm supposed to address their hair. Very long. Salud, Trevino. Bum. What's going on, Abel? Good to see you. No guess. Going old school. No vodka tonight. Just some. Oh, okay. No guess. I mean, no, I'm just doing a Q&A, Brian, but good to see you. And then the panel will show up. Been a little bit since you've been on one of these, but yeah. We'll get a panel in here soon, but when it comes to like a guest, like a one-on-one situation, hopefully soon. I got 2 people that I've been talking to that hopefully next week and the week after we'll talk to them. One that's pretty significant when it comes to a lot of this stuff, who works for a pretty good website, and then somebody else who works within the business. So should be good. So I'll just give you a little tease with that. I think a lot of angry WB employees are about to go wild and leak stuff. They might. I mean, I know. We're going to talk about that Looney Tunes, the Acme versus Coyote, Wile E Coyote movie, which was talked about today. It's an interesting thing. It's definitely an interesting thing. Antonio, Jason Tiz, and I, Siri, Ryan, Droga, Shane, Phil. Yeah, okay. He's saying hi to everybody. That's good. Brightburns 1985. What's happening? Either get a script novelization or turn it into a video game. And they won't turn it. Video games cost a lot of money, so they would definitely not do that. It can't be worse. No, it won't be. Yeah. Well, the way that people are reacting to that, I don't see it being worse for sure. But no, they definitely wouldn't turn it into a video game because that video games cost a lot of money. So I don't think a novelization or graphic novel costs probably costs like a fraction of that for sure. So even though that would be cool. What's going on, Cortez? I guess it was a good thing I just started playing Fortnite now that Disney World. Yeah, I know, right? Jace, yeah, we'll be talking about that too. I mean, it's basically like they're turning the Disney, all the properties that Disney owns, turning into a digital world. It's essentially Ready Player One kind of situation. I mean, why not? They're investing $1.5 billion freaking dollars into that thing. So it's like, wow, crazy that they're putting. I mean, but they're trying to, they're making sure that their investors are happy. Especially with all the, some negativity that they've received recently. And I mean, obviously there's, there's a discourse out there when it comes to the Gina Carano thing, and God knows, I mean, people were talking about it, but nobody's really talking about it anymore. I mean, there's still people talking about it, but when it happened, it was a lot of people were talking about it, but now it's kind of like dwindled down, and we'll see what happens when it comes to that, and then of course the whole Elon Musk thing. Yeah, it's all pretty crazy. You're headed to Boston next month. Why are you going to Boston? Eleanor, what's going on? Happy Friday. Good to see you. It just seems that Zaslav is doing tax write-offs with small budget movies, not big ones as of yet. Well, I mean, was Batgirl really a small budget? I mean, it's $90 million. I would say it's not small, but it's pretty, I would say it's like mid. It's a mid budget. Small, I would say, is more like 40 and under, maybe 50 and under, but 90, that would be like more like a mid thing. And then of course you have, well, when it comes to this movie, I think this movie cost 30, so that's a small budget movie. I don't know. It's such a weird situation because I never saw anything about tax write-off. Sounds like it's just going to be just shelved. It's all very strange. It's very strange, and it's funny too because yes, there's like, I would love to watch it because I'll watch anything Looney Tunes. I've watched all the live action with the animation Looney Tunes movies numerous times, except for Space Jam 2, because I thought Space Jam 2 was a shit sandwich. I did not like Space Jam 2. First Space Jam, amazing. I watched that so much when I was a young one. I watched that all the time. Anytime it was on HBO, I'd watch Space Jam, the first one. But Space Jam 2 was a shit sandwich. I did not like that one. And then there was the one with Brandon Fraser. Watched that one. I mean, anything that has to do with Looney Tunes, I'm all about it. So I definitely watch it. But I do find it funny, and I will say, I will call out that a lot of the people, probably half of the people who are like, expressing how disappointed they are online and throwing, being like, damn you, Warner Brothers, damn you, David Zaslav, they probably wouldn't have paid to watch it. They probably wouldn't have went to the movie theaters to watch it or even, thought about watching it on HBO Max and, until maybe later. I mean, that's what's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, but were you really going to watch it? Were you really going to watch it? I would have watched it. I would have gone to see it, for sure. But I think some people just like to just be angry. And they weren't actually going to watch it. But at the same time, it sucks and it's stupid when especially when you have all these people, you got these people that worked on it very, very hard, worked on it big time, especially a movie like this. Not easy to do a movie that has live action with animation. Not easy to do that. It's got to be a struggle. And so, it's a lot of hard work, and then nobody's going to see it. I mean, just drop it on Max, and just whatever, and just see what happens. And, use the bad publicity, to be honest, just use it, use the bad publicity, put it on there. And then you might see a lot of people just like decide to go, hey, why not, let's just give it a chance with all the drama that's behind it. I don't know. Just use the bad publicity. I'm telling you, some of these people need to use the internet to their disposal. I mean, it seems like Marvel and Disney know how to do that. Anytime something leaks, use that. You don't think that they're loving the fact that, all the Daredevil images that are coming out? Have you seen all the Daredevil images that have been like leaked out? Not really leaked out, but just, I guess leaked, but they're posted on because they're shooting outside, so it's nothing they could do about it. But I would say a majority of the Daredevil set images that we're seeing, or even the video, are fucking like professional, look awesome. I think Marvel, again, is just utilizing that space to promote Daredevil Born Again, because let's face it, when it first was being shot and it had to scrap some things because it wasn't working, and now we're basically getting a continuation of the Netflix show, and now Marvel's like, well, just do the set photo thing, show a bunch of stuff, show some cool shots, and reassure people that, hey, we're back, baby. There you go. That's my little spiel on that. What's going on, Keely? Good to see you. Thank you. We're decided to wear the anime because there was like Bill Finger. His birthday was yesterday, and figured, I was like, well, I'll wear a Batman shirt today. Why not? So Bill Finger, may he have a obviously happy birthday to Bill Finger. There's no Batman without Bill Finger. We talked about that last night on DC Fanimated. We also gave some praise to John Williams. Happy birthday to John Williams as well. 92 years old. Holy shit. That guy. And he's still working. He's still making beautiful music. John Williams. My God. What's going on, RJ? Hope all is well. Busy weekend with Super Bowl and all the trailers. Here's hoping Deadpool 3 looks good. Any bets on who you think will win the big game? I'm thinking I mean, let's face it. I think everybody's betting on the Chiefs for sure. And why wouldn't you? But I'm all about an underdog story. And, I am a San Francisco Giants fan. My brother and his girlfriend and some family members are also a 49ers fan. So I'm rooting for the Niners, man. And it's not just because of the whole Taylor Swift thing. I don't really care about that. We can make jokes about the whole Taylor Swift thing, sure. But I really don't give a shit. When I see people like getting upset about that, I'm like, why are you getting upset about that? Who gives a shit? I don't give a shit. I mean, I think Travis Kelce is like on too many goddamn commercials and everything. He seems like he's like been bought and paid for by a lot of corporations for sure. But I really don't give a shit. Like when they show Taylor, I mean, yeah, I might roll my eyes a little bit like, womp, but it's only for like 3 seconds. Who cares? And of course, she'll be there. It's fine. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. But I'm rooting for the Niners, man. Yeah, I saw that. I saw because I follow him. Yes, that's right, guys. I follow Dean Cain. Oh, but yeah, I follow him on Twitter. Yeah, I know he was on Friday Night Tights. Tights? I don't even know what they call that show. I know they're fairly right wing and they talk about the woke stuff a lot, and I'm sure they talked a lot about that because yes, Dean Cain does go hard on that sometimes. But again, when it comes to political stuff, I don't really, I still go like, it's whatever. It's Dean Cain. I still thought he was a great Superman. And generally, with some of the stuff that I've seen from him, he seems like a nice guy. I believe Adam West was the exception to the rule of a known actor as Batman. Yeah, true, because that was back in the 60s. I could be wrong, though. I wasn't alive in the 60s. Otherwise, I would remember the Cuban Missile Crisis. Yeah, that's true. Still believe there's a market for Looney Tunes, but they need the right person to prove that. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. It's weird because remember the Chippendales movie that came out? People were raving about that, And I mean, I guess it's just because the Chippendales movie just really tackled pop culture at the time. They really did a good job. And maybe this movie didn't do that. I don't know. It's really interesting. And that article is really interesting. And I remember even talking about it too. And I might even like go back to that Film Junkie Live. It was around the first time that happened. I did a Film Junkie Live talking about how, when it came to Zaslav and Warner Brothers Discovery basically saying, all right, we're going to just put this one, we're going to tax write off this one too. It's like, is anybody safe? Is even James Gunn and Superman Legacy safe? Because it was all just, things I was hearing was kind of interesting because I don't think it's all just, it's all happy over there for sure. I don't think it's all happy. From what I've heard, it's not all happy. And I've told you guys this, that it's not all happy over there, that even like, there's bumping of heads with James Gunn and Zazzy Pants. So, I mean, it's not all, and look at, I mean, James Gunn co-wrote this or something like that, right? And was producing it or executive producer or something like that. James Gunn is all over this one too. So I think there is some friction there when it comes to, it's not all happy-go-lucky, but of course, Zazzy is not going to kill a movie that's being built up online and everything like that. The new Superman movie, he's not going to kill that, but a Looney Tunes movie, it's like, all right, that's an easy one to kill. I don't know. But I even said, like, I think I said, maybe I'll have to go back and look, and maybe I'll post like a clip or something like that. But I remember saying like, oh yeah, I think it was made with like $30 million. Like the Coyote, Wile E Coyote movie was made for $30 million. But then they were going to try to sell it to like someone else, like Netflix or Amazon or Apple, whatever the hell. And I was like, they're not going to try to sell it cheap. They're not going to try to sell it for like $10 million or $15 million. They're going to try to get as much profit as possible. And sure enough, in that article, it said that they were trying to sell it for like $70-80 million. And it's like, nobody's going to pay for that. There's not like they're not going to see that there's an audience for it, to be honest. It just doesn't seem like it's there. But then who knows? Watch that thing just land on YouTube or somewhere, and then all of a sudden everybody be insane. That would absolutely be insane if that happened. What's going on, Tet? Good to see you. Let's see. Bang bang Niner game. Can't do that in the Sphere. Yeah, I know. I was like thinking, I was like, could they do that in the Sphere? I was like, no, there's not enough room in there. Not enough room in there. It's small for to put like a field in there or something like that. It'd be insane if that was the case, though. Let's see. Adcock. Oh, okay. That's what you're talking about. I was wondering. I was like, what's the dick joke? But you're talking about all cock, not adcock. We have all cock, but don't add the cock, add all cock. I don't know. Oh, there's jokes there. Yeah. There's all that. Hey, we got Rhea right here. Good to see you, Rhea. All right, I've got the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl. I think the 49ers will make a close game. I hope so. I don't want it to be a blowout. I want it to be a close game. And like I said, I love an underdog story. I like Brock Purdy. And if Brock Purdy beats Patrick Mahomes, that would be like the ultimate. I mean, my God. Especially what happened to Brock Purdy last year when during the playoffs where he got his arm fucked up and it was a sad ending for the Niners last year. To win the Super Bowl, my God. It'd be amazing. So, yeah, I'm rooting for the Niners. Am I confident? No, because it's the goddamn Kansas City Chiefs. They're too freaking good. Even though it looked like they were going to not make it towards the end of the season there. They were, like, struggling at the end of the season a little bit. And then Patrick Mahomes had his fucking meltdown with that play with the Bills, which was ridiculous. Little bitch. He sounded like a little bitch. All right, come on. He was a little crybaby. I didn't like that. Like I said, I am getting tired of the Travis Kelce Swift thing. I don't care if they cut to her or anything like that, but I'm just Travis Kelce is like in every other fucking commercial if you watch TV. For Mexican Iron Man, I will Mexican Iron Man. There you go. I like that. Yeah, Geoff. Hey, Dave, have you heard the news 4 days ago this week that Danny Phantom's creator? But yeah, I saw that. I talked about that on Film Junkie Live when we were wondering what. I think it was Monday's Film Junkie Live. Yeah, it was Monday's Film Junkie Live where I talked. We were wondering what the announcement was going to be for Tom Holland. And of course, naturally, everybody's like, oh my God, is it going to be Spider-Man 4? And I'm like, now we're going to get blue balls. It's not going to be about Spider-Man 4. And then somebody was talking about that, Danny Phantoms, because the creator followed him. So people were suspecting that. But that didn't happen. It's all just about Romeo and Juliet. Oh, he was marinating. Marinating brisket. That's right. Okay. I didn't watch the I just because I was posting something, so I only saw like a little bit. But Ezra looking good. I mean, he smokes a lot. Ezra definitely smokes a lot. So can we just get Snyderverse and not? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I would love it with animation, but I would love it with animation, but what can you do? You see what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did that, and I think William's going to join the panel tonight too. We'll talk about it, but sadly, I could have been there. Yeah, I saw the William, and there was an event that happened last night in Vegas for Netflix and Zack Snyder, and yes, I did get an invite, and sadly couldn't make it because right now with everything that's going on with the job thing. And, sometimes you got to go, okay, can't make trips because, the financial situation's a little, it's kind of just on hold right now a little bit. So when it comes to at least the job and things that are happening with the job. So I couldn't make the trip out there. Sadly, I'm doing all right, but I'm just saying but to make a trip out to Vegas, I mean, unless Netflix hit me up and was going to be like, hey, we'll pay for this, pay for that. But that wasn't the case. It wasn't that. I was invited essentially, but it wasn't because where I would get that. So I couldn't. I was like, I can't make the trip out there because I got to make sure that I'll be okay when it comes to money stuff. But so but I could have been there sadly, but damn it, didn't happen. But it's okay. I went to the premiere. We're all good, so good stuff. But anyways, we got Caden right here. Halo, what's going on? Max. Hey, Dave, what up? I think the 49ers is going to win the Super Bowl, and the new Jurassic World is coming out the same day as Superman Legacy comes out. Wow, I can't wait for the Deadpool. Well, they're not. No, it's not coming out the same day. It's coming out a week before, but it's not going to happen after David Leitch dropping out when he was in talks. They don't have a director. They barely have anything that with anything. Who knows how much they have going on? I mean, they have David Coep, but yeah, they it's not the same day. It's the week before. Superman Legacy comes out on the 11th and the 11th, I believe, right, of July, and Jurassic World comes out on the 2nd. But a lot of people are going like, wow, I mean, but essentially they would be battling each other, and I brought that up on Monday's Film Junkie Live, where I was talking about, like, because a lot of people who don't want this Superman movie, don't want Superman Legacy to come out because they hate it. They hate James Gunn. They hate all, they just don't want this movie to come out. They were very much support. All of a sudden they became Jurassic World fans, even though, like, they weren't before. But it was just kind of funny to see that. And and they should push back that date, especially when the news comes out that you have a known director that might be taking on the project. And then all of a sudden it's like, nope, he's not going to be doing it anymore. So you got to push it back. There's no way. Elon Musk is definitely waging a personal war against Bob Iger and Disney. He really wants to go after them because his own beliefs and because Disney pull advertise. Yeah, there's that. Hey, and you know what? I'm one of those that go, because Disney is Disney, and I just go like, why not? Disney's too big. Take them on. Why not? Is it gonna? Who knows what's the outcome's gonna be? But we just sit back as just normal people, just watch. That's all we could do. I don't really, it's like I'm not really taking a side. I'm just sitting back with my popcorn and my drink, and I'm just like, we'll see what happens. Yeah. Tax write-off. Yeah, well, that's what I was wondering. I mean, they have to be a tax write-off, but it seemed like some of that thing were, wasn't even saying that the write-off. Too many things have been leaking on Deadpool. Not really, if you think about it. I mean, there's set photos, and then there's like the promo stuff. But I don't think there's too many things. I don't want to know who dies. But nobody, yeah, exactly. We don't even know who exactly is the villain. We don't know all the cameos. The only thing we've seen is like set photos and some set photos, and we know some of the cameos, but we don't know all the cameos. And yeah, I mean, we knew, like, once we saw Hugh Jackman in the yellow costume, that it's like, all right, there's no way he doesn't wear the mask. And sure enough, it's like, it's all going to be good. I have no idea who's playing in the Super Bowl. That's fine. You're not, it's totally fine. Does anyone say anything about them showing Eminem? Oh yeah, Eminem was, he's a Detroit Lions fan, but you can, you're gonna come on. You'll join the panel there, William, and we'll let you talk about it. Don't worry. Please don't cancel Beetlejuice. No, there's no way. There's absolutely no way that they would cancel Beetlejuice. There's no way. No, there's no way. You could. That would be ridiculous. There's that movie's gonna make money. Skate and Geek Out. What's going on? Good to see you. Robotic Dre. Superman Legacy is safe. Unfortunately, unlike Superman Legacy, Coyote versus Acme was a movie made by the old regime. That's true too. Yeah, there's a lot of factors that go along. Yeah, Superman Legacy is not going to get, obviously, put on the shelf, and anything that has to do with the DCU, and Beetlejuice won't either, and anything with the big properties won't get shelved or anything like that. Hey, Dave, did you know that the voice actor of Danny Phantom, voiced by Danny Phantom, was also the voice of Jimmy Olsen? Oh, really? Oh, wow. Oh, Danny Fenton. That's right. Okay, cool. That's a cool little like connection right there. I like that. Looney Tunes is a core brand for Warner Brothers, even if it's not valuable as it once was. I could see why people at the studio, people in Hollywood, and industry pundits would be so outraged. Yeah, I mean, I totally get it. Totally get it. Yeah. Next, yeah. See, I don't. I know. I talked a little bit about the whole, rock and wrestling thing on Wednesday's Film Junkie Live because it just seems like people just don't like The Rock as much as they used to. It's interesting. So, but I'm not into wrestling. So, yeah. But, I know there's like things that happened tonight, I think, too. I don't know. There you go. Yeah, that's right. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to say that, but yes, William did invite me to the Netflix thing. But sadly, I'm like, right now, it's just like, blah. I'm like, gotta, it might be in a little job, like day job transition thing, which is a common thing. If you've been following me for a bit, it's always a common thing, in the field that I work in, it's all about contracts. It's all about contracts. So you go over here for a little bit, then you go over here, then you go over here. It's like, it's always going all over the place. But sometimes there might be like a little gap because this happened 3 years ago during the whole releasing of the Snyder Cut thing. I went to another job and then the contract didn't last that long and it was a cool job and it was like, okay, cool. But then all of a sudden it was like, now you're going to have to be, we're going to have to like send you somewhere else or you're going to have to go somewhere else. So it was like the whole month of March, when the Snyder Cut came out, I didn't have like a day job, which was great because then I could focus on the channel. And I had Zach on a couple of times and did things when it came to and helping and supporting Zach. It actually worked out for the best. So that was really cool. But yeah, so now I'm just in that kind of thing again, where it's like, geez. It was like, geez. But anytime that happens, that's where you got to like, you got to, hold back and just be like, okay, there you go. Just I'll start an OnlyFans. I'm sure Nighthawk and Mama Film Junkie would appreciate that. It doesn't help their image, yeah. But the math has, no. See, that's the thing. And that's the thing you have to balance out. It's like the image, and then of course the logistics and the math behind the scenes. It's so crazy. I didn't want David Leitch to do that movie. Neither did I. I'm with you, Jacob. And I even said that. I'm like, dude, this is not a David Leitch situation here. That's why I posted that clip today where I was like, this is what I was talking about. I am actually glad that he did not end up getting this gig because of creative differences. It's like, yeah, David Leitch is a crazy action director, and we love his movies for that. I want a Bullet Train 2. I don't want a Jurassic World 4 or a Jurassic Park 7. I don't know, whatever the hell it is. Jesus, so confusing. That's why I was actually like, good for you. And that's why I was saying that on Monday, going, David Leitch, don't do it. And then he's not doing it. So I was like, yes, this is not, don't get, it seems like Universal has an idea of what they want to do. And David Coep has an idea of what they want to do. So they need to find a director that has a similar vision and then can be collaborative to all that. But that needs to take some time. Don't just have a director that's just going to bend over and be like, and take it like, and do whatever the fuck the studio wants to do. Oh, you meant Daredevil. Okay. I was wondering. I was like, yeah, we don't know that much about Daredevil. Yeah, I think but I think they're just trying to get the word out there that, hey, this is going to be good. Who are confirmed cameos? I'm not going to say them all right now because, some of it was like leaked out. I won't say everything, but there's things that were out there that kind of confirm some things. Zaslog put that trash LeBron James movie House. Ugh, I didn't even want to give that a chance. I heard it was dog shit. I heard it was like, ugh. Like what? They made a house party. They made a house party remake? That's ridiculous. All right, let me send the invites out. See who joins right here. All right, let's see who else we got. I think that's about it. There's that. Let me just make sure and get these peeps in here. All right. Okay, just sending the invites out. And I gotta send one more. Hold on a sec. Sending with the trying to type with sunglasses on is not easy. All right. Boop, boop, boop. All right. Let's see here. There's link. Oh, shit. Did the wrong thing here. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I know. I should do this like prior as opposed to, whatever. Jesus Christ. Can't even type. All right. What the hell is happening out there? A little weird noise. Okay, we should be good now. All right, sorry about that. But yeah, I didn't watch that house party movie. I was like, I think I'll be okay. You're cheering. Let's see who else we got. Let's see, early box office projection. Yeah, you know what? Doesn't look too bad. And they said it's outpacing IMAX sales. Than Oppenheimer. It's beating Oppenheimer with IMAX sales. That's what they were saying, and I was like, whoa. So hopefully that means we're going to get a Dune, we're going to get that third Dune. Oh, hey, the Michael B. Jordan movie that was just picked up. Is this an original? No, it's an original. Yeah, it's that vampire movie. I know. And I saw the headline, like people were posting around the headline today of like, oh, it's supposed to be like a 1930s vampire movie. I'm like, yeah, we already know that. That information came out weeks ago. Like, that's not news. I mean, I guess it's news that it's 1930s because I think before when the news came out, they said it's a period piece. So, yeah, Tanashi was the only reason I wanted to. Yeah, I don't even really know who that is. Yeah, I'm an old man. I don't know this. I don't know your young music, hip hop stuff. I'd imagine Leitch wasn't the only director they had in mind. Yeah, probably not. I'm assuming not as well. So I think, they probably had some more directors lined up. But I mean, but to me, it just seems like he had the name and they wanted it out there to get like, to see people's reactions, I guess you could say. I don't know. It just seems like, it seems like that was put out there to just like try to get the conversation started because it was like the date was released and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, guess who's in talks? This guy, his movies, or something like you're like, but it's funny because it's David Leitch. You kind of go like, I know that name. What did he do? And then you start looking at his filmography and then when they said it, I was like, wait, what? David Leitch? No. And I just went, because I already knew. I was like, wait, this guy's crazy action director. There's no way. We're going to do a freaking Jurassic World movie? I don't know. I love the house party in the night. Yeah, those movies were iconic, man. Why the hell do you even have some? Because creating a vibe. Okay. That's all. I'm going to take them as soon as the panel comes in. Trust me, I'm going to put my normal glasses on. And let's see. Yeah, I know, right? I know. And I will say, like, when people always talk about the, Clark Kent Superman thing, I will say, like, you do I say, like, you do your hair a little bit different and you take those glasses off and people normally see with your glasses on. People will be like, I could see why people see me without my glasses that only know me with my glasses go, oh my God, he looks so different. It's like, yeah, it's a thing. There's something about glasses. They kind of like when you see them without the glasses, your eyes just look weird. Obviously my family and everybody knows what that, but yeah, people see me without glasses. They're like, what the fuck? What's going on, Simon? Good to see you. Yeah, I know I hurt you. Yeah, contract work. That's the thing. That's the business I'm in. You're getting contract work. There you go. See, there's me without glasses. What? Anyways, okay. But yeah, contract work, that's what sucks about it. It's like, it's like you get a contract and then you're good for like a bit, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, and then it dries up and like, oh, we got a new one. Nope. But if you want to go over here, maybe try over there. So yeah, there's always like there can be like a little time period where it's like, where you have to like make sure you got some money saved up, and then you can get some unemployment too if you need it, and then you just get into like another spot, and then a new contract. So that's just basically where I'm at. I'm in that phase right now. So all right, let's start bringing in some of the panel here. Let's put that on. Oh, I don't need head cheese. What the heck? Why is that on? Oh, wait. There you go. That's what I was doing. We don't need those little subtitle names. All right. We got Mr. Travis and we got Mr. Rob Keys joining right now.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello. Rob, don't watch out behind you. You got a little guy behind you that's looking at you. He's got some big ears, just standing there looking at you. Look at that guy. Look at that little cute guy right there. It's Gizmo without hair.
Yeah, he's here to give movies bad titles right now.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
Whoa. Okay, I know you're just talking about. Yeah, we could talk about that a little bit. But thank you guys for joining. How you guys doing tonight?
Doing well. It's been an insane 2 weeks, and not just for some of the things I think I heard you talking about and want to talk about tonight, but like on my end, like inside the entertainment industry, especially with award season, the TCA, in addition to the Super Bowl craziness, it's like in my 15 plus years, the last 3 weeks have been the most personally intense for me, which is like, I'm not exaggerating. It's been that wild.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Is there like any specific reason why?
Yeah. It's good reasons from a business standpoint. We've been, one, the content's great. There's so much happening. There's a lot of exciting things happening, which we'll get to, I'm sure. But on our end of the business, while like, not to get too in the weeds, but as the media industry is not always in the best spot. We see sites in gaming, entertainment shrinking or shutting down or whatever, right? On our end, we've been very fortunate. We've been doing well. Yeah. Which means we're trying to grow. We're always growing. That's always our goal. And not just like improving every individual piece of content, improving every segment of Screen Rant. It's Screen Rant, as you know, but like we are sort of a platform. We have a lot of different teams doing a lot of different things. And it's going well, and we're adding bodies. And part of that with award season is that I've been hiring people. So we've hired a couple notable reporters like Scott Mance.
I saw that. Congratulations for getting him. That was good.
Awesome. Like, he's been in LA doing this since 1991 when he was running Star Trek conventions back then. And here we are today.
He's a pro.
Yeah, he's an absolute pro. He's an absolute sweetheart. He works really, really hard. And he's, we already have an amazing team of people that do junket interviews every day. We did over 2,000 interviews last year. That's with the strikes, right?
Holy shit.
And now we're adding, my goal was to bring in people that are going to be additive to that. So how do we do every single junket but do more? Well, you bring in Scott Mance to do red carpets at premieres. We do award show red carpets, and we host our own screening series. So if anyone saw the news, he's going to be doing those things and more for me, which is amazing. And we also brought one of my buddies, Kevin Polloway, in from Yahoo Movies to help me do some extra award stuff. So he covered the Saturn Awards for us last weekend. And
nice. I saw some of that. Yeah.
But for us, that means way more interviews to prep, way more videos to edit, way more news articles that have to be written. So we're always improving there. And that's just one little example of the larger thing. So coupled with all the content craziness happening, all the news we're going to talk about, it's just incredibly difficult to manage my inbox right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it was already crazy before.
It was a curse before. Now it's like, from another dimension. It's really bad.
Like what Travis said. It's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
I guess you'd say.
It is. That is my
curse. You want
curse.
the reverse of the empty inbox.
Yeah,
that's it. You know what? You say that, but I wonder.
There's some days for sure, but then if you got that string of empty inbox, like, oh man, what do I do?
One of these days, there's gonna be like you got to film it when it happens, Rob. When you actually like go into, you log on and you see just like nothing in your inbox.
Like what was it?
Because like you're gonna go out on your porch with a hot cup of coffee and just be like, just drink and look out.
Because we've been on a couple streams together, but I haven't talked to Rob that much. What was it like for you? Because I don't think I've even asked Steven this. What was it like for you guys during COVID when it was that period of probably 6 months of no movies and like very little news because no one was announcing shit because like, well, we got nothing coming out. So like, was that the closest to being light, or were you guys still
No,
busy at that point? Or?
look, it was good and bad, but for very different reasons. It was really, really bad for the industry, but not for the reasons you're saying. It was bad because of what it did to the economy, which meant ad rates tanked.
Oh,
which
I know.
Meant a lot of websites shut. Yeah, I mean,
my podcast CPMs. It was one of those things that it was because I remember we had Endgame come out. Our biggest episode ever. It was like 43,000 people listened to it. It was like for our podcast, the numbers we did, it was like massively a jump, and our CPMs were like going through the roof. It was great. And then when COVID, it was like that March after, it was like it plummeted. And then once movies came back, it came back to where it was before. But I know what you're talking about. The CPMs, even on the podcasting side, like podcasters, like were like, at least for myself, because we were with Spreaker, with iHeartRadio, and it was the payouts were nowhere near what they were just the year before at that point. So
and that sort of happened in a big way, like March of that year, right? So in Q, everyone knows Q1, Q2 is slower, and it picks up end of the year. January. So you're coming from a high into the ultimate low, which is one part of it. The other part of it is because of the industry shutdowns, there are a lot of websites run in conjunction with conventions. Like ReedPop owned a bunch of websites. Well, if they can't run conventions and bring in revenue, how do they fund the websites like US Gamer? So all these sites were shutting down. Or like you look at a ticket seller like Adam Tickets, they have an editorial team. If they can't sell tickets to theaters, how do they operate an editorial team when there's no movies coming out? So all these different things, that's those two little micro examples, but across the board. So that meant a lot of operations shutting down because the financials didn't make sense or just didn't exist. But for us, the flip side of it is, while we had to do cost cutting, we didn't have to let anybody go. We just had to be very careful in our spending. But again, we saw like record levels of online streaming, Twitch content creators and everything else, records for people playing video games at home. Look at what Animal Crossing did that year. It just blew the switch up out of the water. So imagine people at home playing games, reading content about that. And on the film side, theatrical took a hit and exhibitors suffered. So the whole NATO CinemaCon crowd certainly not benefiting from that, but at home streaming and rewatching of old content hit all-time highs. So readership did not take a hit at all.
That was our biggest Patreon year, which was weird, but that's because I think people had nothing to spend money on. So it's like, well, we're going to throw a couple of shekels. And I remember we did that year where we're going to do a tier. If you subscribe to it, just pick a movie. We're going to review it because we got nothing else to talk about it. And we did so many reviews that we would have never, ever done, whether they're like movies that are 30 years old or like Color Out of Space. I'm not sure if you know that movie, that Nick Cage.
Oh, yeah.
And like we weren't going to review that, but someone paid for it. Like, okay, we'll review it. So yeah, same way as far as like the CPMs and the ad rates were down, but people were just wanting content, and for Patreon it was good. And we used to do every month, we do like a fan stream where we stream and then the patrons come on. At that point, we were doing 2 a month because it was like, well, people are paying for it, and also just there's not much to do. So in that aspect, it was, I agree with you, where it's like the paid stuff ended up doing good, and then eventually ad rates came back. And like you said, January is always brutal, that it just drops so hard after December and stuff. So if you're a new content creator or person for a site, don't get disheartened. It's like that every year, those first couple months. It's like like the same amount of downloads in November and January. Doesn't matter. That pay rate could be like 3 times, and it sucks, but just always plan for that. So
the last thing I'll say for is we're very my background is business, and my partners in the company I work for are very business focused. So we always operate at a margin that's safe, so we can do things like invest in things without taking a major risk. And like I said, because the industry took a hit on the media side of it, we were actually able to add some amazing bodies. So while it was certainly negative from a financial standpoint for a while, like overall that year was strong and it carried forward, like it propelled us forward when other sites were shrinking or getting crushed. We were actually able to come out of that strong with a bigger, more content, more people. So we won in the end, even though it was, that year was tough for everybody for sure.
Yeah, at the Rebel Moon premiere, obviously Steven showed up, but somebody else from Scream Rant showed up, and I picked his brain afterwards. We went, we got something to eat afterwards, and I was just picking his brain. I'm like, so how do you determine this? What are you doing? And I've been trying to apply that with, when it comes to YouTube, and it's just like,
what are you talking about?
Mansoor?
Oh, okay. Yeah. He's one of my favorite people. He just moved. He's even deeper in the LA region now.
No shit. Okay. Yeah. Because he was just outside of it. He was like in the Universal area, like that area where Universal is and everything. So, but yeah, I picked his brain. I was just asking him questions. I was like, so how do you determine this and do this and do this? And yeah, he gave me some good advice.
He's a smart cat. He's an awesome dude and one of my favorite people in the world. And he's been he dates back with me even before just doing Screen Rant. He's a big gamer too, and helped us do gaming stuff on Game Rant, and now some of our gaming teams on Screen Rant. So one of my favorite people in the world. So yeah, good person to pick his brain. And like you said, he's the features guy, so he's an ideation guy, a very creative person as well. So.
Yeah, definitely picked his brain. That was a lot of fun. All right, we got some other cats that are coming in here. We got Phil, we got Axel, and then of course we got William from the Sci-Fi Center. What's happening, gentlemen?
How you doing?
Hello. Hey, what's up?
Good weekend.
Good to see you guys. How we doing tonight?
Doing all right. Can't complain.
Great.
Too much rain.
Great.
I guess
Too much rain. Oh, you're getting all the rain that we had then, huh?
Yeah.
It all went that way for you, William, because, is it raining right now for you?
It's like a light mist or sprinkle or whatever the hell it is.
Okay,
like
so it's not too bad. I know, I'm tired of the rain. Thankfully, we're like done with it for at least a week. But man, whatever that Pineapple Express climate thing that was happening over here.
Give me 5 years. I'm okay with the drought. I don't care.
I mean, that's the thing. You move over this way, you like the sunshine, and then when it's not, it's like it's depressing. It's a little depressing, but we need it though. So, and how are things in the land down under there, Axel? Good.
They're going. Oh, it's been really hot lately, and
well, that's right, because you're in summertime.
Yeah, we're in summer, and I don't know whatever the next season is, and so I just gotta survive it. But yeah, how about you guys? Have you guys?
We're doing good. You're doing good. How you doing, Phil?
I'm great. I actually just got free tickets to PAX East, so I'm heading to Boston next month.
Okay, so that's what you were talking about.
That's exactly why I'm heading to Boston. Okay. PAX East, Penny Arcade Expo. Yeah.
Next month, man, it's gonna be fucking cold over there.
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah.
I've dealt with colder. I've been to Oklahoma. It's pretty cold out there, but I'll be fine. I'm gonna try and link up with our buddy Paul Mitchell's because he's like an hour away outside of Boston. So
that's right, cool. He is, huh?
Yeah.
Paul's he's over in that area, so that'll be cool. All right. Well, thank you guys for joining. Like I said, I mean, some things happened this week. I think some little things happened this week. I mean, I think like first off, like when it comes to the DC universe, not really much happened there. I think the biggest thing that basically was talked about was all the stuff that happened with Disney. I mean, obviously there's some drama. Some drama happened with Disney. First off, it started off with that, and sucks to hear that somebody died on set of Wonder Man. I mean, that was like,
did see that. That was.
You don't want to hear that. You definitely want to hear that, and condolences to the family. And I know they raised money and stuff and everything, so that was like something you want to hear. And it's funny because somebody that I know that works in within the world. He even responded, and I talked about it a little bit. I referred to his tweets because it was like, sometimes when it comes to these sets, it's like, and he being a crew member, he goes, sometimes some things are not as safe as they should be. And that's what sucks. It's like when something like this happens, it's like, I guess you could say it takes a tragedy for them to be like, wait, we should start looking at, when these crew members are up in these like rafters or whatever the heck, and setting things up, and they're supposed to be rigged to something, and then all of a sudden it's like they fall and the rig doesn't work, and then they fall to their death. It's like one of those things where it's like, Jesus Christ, but hopefully now they're going to be paying attention to all that. So let's hear.
That is unfortunate. 100%.
Did you hear anything about this, Rob, or anything about that? The details on that?
Just the IATSE report saying they're going to be investigating, and it's my opinion is the same as what they would say, and every like qualified filmmaker would say. Like, there's no excuse for this ever happening. So there was a mistake was made, or something wasn't safe enough, or someone. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tragedy. I think the gentleman was only 41 years old, and so it's just it's the saddest thing every time it happens. Someone in chat mentioned this happened on the Deadpool 2 set. I think that happened with a motorcycle.
Yeah, I remember.
That's
that.
right.
Yeah, same thing.
It happened on the Titan set too.
Oh, it did.
It really?
Titans? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
if I'm not mistaken, it also happened on the set of
yeah.
Titans season 3.
That one shoots in my backyard, so that one hits close to home. But it's always a tragedy. It's unnecessary, and we're making art to entertain, and people shouldn't have to put their lives in the line for that. As much as I love seeing Tom Cruise hang on the side of airplanes, people setting up a shot shouldn't be in danger. So it's
very true. It always it brings me back to, I think it was back in the 90s, the MTV Movie Awards. I think John Woo or Face Off won like best stunts, and I remember he even said like, I think in his acceptance speech he said like there was a stuntman that almost died doing one of those stunts. So he was like, this is for him and blah, 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 because he got like seriously injured or something like that. And when you watch, I mean, it had to be the final act during that boat sequence. When you watch that, you go, oh my God, like how, when you see that part where it's like, Nicolas Cage's character is like hanging off the boat and just being dragged. It's like, how did that? And then you rammed a boat into something and 2 guys are flying with the boat behind them. Like, Jesus, how do you plan something like that where nobody gets hurt? But, normally it doesn't happen, which again, I know there was like a whole thing when it came to the Academy Awards now adding, what did they add this week?
Best casting, I think it
was. Which is great.
Yeah, that's cool.
Can we get the stunt people in there too?
I was just gonna say that. Yeah,
I think it's coming.
Yeah,
I think that they're because when was the last time they added a category? I feel like it's been a very long time. So I feel like other than when they were trying to add the best picture, like the best box office, whatever one like the Globes did this year, but I think it's been a good minute since they added one. So I feel like they add this, and then maybe a couple years we'll get stunts, and we should. But I think it's going to come in this decade.
It's long overdue.
Yeah.
It's long overdue. Hopefully they will, but yeah, I know. It's just, yeah, you hate to hear that. But yeah, but then of course, we had the investors presentation, and I mean, let's face it, Disney, they Disneyed and they just put everything out there. I mean, after the whole Gina Carano suing thing, which, that was a big thing for a bit, and a lot of people were having fun with that and still talking about that. God knows what's going to happen with that. Like I said, I'm one of those that I'm going to sit back and just see what happens. Maybe something will happen. Who knows? Elon Musk backing her up. I mean, I don't know how everybody feels about that whole thing. I mean, anybody want to chime in? It's like one of those things where you just go, all right.
If it's a wrongful termination, yeah, it's the people who fired her aren't stupid. They crossed those T's and dotted those I's before they got rid of her.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's going to stay gone away because I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
I'm going to take a Bob Iger approach to that. How do you feel? Do you have any words to say about that? None.
Yeah.
None. I've got
none.
None to say.
He's not
what
relevant
a judge is going to say before he dismisses.
Not really relevant.
Right.
Yeah.
Nothing's really going to come from it. Like Musk is going to waste a ton of money. Gina Carano is going to just get more, attention FaceTime, and it's not going to do much of anything. Like it is what it is.
So status quo for everybody.
Pretty much.
Yeah, just another day on Twitter.
Right.
So yeah,
Right.
that's happening. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it was like a thing for like Tuesday and Wednesday, and then Thursday it started dwindling down, and then now it's just like, nobody's really talking about it anymore. We'll see what happens. I mean, take on the Disney Corporation. Sure, I'm totally fine with that. Why not? Do whatever you got to do. But at the same time, it's just like I totally forgot about that situation. To be honest, I was like, oh yeah, that did happen, huh?
Yeah, she exists. I forgot.
That's right.
Right after the Galactic Rangers thing announcement happened too.
That's
right.
When that happened. All that stuff, But I mean, I'm not saying that Gina Carano wasn't a badass in her roles, but I was like, are we really thinking that she was like the best actress in everything? I'm like, I always kind of thought she was a little bland.
Well,
I don't know.
It's like she left the show and it didn't really impact it. Like,
it did.
Like,
Right.
It would have been different if we're all like, even if you had problems with her politically, be like, oh, I really miss that character. I don't think anybody felt like that. It just kind of like, okay, we've moved on, and there's other shows. Andor came out at that point. Ahsoka. So I don't know. It's just like it's a nothing, and I'm like William. I don't think anything's gonna come of it.
If your boss asks you to stop doing something, a couple of times you say no, and then they kind of tell you to stop doing it. Every profession I know, you get fired. It's called subordination.
Right.
You go away. It's that simple. So
honestly, I think she made like more of an impression in the Deadpool movie than she did on Mandalorian.
True.
That's right. She wasn't the
She
first
was Angel
Deadpool.
Dust. Yeah, she was
I
Angel
always
Dust
forget that.
to Screen's Ajax. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I get. Okay, cool. Make a statement. Fine. Perfectly fine. And we got a Wonder Woman thing that you're showing right there. Cool.
Yep. Just for a cool drawing.
Is that Gina Carano or what's going on?
Yeah, got it.
Could you imagine that's guns?
That's Wonder Woman? Is that what's happening? Yeah. So there was that. So, but then at the same time, it was like, okay, so we had a couple of things. So it was probably good timing that they had this investors meeting, because it was like, all right, let's get all the trailers and all the announcements out. And Jesus Christ, I mean, it first started off with the Moana 2 trailer. I think that was the first thing that came out, I believe. And I'm not really big on the whole Disney movie side when it comes to all that. I didn't see the first Moana. Sorry, Dwayne Johnson.
I thought they were making a live action one.
They are.
They still are. Yeah,
They're
they
still
just delayed
off.
it now.
Okay.
Yeah, they've just pushed it back.
doing-
It's supposed to be
okay.
25, and now this will be this year, and then 25 will be a little bit. I don't know.
It hasn't even been 10 years since that movie has been released, and they're just already doing it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not surprising.
Live action stuff. I mean, I haven't seen them all. I didn't see Cinderella or Beauty and the Beast. Aladdin, I enjoyed. Guy Ritchie, he's one of my favorite directors, even though I felt like they didn't utilize him the way that they should have. I think there were some Guy Ritchie-isms in there, not enough. I'm actually a champion of Dumbo. I don't care what anybody says. I know that's like the worst live action movie that they had, but that had a stellar cast. It had Tim Burton's fucking fingerprints all over it. I thought, and I felt for that little elephant.
I've never seen Dumbo either.
Oh my god, watch it.
Yeah.
That's
I don't
I would
know
say
why,
that
I
that's
just
the
don't
best
know.
one. I at least have the ones I've seen, but
I would say give Beauty and the Beast a try. I'm maybe
Yeah.
a little biased. I like Emma Watson as an actress, and I think she did a pretty solid job as Belle. But that's just me personally. But yeah, I gotta watch Dumbo. I love a lot of what Tim Burton does, so that's on the list. It's probably on
Cinderella's
Disney
my
Plus.
favorite. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I think they all got him on there. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I like Cinderella, directed by Kenneth Branagh. So you got his touch.
Oh, that's
there,
right.
And,
Yeah,
Kate Blanchett's great as like the evil stepmother. Like she just.
you know
chooses
what? That
to
makes
do
a lot of
something.
sense.
Yeah,
That makes a lot of sense.
So
yeah.
that's probably my favorite one of the bunch, and then it's just a variety degrees of this is good, this is not good. It's just I think there's like a parameter, and they know what they're doing, and I think because last year they had a lot of mishaps, they're just going to go with as much IP as possible, right? And that's not a guarantee.
Did
that it
anyone
works, but-
watch Lady and the Tramp? Because I heard no one talk
Nope.
about that.
I did.
nobody
It
watched
was,
to
it
watch
was
that
on
one as a
Disney Day
kid, but-
launch, so I checked.
That's right. It
out.
was, huh?
And
Yeah.
it's just fine. It's just
I forgot that was a
alright.
thing.
Yeah.
But Travis, check your mic. Is your
Oh.
mic like on the thing? I don't think it actually is.
Now it will be. There
Ah,
we go. There's
there
a
it
nice
is.
one.
There it is.
It's terrible. Ever since I got this new Mac on StreamYards, it always reverts to the headphone. Like always, no matter what, every time. So it's really frustrating. So yeah, if I sound poor, sorry about that. This is
I know, I was
this
like,
way it's
at
supposed to be. Yeah.
At first, I was paying attention. I wasn't paying attention to it because when you come on, I don't listen to what you say.
Yeah,
But,
of course.
yeah,
First
yeah.
half an hour is just Dave's doing other things. He's tweeting. He's picking out what sunglasses he's gonna wear for next week.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
no. But I was like, well, maybe the mic's just a little turned down. Maybe I'll like message him. But then I realized like, oh yeah, I probably didn't click on.
Yeah.
But we got Paul also joining in right here. What's
Hey
up,
guys.
sir?
I was just
Hi,
talking
Paul.
about you.
Yeah. Creepy.
So what? no. Phil and I chat quite a bit on Instagram and stuff, just
No,
about
it's good.
random things.
Yeah.
So works out.
We keep in touch.
So what did I miss?
We were just talking about the Disney stuff and
Oh,
the
man.
Disney stuff that happened
And
this
Gina
week.
Carano.
Yeah, we had some Gina Carano stuff, but we kind of just went, we're all just kind of going, we'll see,
Yeah.
kind of thing. It's one of those things where it gets too political, and I hate that when it gets like that. And yeah, so then we're just talking about the announcements that happened. I mean, obviously we have the $1.5 billion investment that they're putting into
Epic Games.
the whole Fortnite thing and the Epic Games, and Jesus Christ, I was gonna
It
say like,
reminded me of that trailer there. Reminded me of the whole thing of Wreck-It Ralph too. I was like, Jesus Christ, it's coming true.
Oh
Little
yeah.
Wreck-It Ralph, huh?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know about this, Rob, before like all the announcements were coming out, or did you guys just find out at that time?
He signed an NDA.
You did.
Look. I'll say this in general terms. Did you guys ever play Disney Infinity back in the day?
Yeah.
Yes,
used to
I
sell at
collected
GameStop.
all of those. I collected
have
all of those back then.
Yeah.
Conceptually, it was a great idea, and it was probably the
Yeah,
one
right.
Toys to Life game that could have worked, and,
Yep.
and it was a genius idea. It was take all your favorite Disney IP, including like Jack Sparrow, put them with Star Wars, and they were just getting to the good stuff. Like they had just done Star Wars and Marvel, and they were
Marvel,
going to do
yeah.
Weren't they gonna
specialty.
do like X-Men and stuff?
X-Men was
Ooh,
next.
So
yeah.
yeah, part of it was they were about to do bigger Rogue One thing and bigger figures, specialty figures, and yes, there's going to be X-Men, all these expansions once they had the rights, of course, to X-Men and stuff. But
Right.
but the biggest problem with that was the internal infighting. Like every single thing had to go through license approval because like every IP within the Disney umbrella has its own set of lawyers and approvals. And on top of that, you have high level talent approvals. So to get a Jack Sparrow figure, the amount of people that had to go through, and then Johnny Depp's approval on everything he does, right?
Yep.
And then it's case by case as well. And if you want that figure sharing a space with Star Wars, now there's always internal restrictions on storytelling. So you can't have them together in a story. You have to do separate play boxes. That's why there's different modes. And there is also stipulations, and this was all well documented, like where certain characters or IP holders had to force a certain amount of product. So Hulk and like look at Rooker's character from Guardians, Yondu, had to have X amount of figures made, and nobody wanted them. So they had millions of figures sitting on shelves because someone at Marvel forced main Disney and the developer to produce that many products. It was just every single thing was backwards. And the larger narrative there is that Disney internally has continually failed to make video games. That company, among others, they bought and essentially killed off. And so the winning formula is to license out. And now this is a way to license out, but also put their skin in the game and be a big part of it. So we knew there was always an interest internally. And by the way, Disney always late to the game, just like they were with streaming. But they rest on their laurels and they capitalize on what works, right? Hence what you're saying with all these sequelitis we're seeing from the Disney investors call.
Seriously.
But we knew there was an interest in a metaverse type thing. But obviously the concept of metaverse fell apart. Metaverse is just Fortnite. It's just a game community where money can be transferred, right? So this is the way forward, I think. But I don't know. Will Fortnite and that kind of aesthetic work in 3 years when that thing comes out? I don't know.
It's gotten really big.
It's really hard to say. Because I mean, look at Warner Brothers trying to do the same thing right now with Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League and how
multiverse as well
flopping. Like it's not doing well at all. Like there's been an uptick of people playing Arkham Knight in result of Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League because people want to go back to that. But that's a little bit more condensed because that's dealing with a very specific kind of corner of entertainment. Whereas in the broader sense, like I think Fortnite has been pretty dominant for the last few years. It started becoming really, really popular after I got out of GameStop. But now it's really taken off in certain ways where now you've got like Valorant, you've got Apex, these other clones of it, if you will. But like it's still more or less the top dog battle royale, multiversal fucking mishmash that it's
and
become
they've got
today.
like Ninja Turtles at the moment. They
just announced that they're doing a Ninja Turtles.
There's like a cool ass cinematic trailer, and I'm like, dude, this is awesome.
Yeah, they have crossover and characters from everything, which is wonderful. And the battle royale mode keeps changing, whatever. But they've also recently the big indicator they were going to go this way is them launching like a Lego game within the ecosystem and allowing creator controlled maps. So you and I, any of us, we can all of us together here, the 7 of us can create our own game and sell it as a Fortnite thing. Yeah, we'll call it the Vodka Land, whatever the hell. You know what I mean?
Vodka Land.
We'll litigate Gina Carano's trial or something in it, and then and they did a Rocket League one as well, and the Lego one was a big success. So I think you throw Disney IP in there, it makes sense, but for that free to play consumer, but you're still going to have your premium Jedi Survivors and whatever Respawn's working on. You know what I mean? So there's still the real AAA pay for products that will come out from Marvel and Star Wars and stuff.
And they're still probably going to do, though they did announce that Kingdom Hearts 4 is for sure going to happen too. And that's a joint thing between Square and Disney. But I'd have to imagine that with how popular Star Wars and Marvel have gotten it, and also that teaser trailer has like one world that kind of looks like Endor. I wouldn't be shocked to see Star Wars or Marvel wind up in the next Kingdom Hearts. And they kind of did it in 3 with Big Hero 6. But I feel like Kingdom Hearts kind of in a small way paved the way for them to do something like this before Disney Infinity happened too.
Totally.
But
oh yeah, I got the figures right here. It's really dusty.
Yeah, you've been showing them off for like the last 10 minutes. We know.
Yeah. Well, no one said anything, so I was like,
it's because somebody else was talking.
Yeah. Okay. Good point.
Yeah, those things have become
quality,
things that my kids play with now. Because like I still got the games and stuff, but now it's like they're older to bust out. So
it was a riff off of an old Spyro game. What was that?
Skylanders.
Skylanders. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, that's really kind of what blew up that.
And then they did Lego Dimensions, which was sort of similar to that. And then
and they all crashed like the same year. Skylanders went away. Infinity, all of it it just like fell right out.
There's another one. Ubisoft Toronto made a game called Starlink, which was like a space Zelda with and you could actually get the Star Fox R-Wing, and it was like legitimately an amazing game that like virtually nobody even played. So
I never played.
It's a shame.
Oh man,
too late to the game.
So do you think like when it comes to like the Apple Pro thing that's happening, or is there going to be something where you can actually do like a Ready Player One where you can.
That's what Dave wants. Dave, you want to get in there and do the?
I don't know if I want that, but I'm just saying like that obviously this is not coming out, from years from now, and the technology is just only going to get better. And everybody's been talking about, this Apple Pro, whatever. And we've seen the videos where people are walking around or on the subway, doing this shit. And we're there. We're almost there to the Wall-E type of fucking world that we're at right now. But at the same time, it's like when I saw this trailer, I'm like, wow, they have this world that. It just reminded me of Ready Player One. You put the glasses on, and then you're in. You pick a character, and then you're in this world kind of thing. Do you think? I mean, there's got to be some kind of integration, right, when it comes to that?
The short answer is yes. I mean, not to get too technical, but all the Fortnite stuff is now built in Unreal Engine 5, which is Epic's real moneymaker. Is the Unreal Engine, and within that you can do VR easily. And in the case of the Apple Vision Pro, AR as well. I mean, people. I think we could probably build our own thing right now that would support that. And I wouldn't be surprised if all the available supported VR headsets have some kind of thing like that, or people can add it in. In terms of specifically the Apple Vision Pro, I mean. The future versions of that are more consumer focused, I wouldn't be surprised if it's playable. And another thing with Unreal Engine 5 is that if they build these Star Wars, whatever worlds and sub games and modes, they are scalable and playable on every device. So you'll be able to play it on your iPhone. You know what I mean? And hook it up to your VR headset, and there'll be VR viewing modes. And so the short answer is yes. But what the VR landscape looks like again in 3 years is who knows. A $3,500 headset is not. Mass market product.
Apple
pass on that one. Yeah,
freaking Apple for you. But I remember I even saw like a video. It was like a week ago where they were kind of when it comes to VR and trying to get the whole experience. Obviously when you see Ready Player One, he's like on like a specific like treadmill kind of thing. It was like something like that, but it wasn't like a treadmill. It was like a bunch of like individual like little wheel things so you can actually move around. I don't know where it was developed, probably in China or something like that. But it was just like it was crazy because you could walk in any direction and just keep going. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I mean, the technology, we are getting very close to what you see in there for sure.
We're getting there. There's like these basically a 360 treadmill where you have like a ring or belt around you and you can do any direction. And of course they have what's the word for it? I want to say adaptive, but like gloves that you can feel move things. So you can rest your hands or one to one. And they have impact vests too. So you play shooters and you get shot, you feel the bang. So they're doing all of that. None of it's mass market. It's all prototypes and
it's not stuff, quite motion sensor, but it's in that same ballpark.
Yeah. We're getting there.
Yeah.
The question is, when does it become mass market? You need to sell millions of these things, right? So
it's funny because last weekend I watched Lawnmower Man.
Oh God,
dude, that movie! Oh my God! I mean, it was just on like Comet TV, and I was like, oh yeah. And it was funny because I'm like working and I'm just like, I catch myself going, oh my God, this movie, because early 90s, it's virtual reality, and the VFX suck, but it's just, it's early 90s, you accept it. And it's still like a great movie, in my opinion. I still love the movie, but it was just like, it was funny just like seeing that where we are now with what's happening and where where we might get to in the next couple of years. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Just insane. I don't think we're gonna be in like those things where we're just like moving around like that. But hey, it was
creeping fast. It's creeping up pretty quick.
Were you gonna say something, Paul?
No, I was just gonna make a point. Basically, I've read the book Ready Player One and Ready Player Two, and I think in the movie takes a lot of liberties and stuff, but like in the book, he doesn't even have the treadmill. I think he actually just uses the headset and then like the way that you move your hands and stuff like that. Because the whole point is that Wade is dirt poor, and then he has to evolve and get more and more money to evolve his playing and setup and everything too. But I'm more in the degree that we might get there one day, basically, but it'll be by the time of like that book that the technology will have caught up. It's kind of like how we want hoverboards, from Back to the Future 2, but all we're gonna get is the hoverboard that we have now, which is those things. But no, the technology will catch up eventually, but I see us all being, like old men by the time it gets
on the way out.
Yeah. Well,
we're gonna be way too old to do it.
That's how I'll be able to run is by putting on this headset and you can move again.
Well, realistically, by the time we're very old men, it might even be at the point where it's like, if you guys ever seen that Black Mirror episode, I'm trying to remember the actual name for it, but the one where they basically put the thing here and they're able to just go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, San Junipero.
That's the one.
One of the
Great
best.
episode.
Yeah, TV
Yeah.
shows, things, anything. Yeah, love San Junipero.
All right, we got Jordan.
Oh,
right
okay,
here.
there he
Sorry,
is.
man, I know you're backstage. Like, yeah, we were like the conversation was like going too much, and I apologize. My
The
friend,
second time you've done that now. You scared me. Second time you've done that.
That's what I do it. That's why I do it. I want to scare you. I want to make sure that you're awake.
Barely.
Yeah.
Barely.
How's it going, man?
I'm alive. I'm here. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Yep, pretty much. That's it.
Oh yeah, we're just talking about like when it comes to all the Disney stuff. I don't know what you have to say about that. Like when it comes to what you saw with Disney, anything?
Too many sequels.
Yeah,
Too many.
That's the thing.
Yeah, a lot of IP.
Toy Story. It didn't need a 4. Doesn't need a 5.
Yeah.
I get Zootopia 2 because it's been forever. We had the Disney Plus show, but
They're going all stuff with the billion, right?
Give us a sequel to that.
Yeah,
I
they're
was
just going
going
all the stuff with the $1 billion hit, like Zootopia $1 billion movie.
Yeah.
Last two Toy Stories $1 billion, Moana billion. So it's just like
that's why.
It's not that I agree because I agree. We barely need 4. We don't need Toy Story 5. That is that's like a top 5 favorite movie for me. I love Toy Story. I spent a ridiculous amount of money on replicas of the toys, but we do not need 5. We don't need but that's just they're in, I think, not crisis mode, but they're just trying to get back to that like 2017 2019 run of like, look at all these $1 billion movies, and it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
No.
They're going to be some of them, but
I mean, I think Moana 2, Zootopia 2 maybe will be hits, but I mean Frozen 3. I mean, yeah.
I think Toy Story 5 could be a hit. I know Lightyear disappointed, but I think they're unfortunately going to get Woody back and everything and stuff. But
of course,
I think it
is a big
brand.
again.
Yep.
Look, I want to play devil's advocate here. So
Go
ahead. Lightyear is a good example because it was subpar. It was not of the quality of the previous films, and it was marketed poorly. It's just not as interesting, right? So, from any standpoint, certainly licensing, which I love to talk about here, but Toy Story, every movie has made more money and like virtually more positive reviews than the previous. So we say we don't need it. My counter argument, I would say that decision is purely dictated on everyone we know who may not be using Twitter every day going to the theaters. Yeah. So 3 times as many people, 5 times as many went to see Toy Story 4 than they did Disney's Wish or Elemental. So it's like if we did those movies equal to that, we would keep getting new movies. But we fucked it. We, the general audience. So no. We do need Toy Story 5 because all of us, again, not us here, but all the general audiences who care, they want Toy Story 5. They don't want Disney's Wish, which is a shame.
It's a business too.
It's purely business, and Toy Story fuels licensing, merch, theme parks. Theme parks are 5 times the business of the theatrical, right?
38 billion a year.
We talk about Moana. Moana is a very interesting case. Not to circle back, Dave, because Moana was the very first thing you brought up. Moana was, guys, the most streamed movie in the world last year.
That's true.
And since Nielsen started tracking streaming, the most streamed kids movie of all time. You know what I mean? So
that's my second daughter because we
100%.
watched Moana again and again, and she had never seen in the theaters. So you're right
action
there.
adaptation, like as much as I think those movies are mediocre, I do love the Jungle Book though. But the rest of them are mediocre.
Jungle Book was fantastic.
Jungle Book was good.
Yeah. I actually thought I was kind of blown away by. The rest of them I was like, oh god, no, we don't need this. But I say we don't need this, but I'm giving you an example of why we do need this. Anyways, but yeah, so the Moana thing is interesting because Moana 2 was not meant to be a film. I'm sure you guys know it. That was a very expensive $150 million TV series that they thought this is good enough to kind of cut down and retool and pay Dwayne Johnson hella more money to have him do the theatrical part of it. And by the way, he's not officially cast yet. Neither is the voice of Moana. They have to retool their contracts. That's why that wasn't part of the announcement.
He said it on Pat McAfee though yesterday, which was odd that he was coming back for 2. So if he's not contracted, he's sure gonna strong arm to get a contract. They
are. Look, it's just a quote thing. Like they're both gonna do it.
Yeah.
It's just instead of being a couple $1 million, it's like 15 million now. Whatever. You know what I mean? They haven't signed it yet.
Oh, poor guy.
Like, I know. But it also because there's this tricky part with DJ in particular because No, because they pushed back the live action film, which changes his financial agreement, right? So
and probably his schedule too. So
100%, which is for him who does 10 billion things, that's a game changer for his annual income plans. But yeah, so Moana is going to be a game changer for them. But here's the weird thing: they're sacrificing a lot by making Moana 2 a movie, because all of the streaming networks are pushing towards ad tier, lower price markets, which they want. They want ad users, even though it's cheaper from consumers. They make more money on those ads, and they know. So what they're going to be vying for, instead of just keeping subscribers, which has been the big trick, and now every streamer is pulling back on content, cuts everywhere. Now the trick is going to be, how do you get people watching your platform to see the ads? Well, Moana 2 as a TV series would be potentially 4 hours, 6 hours of content, probably up there as the most watched thing, seeing ads. So they're making a big play by taking off that potential ad gain from a TV series and making it what they hope to be $1 billion theatrical hit to fund theme parks and merch and whatever. Of course, later that will be a movie on streaming and we'll probably crush it as well. But that was a bit of a risk on their part, cutting it down to what's going to be a 90-minute or 2-hour film, right? So
it's that dinosaur commitment to old Hollywood.
Yeah,
they won't be doing that too many. That's one of those. Like I said, we're going to try to hold on to the flame, even though the light bulb is right here, as long as we can, because it doesn't make any sense.
And while they're doing that, they're going back to old TV by bringing back ads. You know what I mean? So it's like,
But that ad tier, that streaming is better for the consumer.
It's cheaper, and it's better for them because they make more money off ads.
Exactly, it's better for everybody. To be honest with you, all
except
around.
Me, I hate ads, but yes,
I hate ads too.
Yeah.
But like
ads,
they're
not people's favorites.
Yeah, it's very true. And then we got Chris joining in right here. Hey, what's going on, Chris?
Hello, all.
We got a full freaking vodka stream tonight for sure.
Good to see you, old chum.
Hello.
Yeah. Cheers.
All right.
Yeah, we're talking about the Disney stuff right now, Chris. I don't know, if you're caught up on all that and saw everything that was announced. We're just gonna basically. I mean, one of the gripes is like, man, sequel. I mean, Frozen 3, sure, make it a trilogy. I haven't seen the other two because I'm not a parent, so I wasn't forced to, hear all that. I mean, the only thing I know about Frozen is what was said in Deadpool 2 when he compared it to like one of those, the song, the Barbra Streisand song.
Mama,
or
can
something
you
like
hear
that.
me or whatever?
Yeah, Mama, can you? Yeah, which is a funny joke because it does sound very much like that. And I'm like, that's what I love about Deadpool, pointing out, stuff like that. But Toy Story 5, I mean, Rob brought up a good point because after Lightyear, there's like, okay, we have to do that because it didn't. I enjoyed Lightyear. Was it like, was it something that I watched again and again? No, I enjoyed it, and I was like, that's all I needed. I enjoyed it, and that's about it. But they tried something, and I'm like, all right, are they going to do a Woody one where they try to do an old West thing?
That would have been.
I'm sure they had that idea.
Yeah, I think
they probably did.
Yeah,
they probably had the idea and already had like it developed. But when they saw what happened with Lightyear, they're like, no, we got to go back to.
I still would like to see what it would have been though. Like, what's the story?
Me too.
And then they would have made like a Cowboys versus Aliens sort of movie where they just cross over. But that would have been
giving them good ideas.
movie too. Daniel Craig, Harrison Ford, come on.
Is that a good movie?
John Favreau. That's also John Favreau.
John Favreau.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
He directed or he was in it?
He directed.
Directed it.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Olivia Munn, right? Olivia Munn? No, not Olivia Munn. Olivia Wilde. Sorry, I got the wrong Olivia. Yeah. No, I mean, I enjoyed it. I'll enjoy anything that has aliens in it, but but yeah. So I mean, but Zootopia seems like it's just as much as everybody enjoyed that one, and I enjoyed it too. It seemed like everybody just enjoyed it. It's like why did they wait so long?
I
know they had the series.
I'd be curious to see because didn't they do those kind of shorts? With Zootopia
Yeah, they did like
at
a
that
little
point.
And they were
Right,
fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
So
Yeah.
it's one of those things, like you said, it's a business. It's they know the market. Yeah, I get another Toy Story. I get Frozen. That's Frozen 2 is the first time my kids went to go see a movie in the theater, and it's when you go to the theme parks, you go and see exactly where the merchandise, where the rides are really the most popular at that point. In that Toy Story's land. Yeah, good luck if you're not there at the beginning of the day. You ain't getting in.
Yeah. I want to say something about Toy Story as a fan though. I'm just saying purely the franchise, not necessarily just Disney in general. But as far as Toy Story goes though, I think five's an okay idea. I was telling Dave this on his Instagram post and stuff. Basically, I think what you need to do, at least story wise, is, I mean, again, spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen it, but at the end of 4, Buzz and Woody go their separate ways for good reason, because like the one hanging thread that wasn't answered by the trilogy was what happened to Bo Peep, and Woody decides to team up with Bo Peep and kind of be with her. And I was like, that's great. Like that's okay. I understand that. Like as far as like
he has his happy ending.
Yeah, and like their friendship kind of breaking up, but for good reasons and stuff. So, but basically, if you're gonna do 5, if that's gonna be it, like, have it be the last one, because Tom Hanks and Tim Allen are not getting any younger, and if they do have AI voices for the future, like everyone's gonna hate it. So have it be a reunion of Buzz and Woody. And and if it doesn't end with them reuniting, or at the very least dealing with Andy, maybe his children, then don't really do it, because there's really nowhere else I feel for those characters to truly like go, basically. But that being said, like as far as the Toy Story franchise goes, I love the fact that pretty much there is a lot of time between each movie, because really the shortest span was basically 1 to 2. And even 2 at the time was supposed to be a direct to video movie,
and it was nearly destroyed.
Right, and the woman and the woman had it backup all on her computer at home, and we saved the whole film.
And then they fired her last year.
I know, because that's Disney, and this is how it goes.
Yeah.
God, but
thanks for your years of service.
Yeah, you feel like that's an employee that gets like a pass of like, we always keep her on board, like no matter what, she's here. But no,
who's this woman that gets getting all this much money? Why are we still keeping her?
Oh, Toy Story 6, we're making it because of her. Oh, okay, cool, I get it. Yeah,
pretty much. But no, I mean, I honestly have liked just about everything dealing with Toy Story, with the exception of Lightyear. Lightyear was the only thing that I didn't care for, really. I mean, and again, it's not even Toy Story to me. It's a different beast, basically. It was kind of meant to be, but yeah, I mean, even the small short movies that they had made in between, I think 3 and 4 were pretty good. I really enjoyed those. And I feel like,
oh yeah, Paul, did you ever watch by the way, this is Eli, my partner, and he just brought up if you've ever seen that Buzz Lightyear cartoon, like back then.
Yeah, I actually
Star Command.
Buzz Lightyear Star Command.
Yeah, that's great, man.
It's a great show.
That is really weird for me, because I remember when it came on one Saturday morning, if you guys remember that, alongside Recess and stuff like that, and I kind of avoided seeing it because I didn't consider it like really like Toy Story. So I was like, okay, but then cut to like, I feel like almost a decade later, and it was re-airing on the Disney Channel at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and this was my time where I would just stay up late. And it would just show up, and I'd be like, "Fuck it, I'm not doing anything else." I'd watch it, and I actually got into the show.
There are far worse things to watch at 1 a.m. in the morning.
Right. And I was surprised at how actually well done the show was.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Lightyear, I kind of kept going back to that show and being like, "Why didn't they just take from this show?"
I went back.
That's what everyone was asking. Why didn't they take from that show? Because that show had just such a perfect groundwork for the character of Buzz Lightyear and his world and what you could do with it, and yet they just went, nah.
Yeah,
I didn't even have the little green men in Lightyear.
None.
Yeah, which I thought was weird. I have heard from certain forums and rumor mills that the Pixar people were not a fan of the cartoon show. So that might have been.
It's not on Disney Plus. I've been waiting for them to drop it on that. It's just like gone. It's like just missing somewhere. My kids would love to watch that. I've told them about it, but I have to probably find it somewhere off a back of truck one day.
I think it's on YouTube.
Some on YouTube.
Okay. On YouTube.
Yeah,
is it on Canadian YouTube, Phil? That's that's
Bro,
I don't know.
You got the internet in front of you. Check it out.
Yeah.
It's because it's stuff like you guys got X-Men Evolution on Disney Plus and we don't. And it's the weirdest thing ever. I don't know why. I don't know what Canadian laws are keeping X-Men Evolution away from me, because me and the kids have watched 97 like 5 times, so it's like I want to like introduce them to that. But so one day, but yeah, so there's always weird stuff. So I'll have to look into the
Wolverine and the X-Men.
Yeah, we don't got that either
on
on
a fun one too.
That was a good show to watch.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Short-lived but fun.
I just want to say my final thoughts as far as Toy Story though is that I'm only slightly worried about Toy Story 5, but I will say this for a few things. One, Pixar, when it comes to Toy Story, they know they can't fuck it up, and I mean the main franchise. They know they can't fuck around with it. The other thing too is that I would actually argue that as far as I know, I have to double check, but I'm pretty sure Toy Story 4 came out in 2016, so it'll be 10 whole years.
2019, actually.
Was it 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. But still, I would say it's the same amount of time between 3 and 4 as it would be between 4 and 5. So I want to say that there's some amount of time here put into the movie to some degree. So let's keep our fingers crossed about it. But
yeah, it's not like I hated Toy Story 4, but it's just like at the same time, it's like, all right, so we're doing this, and of course, I love the added what would Keanu Reeves play? He played that
Bunny and Ducky.
Oh,
Duke Boom.
Future of the franchise.
He was great. He was great.
And he had
I like that.
Key and Peele in there as well.
Yeah, they were Ducky and Bunny.
Ducky and Bunny.
Yeah, they were there.
But I mean, it's just like, but I was like, how many times do we had to say goodbye again? It's like, I don't know how much I could take. It's like, come on. But at the same time, if they do something, if it's Andy grown up and then it's his kids.
No, the fifth one should be about Andy.
That would be the best full circle.
Yeah,
that would be.
Well, the fifth one should be Andy like going to that other kid who
Sid.
we gave the toys to. No, not Sid, but like
Bonnie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bonnie. Yeah.
He just fucks Sid up.
Where is Bugs?
Yeah, years of childhood trauma. Andy's had enough of it finally.
Got to be Andy. Andy's like what? I mean, the first one came out what, 95, 96? I mean, come on, Andy.
Yeah,
he was going to college in 2010.
Yeah,
so he's probably a man now.
Exactly.
So.
He's they have. There's no way that they can't do that, and there's going to be some kind of nostalgia and something like that when it comes to all that. So they have to do something with that, and then there's going to be a nice reunion. And fine, you know what? If it's cool, but I want another sobby goodbye. I don't
know. The thing,
I wouldn't even say it would be a sobby goodbye. It would almost be if we're proposing the idea of a reunion where Andy gets back, like at the very least, Buzz and Woody for his kids. It would be more like, okay, I'm good. It's not a goodbye. Like everything's back where it should be.
Maybe it's a divorce drama between Woody and Bo Peep. Just do marriage story, but with Woody and Bo Peep, because he's like, well, Andy has kids, I got to go back, and she's like, you're such a pathetic loser, Because she was very clear in 4, she did not want to be with a kid again, right? So I don't think Bo's going back, but who knows? She'll see Andy's daughter and then change her mind, and it's just a circle. That's what
anyone can change your mind. It's probably Woody.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, look, with Toy Story 3, I think Toy Story 3 was pretty much perfect. I considered it a great conclusion to the series.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
But at the same time, as much as I loved that movie, I always kept thinking I didn't mind Andy giving up Woody and everything, but in my mind, I always pictured him giving those toys to his children, not Bonnie. So, I mean, if this is a movie that can, like you said, full circle and go back to that, I'm okay with that. But like I said, like you're already giving like a good story element there with like how is Bo gonna take that? Like is Woody gonna want to go back to Andy? Like there's a lot.
2019, Toy Story.
Yeah, 2019. Yeah.
That was that billion year where they had like $7 billion movies or whatnot.
Yeah.
They're just like churning.
I'm telling you,
Endgame, Skywalker.
With the whole pandemic, it feels like everything came out longer, like further back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Christ.
It really does.
And I know they're in a different age, like trying to save money. But I'll tell you what, like we mentioned it earlier, like those short movies at that point, I know they're not going to make them because they know they can't make too much off of them. But that's a good way to kind of every once in a while keep the what are the toys doing? What are the new toys doing? I thought they were pretty creative.
They tried that with the Forky series right after the movie came out.
Yeah,
I remember Forky.
Yeah,
That's
it was
right.
They had like a Halloween short on Disney.
It's really good.
That was really good.
There was also this,
absolutely.
this like 1 minute series that they did like with just not just Toy Story characters, but with like every like Pixar character. So you had like Finding Dory and Incredibles and Coco and shit.
Coco.
Coco and shit.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that one.
Well, it's gonna be Coco 2, Coco and shit.
Coco and shit.
Yeah.
That's on Hulu, guys. That's on Hulu.
Yeah. Not on Disney Plus. They won't put that one on there.
Yeah. Part of Disney.
Travis is on Stars for you.
Yeah, it's a part of Disney Spotlight. Marvel Spotlight has that. Disney Spotlight, you're gonna adult stuff, but no, these all make sense.
Disney After Dark.
Hopefully they're great. I want these all to be good to great because I know I'll be seeing them all with my kids. So hopefully it's not a level of disappointment. Like I have Frozen's Frozen. I'm not a Frozen guy, unfortunately. Girls, luckily they've grown out of Frozen now. I haven't watched Frozen in like 6 months. I'm so happy about that. And my daughter, like I said, they're hype about Moana, so we'll be there, and it makes sense why they're going with smart choices, I think, for them, and see if they all work out or not. And they're not guarantees, right? We've had multiple sequels to billion-dollar movies that did not do well, like last year, right? Even Aquaman, that's doing better than expected, it's still not a $500 million, So just because Moana 2 is coming
out too, right?
Yeah, that's this year. Yeah.
See, here's my question: what? None of us are studio heads or secret studio heads or anything like that.
Chris, I am Geek for Studio.
That is true. Yeah, you
it's
are
a trademark.
Right.
I've paid a business license.
We have the head cheese.
That's true. I am. He is technically my employer.
Zero movies released March. Yeah. But anyways, Chris, go ahead.
The what do they consider now? Like, if we're not considering $1 billion like your typical anymore, what is success to them? You know.
At least breaking even.
Yeah.
Getting into the black, probably.
Exactly. Yeah. I feel like at least a profit. A profit.
700 million, 800.
Yeah.
Depending on how much the budget is to marketing.
Yeah. Fair.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that and has like staying power, like because even Elemental, I think they would look as a success. It still didn't cross 500 million, but we talked about before, right? Where it came out, the narrative was all bombed, but then it made a comeback and people liked it. So so I think even if they have like I won't say modest hit, but a hit that is like 500, 600, if it has good word of mouth and people like it, then I think they consider that. 'Cause I joke about like a profit, but you have stuff like the Marvels this year that didn't make a profit. I don't know. I don't think Wish or I don't know, but I don't know if Wish made a profit. I don't know what its budget was, but you have like a bunch of them that barely broke even. So I feel like just making that, but it's just, I feel like a profit and good word of mouth. So maybe there's room for another sequel, or just if people don't see in the theaters when it hits Disney Plus, oh, hey, I heard that was good. I'm going to check that out on streaming. Like Rob was talking about with the ads. It's like, hey, maybe people don't watch Moana 2 at the theaters, but then when it comes to Disney Plus and they got that ad tier, then make money off of that. So I think just
coming.
Quality is another thing. You can't promise a good movie, but I think they're hopefully going to aim for that. So.
I find it funny you mentioned streaming and how movies find a certain voice there. I mean, I'm just seeing lately, at least in the last week, that the Marvels is getting a lot more praise than it did when it was in the theater. Now that it's on Disney Plus, and I actually was like,
where were you all?
Where were you? Right, where were you all? And, a couple months ago when the movie came out. So,
that is exactly why we are getting all these sequels.
Yeah.
Right. Now that was called Captain Marvel 2, and it was a bit of a different thing. That might have made more money instead of calling it The Marvels, which was a terrible marketing play.
So how do we feel about Deadpool and Friend if that is the real title? That's the rumor going around, right? I think that is a bad idea.
Call it Deadpool 3.
Big swing and a miss.
Just keep it Deadpool 3. But like someone mentioned in the chat, do not replace the E with a 3. But
the deep 3 or whatever.
Yeah, they were doing that with Tron.
Just do Deadpool and Wolverine. Just go easy.
I could see it be like kind of the fake out. It's like Deadpool and Friend, and he kind of takes it off, like breaking the fourth wall.
That's what I'm hoping happens.
Yeah.
See that? I mean, when I saw that, I was like, okay, I see what they're going for there, but I don't see that actually sticking. I mean, maybe they'll.
Where
do
did
that.
it come from?
Where did it go?
I think there's a leaked screen grab of the trailer, and it has the name title on it because there's another leaked screen grab going as well, and that's the rumor. I'm like Chris, where I hope the joke is, Wolverine comes out, cuts it out, and it goes, just because it just feels like you got Hugh Jackman back in his most famous role, most famous comic movie roles, and I know it sounds stupid. People will see the trailer and see the posters, but still, just put Wolverine in the title if you're thinking about like success.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah, easy.
I think
done.
the name Deadpool just makes money.
It would be that I could hear him commentaries like, "Who says I'm your friend?" This is who I am, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would actually much prefer if they just went with the initial reveal and it's just the Deadpool logo and then you get the 3 Wolverine claws coming through it and that's it.
Bingo.
Just Deadpool 3,
Yep.
Bam. That's it. It's that simple. But
I love the hat logo that
Hey,
Feige was wearing. That
the
was
hat logo
awesome.
looks dope.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
give you
hat
that.
logo.
Yeah,
looks
logo's
good.
great.
But it's not in Feige I trust. It's in Reynolds I trust. That's the
Fair.
thing. It's
Yeah,
like
fair.
Reynolds always has his pulse.
Reynolds
on, like,
is a
you
bit
know,
of a hit or miss for me. Like I know he's like popular and stuff, but
Get
like
out.
he's a bit of a hit and miss for me. I know that's an unpopular
out.
opinion.
Get out.
I'm not getting out, Phil.
Get out.
I ain't
All right.
getting out. No.
I love Ryan Reynolds.
I
Get
know
out.
you're gonna kick me out, Dave. But I think just
there it is.
okay,
No,
fine.
just kidding. I'm not gonna kick you. But yeah, it's just, but I trust Reynolds, and I'm like wondering about that
I don't.
whole like, you know, and I'm wondering if it's just gonna be like, because again, we're talking about how that does not sound good, and then Reynolds is going, yeah, exactly. People are talking about it. Maybe it's gonna be a mark, and then all of a sudden, yeah, maybe in the next trailer they go, you know what? Yeah, that's terrible or something like that, and then they do like the Deadpool and Wolverine or something like that, which is, I think is going to end up being the title.
Do you remember that little like Deadpool Korg thing they did?
The what?
Remember that? Like,
Yeah.
Oh,
Deadpool
yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine if they do that after the first trailer, and Wolverine the whole time was like, "I don't like this title. This is terrible." And they're arguing,
God,
and then
that would
eventually
be
the
great.
name
Yeah,
changes
I
at
like
the end
that.
of it. It'd be a good marketing ploy.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, we're changing the
love that.
title.
We'll find out Sunday. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. Oh, that's
True.
true. Find out for
True.
sure.
We will
But
find out.
let's see. We have too much testosterone here. We need a female in here. We got Rhea joining right now. Hey, Rhea.
Hello.
Good evening, y'all.
How's it going?
Pretty good. And yeah, what did I miss?
You missed out. We talked a lot about the Disney stuff, and then of course now we're just kind of diving into the whole Deadpool anticipation when it comes to Sunday, the first trailer.
We're trying to figure out what the title of the film should be.
Yeah.
Is it not already out? Sorry, I feel like I'm so out of the loop.
Well, there's like a leak that says it's supposed to be called Deadpool and Friend as a joke, but we don't know if that's the actual title because like some kind of, it was like a scooper kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you feel about Deadpool and Friend?
I guess that I guess it's on brand with the sort of satirical, irreverent humor that Deadpool is known for. So I can see the vision that way. The Deadpool movies, they're also kind of hit or miss for me. I love certain moments in them, but as a whole, you know, I never really felt compelled to return to them to rewatch as much as, you know, other films. But yeah, I'm eager to go see it for sure. I think that it is a strong sort of like standalone IP within Marvel to, you know, just, you know, exist within it in and of itself. So yeah, I respect it for that.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of, but like I said, that title just seems like, okay, if they do that at first, it's not going to stick. There's the marketing for this. I mean, the marketing's technically already started with how things are. I mean, and especially the whole Emmy thing where they, you know, that was beautiful.
I think the marketing
was cringe. Did you say that was cringe?
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
said it was
God.
cringe.
I am going to kick you out. That was freaking.
Oh, no,
that's the way that you do it. That's the way that you do. That's
I
how
hear what
way
Axel says next to tick everyone off. This is great.
I know, right? Well, you know, he's the youngest one here. He's always going to say. I mean,
Yeah,
look at
that's
his Twitter feed is like 80% cringe. So just, you know.
80% cringe, 20%.
I'm eating rice.
Done, right?
I'm eating rice. It's like, okay, don't care. You know?
I think
don't care.
I'm gonna interject and agree with Chainsaw and a few other things, which is basically that Deadpool at its base is two things, which is meta commentary, and the other thing being that Deadpool is a character, and Ryan to an extent, they're trolls. So yeah, I definitely see the and friend thing being a troll move. I hope that that's the case. I mean, will I hate the movie if that's the official title? No, I'll still see it, but I think Deadpool 3 is simple, sweet, or Deadpool Wolverine. Like, get to the heart of. Yeah.
Well, remember what he said too, in the sense of that whole thing with the photos coming out from that sequence, and then he comes out and then starts saying, "Oh, look what else we've got," and then start flooding it with the fake stuff. So we could easily see him being, I'm gonna purposely try to find a way to like screw over the scoopers and think that they're gonna do this. This could, like you said, he could be trolling it.
That's a really great point, Chris, because it was immediately the thing I thought of when Dave mentioned that the marketing is kicked off, because that's to me when the marketing really kicked off, when those very spoilery set images of certain characters debuted, and then Ryan Reynolds was like, "Oh yeah, see who else we've got in this movie? We've got the alien, we've got the Predator, we've got Mickey Mouse with a giant bag of money, we've got everyone under the Disney umbrella popping up in this movie," and it's like, well played.
Now watch them actually be in the movie though.
I would
Did you guys see that post of
That'd be
Michael
great.
Chiklis made?
What was that?
Hello? Yes. Did you see that that post Michael Chiklis made?
I was just about to bring that up.
I didn't see his post, but I saw his comments. I saw what he said.
It was this right here where I can't share because there's too many people here. But yeah, there apparently screen sharing is canceled.
I'll see myself out.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. But let me see. Let me try to again. There it goes.
There you
go. Yeah, it's this one right here where he said, "FYI, folks, this is fake. Sorry to disappoint. So many people have asked me about it. I feel it's necessary to clear it up. I do not know they're casting them, but not my place to tell you. But I will say this: I'm a fan of his work and wish him luck and success." I know apparently this was going around, which is obviously a fake, but that's pretty funny.
That was so bad.
Yeah,
it's so bad.
That's bad. That is a bad.
I'm pretty sure that was for Colossus.
It was Colossus. Yeah. Can you scroll down? There's a picture of the real thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to see the real thing because this looks like three sections of three different bodies, like head, body, leg.
Like an action
someone
figure.
shares the real photo.
Assemble your own character.
Very good. I like that. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
So you got mocap, and then you got a base, and then mocap. I just love how that was designed right there. So, but now the Thing's not going to be in there. He's not going to be in there. It would be funny though if he actually does make a.
Wasn't there that rumor that Mila Kunis was going to be the Thing or something like a gender bent? Yeah, I was like,
okay, for the new Fantastic Four.
Yeah, for the new Fantastic Four. I was like, okay, that's obviously bullshit.
Which is funny because there was like the whole Pedro Pascal thing, and when it came to the SAG-AFTRA foundation of whatever, and they added to his bio of and he's gonna be in Fantastic Four, and then I was like, oh, okay, so they somebody made an oopsies, and then it was like, okay, so we did that, and then they removed it, and then I even, like I said, I talked about it, and I even referred to your tweet because you said but maybe whoever filled out the bio just was kind of going by the reports. Did you what do you gather when it comes to that?
Yeah, so that dropped, and everyone said SAG-AFTRA confirmed, it's official, and it's like, well, one, that's not SAG-AFTRA. That's SAG-AFTRA Foundation. Right. It's a non-profit by a different team with a different comms team, run by a random editorial intern who just wrote what everyone see online. Probably doesn't even care about superheroes.
Right.
It's not official at all, and no one at SAG-AFTRA knows anything about that. People ran that
intern no longer works
as official, and of course they updated it. I actually reached out to everyone who worked there, and I called their New York office and left a message, and I'm sure Disney saw that and screamed at them as always. So it didn't last long, but the trades kind of made it clear who we can expect to be the casting, and so all these fake things are happening, which probably leads to the other thing you wanted to talk about, right, Dave? The Instagram post that vanished.
Yes.
The account that vanished.
Not just the post, the whole account is gone.
Matt Shakman.
I didn't know
his account.
Oh, I didn't know
Mikey
that.
went hard.
Yeah.
Matt Shakman.
Which one? Okay, wait. Which one? Which Instagram post?
So the Instagrams. Okay. Not only did SAG-AFTRA officially confirm, which is all fake. But Matt Shakman, the director.
Yeah. Okay.
I saw.
I thought somebody
allegedly
said another name, but
did a story, Instagram story. Yeah, you'll have it pop up. Yeah. So
So we got to get past the whole happy birthday, Tom Hiddleston.
Wait,
by the way, happy birthday. And then there's that right there.
and then his account no longer exists.
Yeah,
that's
wow. That's another. That video you just showed. Where did you find that? Is that live right now?
Well, that's that. I typed in his name, and that's what I got.
That's a new fake one. The real Matt Shakman take away one of the ends is
no longer on Instagram.
Yeah.
on Instagram. Yeah,
Wow.
but it's also not a real Matt Shakman.
Yeah. Okay, so it's all fake.
Yeah.
As always, yes. So everyone
It's
said
fake
it's
news.
official. The director shared. I'm sure you saw what they shared. It was from puberty, just like a repurposer on Instagram. Shared fan art of Pedro as Reed Richards, and people assumed that this Matt Shakman account was real, even though it was unverified, created only 2 years ago. Right? Had only 4 posts and nothing personal, and used a stock image from IMDb. And Matt Shakman, who already worked with Disney on WandaVision, who's a genius and worked on Always Sunny, thinks he's not savvy enough to like do that, like to actually post fan casting, like moments before they're. It's just insane, and everyone's running with it as if it's a real thing. Yeah. And it's like I just kind of laugh at it. And the truth is, it probably is real. Like he is Reed Richards, as far as we know from the trades, but still. Right. Everyone's running these fake accounts and fake news stories as real things, and
gotta get them clicks, man. Gotta get them.
It's infuriating.
Well, that's the thing. It's like you do this and then you talk about it, and then we don't know exactly which is which. And then did you see like this right here when it came to Pedro Pascal being asked about it?
Oh yeah.
At the foundation.
And then again, I don't know what's official, but you might be joining the MCU in Fantastic Four. I've seen that reported as fact, but I never know if that's
You
fact.
said this was a 90-minute.
Okay, so it's not reported as
Tell the
fact.
truth. It's like past 90 minutes. Like
2 minutes.
So he just straight
I love
out
Pedro.
like,
He's so smooth.
Bypassed
He's so
it.
good.
Very well done. Well
He's
done.
so good.
That's a pro right there. That's a
Yes.
pro right there. He knew, I mean, he didn't even flinch. He was
Poor
like,
guy.
"Oh, by the way, this is done, right?" You know. So, but I mean, hey, if Pedro's it, I don't. At first I was like, whatever. But I love Pedro, fine. But at the same time, it's like it's just so weird how it's official but unofficial. It's unofficially official.
The whole thing's so silly. Yeah, they've been. As far as we know, they're all cast and just waiting to announce it.
So they have to be.
To
So
go
when
back,
it comes out May next year.
The funniest idea. It's a complete rumor. It's just such a rumor. But someone on another account was sharing the idea that what if the Deadpool trailer ends with Deadpool just announcing the cast? And it's like that actually makes sense. Use the Super Bowl spot they paid $5 million for and unveil the cast in the costume. Because for all we know, they could show up in that film for a cameo, given its multiversal nature. So
that would be amazing.
Wasn't
that would be a
the
genius play.
Wasn't Fan Four Stick meant to cameo in Deadpool too? Like I saw concept art of that.
At one point they were.
They were.
At
Yes.
one point they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They wanted the Miles Teller crew. Yeah.
Wow.
They wanted
then
everybody.
For some reason, they said no. It's so weird.
Then they saw 30 minutes. I was like, oh god, we've made a horrible mistake.
See, that should have motivated. Then they should have saw it 30 minutes. Actually, we got to get this crew because we can have some real fun with this situation. I feel like the cast now, especially so many years later, like they'd poke fun at. Like I feel like you're gonna get a little bit of Gardner in this movie. Like, cause not I like the Daredevil movie, but not everyone does, right? And for a while, like everyone made fun of. I feel like if the internet was around in 2003, her fighting the sandbags would have been a meme everywhere. You know, like that's something that was talked about at school. But I loved that movie when I was a kid. So I would love Rob's idea, even in the future, if it wasn't Deadpool, just another big casting. Like if they were to have X-Men announce it there, because I just feel like I know the ideas we're waiting till Comic-Con, but I just also feel like the hype is just. It's already gone, not for the movie, just like that idea of like that rush of, oh, your notification goes off. Oh shit, this person. It's just like now it's got to the point where like, okay, yeah, we know. And I feel like even more so at Comic-Con, like of course I'm not gonna say that people are gonna boo or not cheer, but it's just like it doesn't have that same chutzpah of like, oh, and guess who's coming out? It's just, yeah, we know this is the one. I always equate it
Henry
to
Cavill is
the
coming to
Investors
Comic-Con.
Day. Yeah, I always equate to Investors Day when Kevin Feige announced that Haley Steinfeld was playing Kate Bishop a week after there's already set photos of her playing Kate Bishop. So it was like, dude, like this is not like just confirm it. You know, like just say in an interview while you're doing press for Deadpool. Well, oh yeah, those people are it. Like remember he did do that with Charlie Cox. He did do that. Yeah. He said next time you see Daredevil, he'll be played by Charlie Cox, and it was very random, but I appreciate it because it's just like, okay, he's coming in a few weeks. Why not?
Yeah,
but
that was right. That was right during the No Way Home stuff, right before.
It was, when everyone just knew, right? It was pretty much just fact. It was leaked. So he's like, yeah, it's true. I was like, cool.
Yeah, he wasn't playing the werewolf like Garfield was.
Yeah. That Investor Day thing, like the way he worded it, like announcing her as Kate Bishop, he's like, and I can confirm. But if you listen, there were certain things he would announce that we already knew. But he's like, I can confirm this is true and other things, and I can announce so there's like different wording. But
it's like, what the fuck else was she doing on set then? If she can't,
he's like, I know everybody knows.
Visiting her cousin.
Yeah. And you know how and that's why Feige's probably like very antsy. Like, no one can say this until I'm ready to say it.
Well, it's
I don't
not
know
always
why he's
him.
waiting.
It's when Disney's sometimes ready to say it, and sometimes that's tied to moving the stock price. Quite literally.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
If we want to be really
And-
fair, it's got to be when the lawyers are ready too. At that point,
True.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Or not. Again, sort of. Stock price trumps all because again, we just talked about Moana 2. The 2 lead actors are not signed for that, but they had to announce it, and those actors had to tweet about it, but they're not signed fully. There's like.
Do you
some
think they're going to
agreements
wait
in place.
till after Deadpool 3 marketing starts to do? Because they maybe they don't want to do it right before Deadpool 3 starts its marketing to announce Fantastic Four.
Oh yeah,
Like
of
the
course.
casting. Yeah.
Time with marketing, you mean? Like, but during Deadpool marketing?
Maybe they didn't want to announce Fantastic Four right before Deadpool 3 starts its marketing, like because.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I think
that's probably why they're waiting.
So you're talking about Moana?
Moana is Fantastic Four.
Will they wait to promote
Don't
Moana
announce
after
Moana before
Deadpool?
Deadpool 3 comes out because we're trying to grab the audience.
It all hinges.
I'm just
It's
wondering,
the
like,
same audience.
If Fantastic Four is, if it's already cast, they're probably waiting until after Deadpool.
They are waiting, so it makes sense to tie in. The genius idea is to do it this weekend. They are spending millions and millions and millions of dollars and using Ryan Reynolds' marketing firm, which expectations could not be higher, and the expense could not be higher. So to me, it's like this is when they should just show everything.
And it's also interesting where you see, like, because again, Deadpool 3 comes out after San Diego,
like the weekend of, right? July 26th.
July 27th, 7th, 6th.
Yeah, I think it's a week after or something, right? Because
week
July's
after,
usually
yeah.
early Comic-Con, right?
I wouldn't be surprised if
Could
they
be
just
wrong.
straight up
It could be
screened
like
it at
middle of the
Comic
week.
Con.
I wouldn't either.
I don't think they will for
No,
leaks
not
though,
for this
because
one. Yeah.
people it's gonna be like the Flash where people see it and then
Leaks?
everything is on the website. It's
Travis.
like, this person dies. This person.
I also don't think that Tom Cruise is going to screen it this time either. So
No.
Oh, yeah. No. Here's the question, Travis. How did the Deadpool franchise start? What was leaked and when?
That's true, but it was just a scene, right? Where this is like
It
if
was
you
the
have
entire pitch during Comic Con.
It was, yeah, no, that's true. I just mean like if you have like a Chris Evans as Human Torch, some fun stuff like that. I don't think they want that to come out in like a screen grab for a screenshot somebody in Comic Con. Like I think there's certain things,
But when's the junkie gonna be?
When is San Diego Comic Con this
If
year?
it's a week later, they're gonna be doing the world tour for weeks leading up to that anyway. So
Okay,
a whole
so
month.
Comic-Con
Which
this
means
year-
it'll be screened around the world, unless they're gonna hold it back.
Comic-Con this year is literally the weekend Deadpool comes out, July 21st.
Oh, okay.
July
I thought it was a week after.
It's
So then,
literally the weekend.
okay.
out.
yeah, I think they do a screening then.
They're
That's
probably
going to
have a free screening of Deadpool there.
Yeah, and
if
you
I
can
had
watch
to-
it with the cast or something.
Hopefully
yeah,
that's progress.
so-
They could be announcing sequels or something by then. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true too.
Deadpool
I
4
honestly think
is
that would
happening.
be the safest place for them to announce the cast for Fantastic Four. Would be that weekend at Comic-Con. Personally.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, it's supposed to come out in May of next year.
It's not coming out in May, David.
Yeah,
There's no way.
Fantastic Four starts
They're gonna push it
shooting.
back.
Is that the
September,
one that-
August. That was the last
Oh,
word.
I thought it was June. Okay,
there's no way.
It keeps getting pushed back because at one point it was March, and that's the funny thing because Thunderbolts is about to shoot next month,
And they're
but
also
Iger said that
they're shooting
Fantastic
this
Four is I think you might be right. This month, next month, and Iger said that Thunderbolts is not coming out this year; it's coming out next year. But Fantastic or whatever, it's saying F4 is coming out before Thunderbolts, and Thunderbolts is shooting right now where F4 is not. So it's like I don't know what's going on there, but
it's like Fex. He's trying to make it happen. Stop trying to make Fantastic Four happen next year. It's not.
Yeah, I think it
Well, it
will.
can
Just I
happen
think
next year.
I think it's going to be November. I think it's gonna because right now Blade has that November slot,
Yeah,
and
it's
that's
gonna
not
take
going
the
to
Blade
happen.
God.
Yeah.
I'm with Chris. I'm with Chris in that I think the Blade video game is going to happen before the Blade movie.
Oh man.
No.
Mark my words. I'll be playing that video game before
on that one.
that
The
movie.
video game is going to help market the movie. That's what they're going to do.
There we go. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's just so much. But that's what I hate when they actually like plan these release dates because it never fucking happens. It never happens.
Well,
have you ever heard of one of these movies actually like the first release date that they actually put? Does it ever stick?
Guardians 3, man, they pull off because Gunn said they never
Guardians 3,
delayed.
okay,
Yeah,
well,
they
hey,
did,
you know,
yeah.
and hopefully Superman Legacy. And
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
actually
But,
work.
but it's also a business move too, because in the sense of like, okay, yeah, he keeps on saying
Yeah.
it's in fact they're holding that for something else because
Yeah.
the second they release it, they've got to either have something ready to go or some studio is going to jump
all
on
for
it.
the investors.
It's literally just saying Shotgun. It's just the press version of Shotgun, and now Disney has that date. So you go, okay, we're not going to put anything May that weekend. Let's do something else. So Chris is right. The same way as like right now, if F4 is there, if it delays, I'm sure they'll just put something else Disney related that weekend. You know.
Yeah, but what?
Probably.
I thought it was going to be Mandalorian and Grogu, but that's not coming out to 2026. I thought, yeah, because I thought that release for F4 is May 2nd. So I'm like, okay, you're close to May the 4th. You can do that, but no, it's still not till 2 years away. So I don't know what the fuck they're going to put there. So,
Rhea, you're a big gamer. What did you think about the whole Disney World thing, the Epic Games, them teaming up and doing like the whole Disney thing?
Oh yeah, I talked about this last night with folks on another panel. So my concerns were that the last time Disney, sort of partnered with another studio was with EA, and they kind of, bumped heads about the games that they were releasing. I think it was like, the Battlefront series, and I think there was an action adventure for single player game as well that, had its production issues as well, and really prolific, high profile talent ended up leaving. So yeah, I'm hoping that the folks who were part of that regime who were working with EA, either they have shifted to another sector, or they learned their lesson that these partnerships with huge IPs do matter, and the optics of maintaining the audience who are anticipating it, especially with the Battlefront series with EA. But going back to Epic that you were saying, I think the key difference is that Disney had oversight over projects that were in production, not necessarily published and already out. Whereas with Epic, they are kind of integrating into an environment of existing IPs where the infrastructure is already there. They can't exude too much influence there. Well, like they are giving license to their characters, and I'm sure there's going to be, some input, for lack of a better word, over how to represent those characters. In fact, I think Rob, you said it so perfectly about Disney Infinity. So perhaps there might be some room to have creative license, especially with Disney Speedstorm, which I love, is like a live service kart racer. Where Rob, I think you pointed out that certain characters in Disney Infinity could only be presented a certain way, and if we wanted certain characters on screen with one another, like there was all this red tape around it and bureaucracy. Whereas with Disney Speedstorm, it seems like Disney has also learned its lesson as far as like, okay, yeah, we got to be more flexible with our umbrella of different community, or not communities, but like different IPs that sort of live within different areas of the company, and they have to learn to play nice, basically. So I'm seeing a lot of progress. I'm seeing a lot of growth in how open-minded Disney is being with take other folks taking creative liberties with their brand. So that's super encouraging. Yeah, sorry for the rant.
No. I wanted to get your input because I know like you'd like to play, and so I was like, because we talked about it earlier before you came in here. Yeah, no, you make some good point. I mean, it's true. It's just like you said, what Rob said and everything. So I mean, hopefully, but obviously this is something that's going to be coming out. It's a tease, and now we're not going to get it for another couple of years. So. But yeah, we'll see how it all gets handled. To be honest, I think it was a right move to just be like, hey, we got all this. Let's just cram it all in here. Let's just do it and bring this experience to people, and hopefully it all works out.
I was kind of speculating too that we hear about a lot of acquisitions of different studios, a lot of partnerships that turn into this bridge into just becoming consumed by the company with the most revenue, or like the most equity or liquid assets to acquire their partner. So I'm wondering if, because Disney already shelled out over $1 billion, I'm wondering if they are the primary stakeholder at this point. Like, are they basically going to have oversight over the studio ongoing? Do they, like you mentioned, Dave, in the next couple of years, having more projects where they can, exude that, executive authority, like, whereas, they're sort of integrating into major IPs right now. So yes, I'm speculating that in the same way that we're seeing Microsoft, sort of unfortunately, sort of, close down a lot of studios, get rid of a lot of creative talent. That's very sad. But I guess I'm alluding to that example as like, yeah, like, these big brands like that are acquiring all these different IPs. I still speculate that it'll integrate into the wider realm of entertainment, whether it be, movie studios. I don't think that game studios are going to be the end all be all for these brands. Certainly not with Microsoft, and certainly not, with Disney. Like, they're a conglomerate, they're like an octopus, like in all, sectors of entertainment. So
well said.
Didn't it also say that you can actually watch things within this universe too? You can watch movies, and not to mention, like, you could watch sporting events, because they had like the whole ESPN thing. It's like, it's going to be one of those things where it's just like, okay, yeah, well, like when you're playing with the character and you want to like stop, take a break, watch a game or watch a movie or watch an episode, you're going to be able to do that within the world.
Didn't they stream Tenet in Fortnite?
Yeah,
They did.
Yeah, they did.
They've done live concerts and lots of trailer reveals within.
Oh, that's
Fortnite.
right. They have. You're right.
They even revealed Palpatine's speech for Rising.
That was the origin for how he came back. And
right.
Yeah.
Somehow came back.
Again, Palpatine somehow returned.
Somehow
Consume
returned.
content
like that movie.
in your content.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the
Never
picture
leave
picture
your
feature on your iPhone. I love that. I can watch my YouTube videos while I'm scrolling on, Twitter or TikTok.
Yeah,
watching more videos while I'm watching a video.
Jeez,
Inception.
Simulation into a simulation.
It's Inception.
It totally is.
Figured it out.
Exactly. Just how much time do you lose and somebody do a
It's
kick?
multitasking.
No,
I don't.
That's it.
I don't know if you guys know this, but now that they're streaming on different platforms for the Super Bowl, Nickelodeon is putting out the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And supposedly they're making up for past sins, and they're going to stream, or they're going to recreate.
Which sins are you talking about there?
no, they're going to recreate the.
I saw the trailer for the documentary today. It looks animated. Yeah.
No, God,
Yeah,
Jesus
I know,
Christ, no, not that thing. No. I was talking about good memories.
Not those sins. Not those sins. Sorry.
Jesus Christ.
The Freudian slip there. Yeah.
No. The whole controversy dealing with the SpongeBob Bowl or whatever, they're going to recreate that for the Nickelodeon stream, I guess. So they're going to actually, I don't know if it's going to be 3D animation or if they're just going to stream part of that episode, but they're going to show like when they did that concert.
I wouldn't be shocked if they redid it in 3D. I would not at all be shocked if they redid it in 3D.
I think it is. I think they tease it's remade. They remade it.
Okay, yeah.
There it is.
What
But
the
yes,
fuck is the SpongeBob Bowl?
Okay, so in
Victory, baby.
Wasn't that enough?
They could have made it less clunky and just called it the Sponge Bowl.
There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect. Anyways,
but there was this whole
since he wears square pants. Yeah, go on.
The sins past that I'm referring to is that I guess in one of the Super Bowls they were Steven Hillenburg had passed, and there was rumors that they were going to show, or they were going to do the scene from this classic episode where Squidward has to train his band to play at essentially the Super Bowl, essentially.
Right.
So.
Right.
They were going to show that, I guess, but it got overdone by a performance from like at the actual like halftime show, basically. But a lot of SpongeBob fans were like annoyed by that, and now that it's actually streaming on Nickelodeon, they've decided that this is the time to make up for that, basically.
So. And it's funny too, because I think I heard today that like they're gonna obviously have some of the commercials that you see on the regular broadcast on CBS, but they're also gonna have distinctive like commercials that are also like for the Nickelodeon audience, because obviously you have to do that. I mean, let's face it, it's like it's so weird how much it costs to do. And I love when it comes to movies, it's like, hey, here's a 30-second spot, but you can watch the full 3-minute trailer online, and I love that that's the case now.
So
saves money.
The full Super Bowl's on Nickelodeon.
Yes.
Why? Why is
because
this
it's a
thing?
Viacom It's a Viacom.
Okay.
Viacom.
I've not heard any of this. So it's always new. Sponge Bowl, Nickelodeon Super Bowl. I'm learning everything about Nickelodeon right now. But okay, I did not know that the Super Bowl is on fucking Nickelodeon. I live in fucking Canada where we have to have 70% of the commercials be Canadian, so we get the same shit over. I gotta see a preview for The Good Doctor every time. I just find a feed somehow in American. But yeah, we get like 25% of the like good commercials. It's fucking.
They're all on YouTube like right after, aren't they?
Yeah, I know. It's just like the problem is in Canada they just
I've
show the same thing over and over and over. And God,
what I love about the internet or like the social media age is like the fact that we get the commercials before we get the commercials. It's like I've already seen a couple of commercials that are supposed to be showing up, and I'm like, why are they showing them already online?
They've already dropped TV spots before they're supposed to air at the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
They've already done it.
There's one with us all the time. That way we can go to the bathroom or eat something. That way we don't feel like we're missing anything anymore.
No, I'm doing that when Usher's on. So
it's real estate.
Oh,
that's what the halftime show is for. No matter who's on there.
Yeah. Oh, geez. I can't. Well,
I won't say that. I just not Usher fans. That's why.
And we get commercials for the commercials, or for the
It
ads.
could be a commercial
the
for
teasers
what?
that you get anticipation built up to watch the real ad during the Super Bowl.
You're not wrong.
Pretty much what it is now. I mean, that's what's cool. But I remember last year because one of the biggest trailers that everybody was anticipating was The Flash. And, they dropped it online and it was like, oh, there it is. And then, you see the shorter version online or on the TV. And I remember even everybody just going like, what? Michael Keaton's back? Because I was at a little Super Bowl party. And I'm like, oh, maybe this movie's going to make a bunch of money.
Whoops. Yeah, those people that were excited at the party sure didn't see it.
Nope,
I had the same thing though. My in-laws knew nothing about that, and they're like, I can't wait. I'm definitely gonna go see that. And came time this summer, like, yeah, we didn't go see that. So I had the same thing where people that were mainstream had no idea, saw the trailer, like, oh, I can't wait to see this. And when it came time to see it, they didn't.
They should have changed the release date. All right, we're releasing in a month. We're changing it. Let's go. Capitalize on it.
Hold on, Travis. Be fair. They probably saw it at any of the 50 free screenings that they had before the movie came out.
Of course. Yeah, my in-laws.
Oh yeah, I was one of those too when I saw it the second time. Yeah,
I got invited like 4 different screenings of The Flash. I didn't get into any one of them before the movie debuted. I just seen it in IMAX the day it
came here. But if you do the math on those screenings, if you do the math on those screenings and just average an average ticket type price, those screenings is not what hurt that number. If that would have been all that hurt that number, somebody would have cracked champagne. So I hear that all the time because we did. I did 4 of them here, and that had really nothing to do with that number. That's just a consequence of bad management. Bad management has consequences. That's all.
Wait a minute. WB has bad management?
Since when?
No.
No way.
That's crazy.
Warner Brothers? No.
The perfect company?
Well, mostly what they inherited.
You're exactly right, William. You're exactly right.
They inherited a steaming pile of shit, is what they inherited. And as much as you want to, you can vilify a lot of the people, and they have made some bad decisions. Mm-hmm. But most of the decisions that they're getting blasted for lately is for things that should have never happened to begin with, and that's the consequences of bad management. Mm-hmm. When you have to clean up after somebody, it's not pretty. You're always going to come out with shit on yourself, and everybody's going to look at you as a person that, why are you doing this? But and they don't realize, like I said, math is undefeated. Fanboy feelings don't pay for shit. So they inherited.
This is a good lead into the whole Acme versus
thing
that got talked about today. I mean, it's one of those things that's like it got brought up, of course, like back in October or whatever the hell when they talked about it, and then of course now it's like it's back again where like Warner Brothers tried to sell it. And I knew, and I remember talking to my friend who's in the business. He was like, oh yeah, they're going to try to sell it, but they're not going to try to sell it cheap. They're trying to sell it and make a profit, and nobody's going to want to buy it.
They're trying to sell it to break even.
Yes,
they're trying to sell it to break even. And when they said they were going to sell it, when people were like, oh, we won our hashtag campaign, I'm like, bullshit. Nope. They were never going to sell that for anything less than they broke even for. It's more advantageous for them as a write-off than anything else. They didn't make it.
Business sense.
That's one of the turds. And like I said, I'm not knocking the quality of the movie because we haven't seen it. But at the same time, you have to understand where animation is for Warner Brothers. It has a place in people's hearts, But like I said, you try paying for something with that emotion. It just you got to go with the math. It always comes back to the math, and they're making the absolute right decision there. Unfortunately, it's like I said, it sucks for people who make this content, but there's a whole bunch of people who to blame. Most of them have been chased from the company. Go hashtag them. Go jump on their on their Twitter. But most of the stuff that they're getting rid of is stuff that they didn't make.
Yeah.
That they were inherited, and if they didn't think they were going to make money, plus. Like I said, they got people who are way smarter than us sitting in front of a screen determining their projections on whether they can make money off of the initial investment. And why should they take anything less than it was going to cost them when they can get the full tax credit? That's dumb. Nobody here would take less than what they spent on something or what they're on the hook for. Nobody. They'll say that on the internet, but if you came with a transaction and, hey, Dave, I want to buy something from you, but I want you to lose money on it. You're gonna laugh me out of your face, right? And everybody would, but yet nobody can understand why this thing, is going the way it's going. It's called.
I mean, there's a lot of emotions that happen with it, and then of course, I kind of made the jab at the beginning of the show today. It was like, I'm like, how many of these people would have actually went to the movie theater and actually watched it, who are making a big stink out of it? And I would say probably about half. Yeah. I'm not saying that, not everyone, but I mean, some people just want to get angry for being angry, for sure. Yeah. But at the same time, I mean, I get why it's like, especially when you have like the creators that are posting about it too. And it sucks. Yes. I hate that their movie is being treated this way, because I'm a Looney Tunes fan. I would have paid to go see it. I would have then watched it also on my streaming service. So I would have been like the customer that they wanted for that movie. But not everybody's going to be like that, of course. But yeah, at the same time, it's like I'm not running the studio. I'm not part of the business, and I get the logistics when it comes to that. And trying to sell it to other streaming services and whatever. It's like, yeah, they were not going to try to sell it cheap, and none of the streaming services were going to be like, oh yeah, we're going to buy that for $70 million. No, they weren't going to do that. There was no way.
That tells you something.
Yeah, they accepted no counteroffer, from what I understand.
Yeah. What's up?
They accepted no counteroffer from any other studio that planned on buying it. Even
Paramount. They should have never attempted to sell it, because there is no advantage in it versus the advantage that they were going to get with the limited tool that you have after a post merger. There's no reason for them. They should have never even tried that.
No. I take issue with that point. That there was the PR move was not just for the audience and the to me the meaningless, like you said, the hashtag campaign is meaningless. What Twitter says is fucking meaningless. I always say that because the numbers just don't add up to anything. What it was, though, it was a big problem for animation and filmmakers, though. Warner Bros. Is such a bad rap right now. What it did, forcing day and date and streaming with HBO Max, burned some relationships. Yep. We talk about Chris Nolan all day and Denis. They're making up for that now, but with Dune 2 and such. But if they did not give a chance for this movie to live, there was crews and relationships and executives who would never work with Warner Brothers again. So they had to give it a chance.
They're supposed to lose, but none of that comes out.
No, not supposed to lose. Give it a chance to sell. The secondary point, that's my counterpoint to that. There's a reason to try to sell it. What's weird, though, is they're not trying to negotiate in good faith, because they tried to offer it up, but it was a take it or leave it deal. That's not negotiating.
They never meant to sell it. They weren't going to sell it. They were 100%. Never going
that's the not in good faith part. So I think this is going to bite them a little bit in the long run. The whole thing is silly. Like, Netflix could buy it for $40 if they could break even on that, and they crush it on streaming. They could
but what if I'm Warner Brothers? Why do I take a $30 million?
I'm not disagreeing with you. You're telling me numbers. I'm telling you, yes, those numbers. Also, Warner Brothers evil. This is there's repercussions to this part of it, right? The real issue is beyond Warner Brothers. It's that for some reason there's no regulatory action against being able to write down artistic investments like this.
Right.
It is insane to me that there's a tax benefit, like anti-taxpayer benefit for writing down this.
It's only following a merger. That's what I mean. It makes no sense, 0 cents. I don't care whose bridges are burning. You have a limited amount of time post-merger to take a certain amount of write-down. So they don't have a lot of time to come to this decision.
Oh, so totally.
Taking deals in bad faith when you know the rest of the studios are going to lowball you because they know there's a certain floor that you're not going to go below. So it never made any sense for them. They should have came out once they made their decision that they were going to write it down. That should have been it. They should have never. Their mistake was coming out and giving that bullshit. Yeah, we're going to put it on them. They were never going to sell that.
Yeah, I agree.
They were never going to sell that. And as far as the day and date thing, I always say, like I said, I'm a big Dune fan and I'm a huge Denny fan. But as much as I love that movie, I know because we promoted the shit out of that movie. And there was no way that the majority of the people that got to see it for free were going to go pay for that. As much money that they made in the box office, a lot of the audience that's going to make Dune Part 2 a crap load of money, possibly over $1 billion, is because they got to see it without that investment, without that risk. So the day and date thing, be honest with you, that's, people can malign it, but given where the industry is going, like I said, we can't be dinosaurs and caveman when the spaceship is landing,
Yeah, well, that would kill during COVID.
think,
There was no choice, but yeah.
I think like a happy medium I can kind of throw into the pot between Robin Williams' point is they could have given the consumer the option to pay a higher premium to consume that content, maybe for a period of time, and maybe it wouldn't have even stacked up to be anything close to that 70 million, but it would have been like a litmus test to kind of qualify the model of okay, yeah, day and date, the way William is saying, and Rob's point about give the consumer the option to validate the existence of this content, I guess, and yeah, have them pay the premium to watch it exclusively on the streaming platform day and day of it releasing in theaters. And I actually really liked that that business model that Disney sort of experimented with, I think in 2021 or so with Black Widow.
Right.
Yeah. I thought that was a really, really cool idea. And I'm kind of confused why they didn't, push it forward, but I guess the legal fallout with, Scarlett Johansson and just sort of moving forward with that idea, blah, 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 blah. We all know that. Anyway, I really think that would have been a happy medium between let the consumer show you that they're interested by paying that premium, and have it be on your streaming platform. But yeah, I guess it comes into question, well, this content already existed and the previous regime sort of had this amount of money sunken into it. We can now write it off and make more money immediately, or during tax season or whatever. Yeah, they get some relief from it. So I understand that specific example. But to Rob's point, I think for future content where they're going to be a little bit more frugal and strategic about what they invest in, as far as what they produce, that would be a great way to further explore that streaming platform model for content to come out on exclusively, and drive subscribers to go on that platform in order to pay that premium to watch that content right away. And yeah, I'll rant over part 2.
Yeah, well, when they get healthier, when they're not 29 billion in debt, when they're not on like I said, on a race to try to take care, take advantage of these things that are locked into the law that allows for post-merger. Yeah, and their product on things that they produce under their framework, under their plan, I would agree 100%. For some stuff you inherited that in when you were looking at Warner Brothers, how their animation has been, and what this current regime thinks of animation, it made 0 sense for them to do nothing but write it off. It made 0 sense for them to even attempt to do what they were doing when they knew exactly where they were going to end up.
I guess my counterpoint is it's not in favor of a studio to have net profit because they have to report on that and pay taxes on that. So being in perpetual debt, I'm going to play devil's advocate. That's the American model. We live on credit. A lot of folks just are in perpetual debt, whether it be a mortgage, business loan, yada yada yada. So we're constantly pulling out lines of credit in order to get to the next project that potentially will lead us to being off to pay some of that debt, but still be in debt, and then just kind of fluctuating the amount of debt that you're in it, but you're still able to cover your operational costs while still being in debt, basically. So I guess so William, to your point, I don't see it in favor. I don't see WBD ever coming out of that 29 billion hole. It's forgone, it's a that's never going to happen. They're never going to gain a net profit off of that. So they have to, find a way to liquidate the assets that they have, with the Coyote movie. And just, kind of continue to just, go, month to month, quarter to quarter or whatever, just to be able to, I guess, continue to pull lines of credit when and where like they need to, get to the next quarter. So I don't think they have like a quote unquote 10-year plan per se, or any sort of like long-term plan that outside of maybe like a production pipeline of IPs that they hope to, come out down the road. Just that, I think that was more just like an optics thing to get folks, buzzing about it. But in terms of realistically how they operate as, this huge company that's so much in insurmountable debt, I think they're going, quarter to quarter. I don't really see them like they're just trying to get through the day, basically. So yeah, with these, so that's just my take.
Well, they're trying to get the weight off of their stock. Like I said, when your stock is under 10, one of the reasons why their stock is so low is because of the weight of that debt. So for every dollar you have coming back, that percentage is going back to, you got outstanding loans, you got interest, you got all kinds of stuff that's out there that's killing your stock per dollar. So, and this is the kind of stuff, once you decrease a certain amount of debt, even if you don't make up the 29 billion, you come down to 25, that still gives a prospect of your company that's much higher than it was at 30 billion in debt. So
I do want to also add that, you can get by just paying the interest on that debt, like just to keep your head above water. So like, I know it's in theory it's not, but in reality it works. So yeah, like, that $80 million, that pays off the interest on, part of that 29 billion, let's say. And you keep, the loan sharks off your back, for another quarter because you were able to scrounge up, the money to pay the fig, but not necessarily the principal of that core loan. So yes, that's basically how I'm trying to, to visualize how they're, able to keep their head above water while, still being in perpetual debt.
They're trying. I mean, hey, but Tom Cruise is going to save it all, right?
No. 100%.
No.
I would say Phil and I discuss all the time, basically, that like, I think only a merger with like a much bigger company is going to save them at this point. And I mean,
what?
I know, right? Well, I know it's something new to say, but I mean, Phil and I are still.
Bob Iger is going to come over from Disney.
No, see, I don't think Disney's going to be the one to do it because Disney's been buying so many things at this point, and I think
still hurting for Fox.
I didn't say Disney. I said Bob Iger.
Just Bob Iger, huh? Just gonna.
Yeah. He's
gonna grab the Infinity Gauntlet.
Too much heat's going on in Disney. He's like, you know what? I'm over here. Elon, you could take that. I'm gonna go over here. I don't know.
Oh God,
Elon. President.
It'll be Apple or Amazon will be the only two.
Yeah, I mean, Apple and Amazon very well could do it. I mean, Phil and I are still rooting for a Universal merger, only because I think Universal is the only one that makes the most sense on a IP level and the resources that they have, because now granted Universal
Comcast Universal.
Okay. Same thing, Universal. Yeah.
Well, I mean, just the parks alone. I mean, yes, they are working on a whole new epic adventure, islands and stuff that they're going to be doing there. So obviously they're putting a lot of money into that. But I mean, Phil and I, just as DC fanboys, I mean, if you had a DC like actual theme park, and I'm not talking Six Flags, I'm talking like a legit theme park, like you can go to Metropolis or Gotham. Just minimum, just those places alone, like you have a lot of fans very, very happy, and you don't even necessarily need to go off of the Cavill or the Affleck interpretations of the characters. I mean, if you just went pure comic book versions, you'd still have a lot of fans very, very happy and excited.
Like I was telling, Paul and I were talking. I think it was earlier today. Like, could you imagine going to a Universal Studios and you have like a Harry Potter land next to Jaws, next to say Metropolis or Gotham City, all in one gigantic area where you could literally just bounce from your favorite franchise one to the next.
Yeah, and I mean, imagine taking the Hogwarts train and it drops you off in like a almost Fleischer-esque Metropolis, dude. Like every kid would love that. I don't care.
Or you could go to Crime Alley. and meet
and see your parents get murdered. Like, yeah, no, I don't
You
know about
stand
that.
there, the parents lay on the ground.
You even have like the
All
outline.
right, photo
of the dead
opportunity. Who's pose?
Even at the
I'm already seeing all of the terrible. I'm already seeing all the terrible Instagram posts because they would have probably the crime alley, but it would be like the chalk drawings of like the Waynes, and there'd be like some kid doing this or something like where the chalk drawings are.
That's great.
It would be
Get the blood
terrible and
splatter.
hilarious. Yeah.
I'll be interested to see, like, you know, down the road what Disney and Universal do about the Orlando Universal Park, especially like, you know, Marvel Island, or I forget what it's called, but oh my god, it's so mind blowing. Literally, like
the Epic Universe.
If you've never gone,
Dark
please
universe.
somehow in your life, you know, make a point to. It's mind blowing. But
Do it.
my point is, like, you know, it seems like they're cool with it, you know, being there, and
They're making money
like,
off of it. That's why.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So I'm like, but that's sort of like a legacy thing. It's not necessarily related to what we're talking about right now, where Disney is, you know, like, you know, exploring different partnerships and exuding executive control a little bit more over how those partnerships execute products with their IPs. I guess like I said, that section of the park existed before Disney bought Fox. So I totally get that. But I'm wondering if that was just an anomaly, or maybe it could be a case study for them to, you know, have some sort of partnership or additional partnerships with Universal, you know, not necessarily integrating Universal into the Disney parks. I don't see that happening, but yeah, in the same way that we see established brands, you know, getting, you know, partnerships with Disney, I would love to see that with the with future theme parks too. You know, like, yeah, like you said, like licenses make money, so why not?
Licenses, consolidation, all kinds of partnerships. There's going to be a lot of that going on because as it goes deeper, no one company is going to want to take the burden of everything. And in the case of like Warner Brothers, there's money to be made for them in animation, but just not with them footing the bill for it. It's going to be like a round table where somebody who's in better position to take the risk is going to be the one that gets the financing, whether it be theme parks, animation, things like that. And it's just going to be IPs that get, you know, like on a big, you know, on a gambling board or here in Vegas where they just put everybody's chips in. It's going to be like that. You're basically going to be trading these things because at any given time, any of these companies are going to want to make money off of something without necessarily taking on all the liability.
I guess
that's where
like
Warner Brothers needs to get to.
I guess like the prospect of theme parks was kind of like, you know, I don't see it as something that people have taken seriously up until now, but yeah, that initial investment, you know, throw your money on the table, and from there, you know, it's nothing but up, you know, like that's where, you know, we begin to touch the idea of net revenue coming in. Like William, I know you mentioned, you know, a few different times on your show. Yeah, the Disney parks. Yeah, they're generating. That's the biggest, you know, profit generator for Disney, because you build the rides, and you have people pay you like, you know, $200 a ticket to go and ride them every day. And yes, like, you know, over time, you are, you know, you're in the green, and that's where you can finance all these other projects. And while you're still licensing, you know, of course, and generating revenue from there, that's kind of passive revenue as well. And I think like with the parks, that's like, yeah, it's been totally slept on as far as like expanding them and entering into different parts of like accessible, maybe like, you know, middle income, diverse areas that it can make the IP even more accessible and generate even more revenue. Like, yes. So I do think there are like smaller opportunities where they can do that and, you know, sort of like post up in different areas. Maybe like, I know Universal was contemplating building a park in Texas, for example, which is a very rich, diverse, you know, like, you know, economy in and of itself. Like, yeah, it's like, you know, several states in one, basically. Like they could like plop a park right in the middle, get everyone in there, and like nothing but land. They can expand, you know, for decades. Like, yeah, I really think
too, so.
Yes, yeah, and Nevada too. Not that like, you know, I'm trying to make everyone pillage, you know, to Williams, you know, turf, but I just think that finally they're seeing it, that
Yeah.
they're exploring that option. So I'm really, really happy to hear that. I mean, to see
I'm
that.
trying to get out of Vegas. You're trying to come, Dave. I don't understand. We're gonna.
I live in California, man. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get back to California. You're trying.
You're
Why?
insane. You're
Why?
You're gonna pay that income tax. You're gonna pay those high HOAs.
Wow, heaven forbid I want.
Dude, I'm gonna have to have my dad talk to you because he moved from Nevada to California and he regrets it. Okay.
Take me home, baby. Take me home.
Just saying.
You want to talk
Who's
about
also-
perpetual debt?
Live in California.
I've lived, like I said, I am from California, but this here.
I know, but I think if William, if you were to move to California after a year, you'd be like, why the fuck did I do this?
Yep.
I've been saying that since I got here, and then
Oh my god! You
like I
love
said,
it
we can
there.
switch.
You love it there. Shut up. Shut up.
I'm here on business.
You love it there because guess what William had to do last night? William got to meet Zack Snyder last night, guys.
Saw that.
Yeah, so it has its perks, you know.
Yeah. Rob, did you know?
I would have
about
thrown
this?
you out, by the way. I would have put you on a JetBlue airplane.
I
for cheap.
know,
would've
I
thrown you
know.
out.
But Rob, did you know about this whole Geek thing that was happening in Vegas?
No, when?
Yesterday.
No, last night.
Last night.
Wow.
Yeah, they made us keep our
Then,
mouths shut. So they
Now,
made
what-
Yeah,
us-
okay, well, you could talk about it now, right, William? You can talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
What was it,
I
sorry?
sent you all the pictures are on my.
I know you did, but I know you posted them online too. So
Yeah.
I was just, I just wanted to double check.
Dave, what was the event? I don't understand.
Well,
It
okay,
was, a
William,
Netflix event.
explain it.
Yeah, it was a Netflix event, Geek Week, or I think it geeked. Netflix geeked.
Netflix
And it
Geek.
was basically, they took 3 of their top prospect movies and stuff that they had. It was a 3-body project.
There we go.
Avatar: The Last Airbender and Rebel Moon. So they had
Yeah.
all the top people from there. So they had the entire cast, or like about 4 people from Last Airbender. They had Game of Thrones guys, Benoit and Weiss were there.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then Zack
Weiss,
Snyder and
yeah.
Sophia Boutella
There
was
you go.
there. So yeah,
That's
they,
literally the most wholesome pick ever.
Sweet.
Yeah. I didn't find him at first because the other 2 guys I was with, they found him. I'm not calling him short. I thought he was like 5'4".
He's a very short. He's as short as me.
I'm
Yeah.
looking for a 6 foot tall dude. Like I said, when I first
No,
met
no,
you, I
that's not
expected this
tall.
big bulky dude. When I first met you, I was like, oh wow, come here, jump in my hands, dude, because you were
I know. I know.
So when I went around again, yeah, he was just standing there and introduced myself, talked to him for a while. There was a lot. There was 250 people at the total event.
Yeah.
But they were all. It was Jimmy Kimmel's his comedy club,
Comedy club, yeah.
and
Oh,
it's
wow,
not
okay.
big. It's not
Yeah,
big.
it's small.
And so we jammed 250 of us in there, and yeah, it was fun. There's there's their panel.
Oh,
Is
there's
it-
that
Yeah,
for part
Sophia
2.
was there too. Yeah.
And that was the
I don't know who that
that's
guy is.
one of the film critics, local film critics I got in there.
Cool.
And yeah, we like I said, it was a pretty small venue. It was pretty exclusive. Like I said, they didn't allow us to say anything. That's why when I invited you, I had to tell you don't per
Don't
their
say it.
rules.
I know.
don't-
And I
don't
told
say anything.
nobody. I was like, damn it, I want to go again.
Yeah. And then
But
there
right
was a
now, it's like it just wasn't happening. But yeah.
a couple other people opted out because they were afraid of the Super Bowl traffic, which is not that bad right now.
Oh, I'm
I
sure
mean,
it's
it-
not bad.
yeah. That's
Very cool.
yeah, that's everybody. That's everybody that was there.
That's awesome.
So they were all there. They had food, they had drinks, and they sent cars for people. So that,
That's cool.
if you're afraid to deal with the traffic, they sent a car for you.
This
paid for the
right
tip,
here, though.
paid for the tip, everything.
This right here, though, you got, and do you have it with you? You got.
No, I got it at the house because I'm putting it in a case.
Yeah. Look at
Yeah.
that. He got he got the Netflix.
Oh, I can see this
football.
picture.
Look
Yeah,
at
yeah.
that. Look at that.
you Wonder
Wonder Woman
awesome.
action.
Yeah,
Got the
we all
Wonder
got these
Woman put on
footballs.
there?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it was a Super Bowl event. So when you walk in, there was these plastic bags with the football in it.
Yeah.
And so that was impromptu. We just walked down there, and everybody that was upstairs, all of them were down there. So if you wanted an autograph or you wanted to talk to somebody, you could just walk right up and talk to them. Their security guards were there, but they didn't. You'd gotten screened before you came into the event, so they were, there was nobody there that was going to do anything. So you could walk up to him. He just started,
Dude,
he had his own pen. He just started signing.
Zach
signing
is
balls.
he's such a nice guy. I mean, I remember even during full circle, during the intermission, when we, everybody was like, all right, obviously intermission during Zack Snyder's Justice League, 4-hour long movie.
I remember that.
And so everybody was like, all right, we got the piece. So like we got, everybody did that whole thing. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to get a beer because there was a bar like right outside there. I'm like, let's get a beer. And then all of a sudden Zach just like shows up and I see him and he sees me and I'm like, hey, you want to get a beer? And he was like, no, he didn't want to do it. I was like, but then, he was just like seeing people and, it was like, oh yeah, see people. And then all of a sudden it was like, my mom came up and he was about to leave and I was like, hey, this is my mom. And he was like, oh, hey, sorry, this is your son. He said that joke. And it was great. I was like, thank you for saying that. And then, but he took a quick picture, even though it was like, oh yeah, but he's just the nicest guy, man. I tell you.
Yeah, he made time for everybody that was standing around.
He does that. Yeah.
He made time. Like I said, they showed stuff from each one. Like they showed you an extended scene from each of the movies. I'm not an Airbender. I'm not a Last Airbender fan. I don't hate it or anything, but judging from what they were showing, I am ready to go see that. Three body problem may make me forgive those two for what they did the last half of season.
Really?
From what they showed us, it's intense. It's intense, and I was sold on it. And they showed a scene from Rebel Moon, which is her. I can't go into too much detail because they did keep that, but it's an character. It's an intense fight scene, and it's better than any of the ones that were in the original. The fight scene that they showed us is better than anything that was in part one. And they were showing that, and then he was slipping up and cussing. He wasn't supposed to cuss, but it was funny. He's like, "You guys need to go see. If you haven't seen Rebel Moon 1, why am I even here?" It was funny. He was cracking jokes, but the whole thing was about an hour. But then they like I said, everybody was accessible. If you wanted to walk up, a lot of people, for the Airbender, a lot of the people that I brought were all fans of that, and I was like, okay, you guys go over there. And then I was looking for, like I said, he's just standing in the corner by the entrance. Just walked up to him and said, hey, told him hi. Film Jackie said hi. He started laughing. I got a laugh out of it. But it was a pretty.
He's all that fucking guy.
That guy.
He gave a jokingly laugh, but it was.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It was cool to meet him. Like that, Sophia was there, but I couldn't. The way the room broke down is everybody like gravitated to who they want to get a selfie with and a autograph with, and I was like, I wanted to get his, and by the time I got to her, they went back upstairs and they had a backstage area, but they were most of them were there till the event thinned out.
That's
and
cool.
There was a whole bunch of other Super Bowl stuff that was going on around. They had football players at another club. We had our event, but it was like there was like 10 other events with a line, so there was a lot going on down there.
By football players, do you mean people from the Niners and the Chiefs? But
no. Other NFL players. I don't know Reggie Wayne or some retired people. Reggie Wayne was there. The guy who is on stage there is a former, or either a former or a current New Orleans Saint player, because one of the guys from Three Body.
Was it the quarterback? No.
I forgot what his name was. I don't know that team very well, but he was actually a former.
Like Drew Brees? What?
No, he was a former. I don't know how long he was on the team, but he was formed on the Saints because one of the guys from the panel, if you see there, is wearing he wore that Saints jersey just for that. Just to get up there with him. But it was a fun event. Like I said, this is the kind of place I was telling you before I get thrown out of.
That's hilarious.
The kind of place I don't want to get into. And like I said,
I'm glad you had a good time.
Like I said, I couldn't show up with my Shazam shirt. That wasn't going to.
No. You had to dress up a little bit, which you look sharp. You look sharp. But Jordan, I know you have to go. Yes. I know you're looking a little, sleepy eyed right there. Yeah, I know. It's been a long day for you. Yeah. But I appreciate you showing up, man.
Of course, man. I felt bad last week because I passed out on you.
Oh, no. No problem, dude. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Thanks,
the invite's always there for you, my friend. Always.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks.
Yeah. All right.
It's great.
Promote yourself.
Chainsaw Reacts everywhere. If you want to see me make faces online, that's where you go.
There you go. All right, Jordan. Take it easy.
Bye, everybody.
All right.
Take care.
All right. See ya.
But yeah, man, I was willing. I was trying to invite people without. I couldn't post about it.
I know.
And so I'm like dropping cryptic messages for people, and then they finally allowed me to say, hey, you can. This is what you can tell them. I'm like, okay. You know, and I was, like I said, I was willing, like I said, if you could have, but I know you couldn't. I was willing to stuff you into a JetBlue plane, and you would have suffered for an hour. But that cheaply got you out here.
Things right now, it's just it just wasn't in the cards, sadly. But
Yeah,
I'm actually surprised. Rob, you didn't know about this?
I don't think there were interviews at this thing.
Yeah, there probably wasn't.
I imagine it was local only. I'm assuming. So,
but the thing is though, Brandon Davis, was he there?
No, so we were all going to Vegas for the WWE press event.
Oh, that's what
that shit show. That was wow.
Yeah, so we were sending 2 people to that, and we canceled last minute because it was like, I don't know how BD pulled it off, man. That was too stressful because there was Madam Web like junket and interviews and stuff in between those things. So we just didn't forget it on the wrestling and just stuck
He
in
lives
LA.
and breathes that kind of lifestyle.
Yeah. The wrestling thing came along late because I was going to go to that, but it didn't make a logistical.
Oh, we had like 4 days notice on that. It was crazy.
Yeah. They didn't give you that until after I think it was SmackDown, but it was the funny thing about that is because of the way the city is set up right now, even though it's not super congested, the T-Mobile would not have been the place to be because T-Mobile is where it is congested. Now, where the link is it's on the strip, but it's catty corner to the point where the traffic flow is so much more controlled. So I would not have been able to go to that and be able to get to where I needed to be as far as the T-Mobile thing or as the Netflix thing. I really wanted to go, see the Netflix thing because of who was going to be there. And I don't get invited. Like I said, we do a bunch of screenings, and this is why we got this. This is the companies that we promote for did this as a thank you, because when I looked in there, I got in there, I looked around, I'm like, I do not belong here. They must be really satisfied with how we're doing on promotion.
I feel every time.
I looked around and I looked at the people that were there, some of the women that were there, and some of the dudes that were there, and I'm like, I don't care if I bought all new clothes today. I stand out. There's no way I belong here tonight. The wine, they had expensive. I don't drink, but I knew some of that shit was expensive. And they had these little sliders. I was telling them prime rib sliders.
Hell yeah.
And I was telling them, you knew I didn't belong there because I was going after her. I'm like, hey, can you swing back around here? Because I need a couple more of those to make up for one big slider.
Yeah.
So that shit was good.
It's not
the
no
chef
fat
was out
burger,
there.
that's
Yeah,
for
the
sure.
chef,
Yeah.
Soak it up.
Chef was out there asking, well, so what do you think out of a 10? I'm like, well, prime rib for me. So we're starting at ramen and going to your prime rib. So I'm going to give you a 10. All right. So, but it was nice. I mean, they had little drinks before and after. They gave you the footballs. If you wanted more balls, you could. If you wanted to get them autographed, I mean, they just made it a lot easier. It was 2 levels. And like I said, there's a video I sent you. I think I sent you a video to where I just showed you just how intimate the event was. But yeah, this is one of those events that, like I said, I was punching way above where I usually going. So I was just happy to be there.
I think, William, you're being way too humble, but I know it's in your nature to be so. But yeah, like I don't think you get enough recognition for the amount of work that you do and how much care that you put into the underlying message and the whole purpose and intention of this, how this community, as as far as I can understand, has even it's rooted basically in the idea of like being there for others and like acknowledging when folks need help and providing resources for them to get help, actually reaching out to folks and saying, I know you're suffering. Here is something that may help you. I'm here if you needed me. That like that's William, that's he's consistent, he stands on that value on like all 10 toes with his chest out, like he never folded on that message. It's always been there. It's that, like it's just so rare to find someone who is just so solid in their values and the idea of ultimately like it's not a single battle. In fact, that's what we're combating. We need to acknowledge that there is a void of that this one individual may have where they're in need of a community. And I think that is like a whole intention of your show and why you're so consistent with it, because you acknowledge that a lot of people have voids and this may be their only outlet for that feeling of community and belonging. So I just, wanted to give you your flowers.
thank
You
you.
know, I
My
consider you
effort not to
family.
be a
So
bum. I'm glad I'm doing something. I'm glad I'm contributing something. But like I said, yeah, this is like I said. I think everybody in their own way. The same way I found Junkie and Chris Wong Swinson, who I wish would go back to doing the live show. And then all these other guys. Like I said, I think we all found each other, and it's cool. I mean, I'm having fun with it. Like I said, I'm having fun doing it. It's the effort is really just being what I was pre-YouTube, So
yeah,
cool.
I mean,
like,
it's all a community. I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, even going back to like when we were discussing about what was happening when it came to even the business, when it came to the pandemic, and I know Rob was talking about like what was going on with Screen Rant. I mean, well, one of the things that I did was like, you know what, I'm going to start more live shows. I'm going to start more live streams. I'm going to do Film Junkie Live. And that's where that started. I was like, because everybody's home, nobody's really like, I'm like, all right, so let's just do that. And that's where that was born. And that grew the channel, of course, a little bit. So it was just, that's just what you do. You just kind of just like roll with the punches and see what's going to be happening next, but that's why I always will be like, Rob, what is happening next? You got your pulse. You got your finger on the pulse. No, I'm just kidding. No, but no, it's all great. But yeah, there was like this little event that happened, and I thought that's what Brandon did when he posted that he was going to Vegas. I was like, oh, he's going to the Netflix thing too. But it was for WrestleMania because, of course, I should have knew that because of all the things that were happening.
They had a full media day with
trying to be a wrestler.
That's it. Yeah. But the important thing was the media day there. We had interviews lined up with everybody, like Roman and The Rock. Would have been really cool, but well, next time.
It was one of the best things that WWE has done like the last 20 some odd years because overall, I think the WWE product, and I've been watching wrestling. I'm an addict when it comes to pro wrestling to an unimaginable level. More than what you see me post about. I'm going to a live event tomorrow. I stay up all night watching New Japan. I'll watch CML. I'll watch it all, and I'll watch it all live if I can. But I think the WWE product in the last 25 years hasn't been good. There's been spots of it that are watchable, but most of it for me is fast forward. But what they pulled off in this press event and what they pulled off with this storyline has been what they are at their best. This is Triple H when he's at his best. And people got worked. People got emotional, and the death threats were stupid. But people went on the roller coaster ride. They went on the roller coaster ride, and they did exactly what WWE wanted them to do. WWE was handing out "We Want Cody" signs, and people were like, "It's not a work." They're literally handing out signs. That Pat McAfee interview, that was literally part of the whole thing to get you angry at The Rock, so that you could have Hollywood Rock back in 2003. And The Rock is more money as a WWE bad guy, and Roman Reigns is better as a face. So that's what this is all leading to.
Okay, because I'm not a wrestling guy, but I talked about that on Film Junkie Live on Wednesday. I was like, is The Rock is his popularity declining? And then when I talked about the whole wrestling community, I'm like, people hate him now. But then I'm like, but is this all part of it? I was like, is this part of the ruse? Is this part of the whole thing? Because, I mean, wrestling is about theatrics. So I'm like, is this part of the whole thing? Like that,
Okay, Dave, I go back and forth with William constantly. Like, this is all, the long game for Dwayne's, presidential campaign. And we kind of, we're speculating like, oh, he's not going to make the jump all the way to president. Maybe he'll, be a governor first. And I'm like, okay. I can emphasize that, but I feel like he's a go big or go home type of guy. Yes. And yeah, he sees like this grassroots community of like wrestling fans. Like if you're a wrestling fan, you're a hardcore diehard wrestling fan. You're not like casual. So yeah, once like he's sort of like reinventing, if not modernizing his image there, that's a captive audience to really like support him. So that's my tinfoil hat speculation. Like, no, this is definitely intentional. There's going to be a longer purpose for this outside of wrestling.
Yeah, he slapped the shit out of Cody in that interview. I'm like, whoa. And then I was watching that event live, and they listen.
I saw that slap. He pulled his.
Yeah, he pulled.
The fact that he did it, though, the metaphorical, the fact that he did it. And they were dropping S-bombs and F-bombs on WWE live event. They don't do that. That's Tony Khan. That's AEW. When he came in there and let him talk shit about my family again, that's not something WWE. They will do all the other raunchy stuff. but they were never. I don't recall them ever dropping the S-bomb or the F-bombs and all that on live events. And they didn't censor it on the live feed because I was watching the live feed. Now they censored it on
definitely
the
not
WWE.
consistently. There'll be like a slip every once in a while.
Yeah,
but it wouldn't be that. But you bring up a point in the sense of like things that WWE has tried. It'll be like it'll catch something, but they'll never follow through, or it'll flame out royally, and they never like continue forward and try to push with it at that point.
Or they make it last too long because this
That
bloodline storyline is literally crossing over to 2 different presidential administrations.
It's been way too long.
Yeah, if you were a freshman in high school, you're about to graduate.
Yeah,
that's how long this storyline is long. And the only person who could end it was the guy. How are you going to talk about you're the head of the bloodline when The Rock is part of your bloodline? That is that's laughable. So I love the way they brought him in. But yeah, I saw that, and they didn't get as many people down there as they wanted to, but with 4 days, you do that in 4 days with everybody converging on this city right now. That was pretty impressive what they were able to do because I thought it was cool. And like I said, for somebody who's a skeptic for WWE, they got me interested in this WrestleMania, and we still got 2 months to go.
So can I ask a question? Because my wrestling knowledge, like I always have my toes in like everything pop culture a little bit, like with a little bit or a lot. And I know names, I know like some eras and stuff like that. I mean, is this Rock becoming Hollywood Rock? Is this like the equivalent of like when Hulk Hogan came out in that Attitude Era and he was wearing like all black? Is that the same thing?
Or you're talking about the NWO?
Yeah, like it could be a little bit, but it won't be as long term because Hogan was still like a full-time wrestler. I think this will be for a cup of tea just to set up Rock to do another match down the line. So I think you're gonna get like this type of Rock for like a 2 to 3 month span. And then I think that he'll go back to he might wrestle again next year, but he'll go back to being sporadically. He is a board member now, so he has more stake in appearing, of course. But he's not full time. Like he'll be here and there.
51, 52 years old. He's still like
51. Yeah,
he's an inhuman 51 years old. He's not us. But NWO was a game changer because that was the America's face, America's heel turning bad. Before the age of the internet had set in. What The Rock did with Hollywood Rock was a gradual type of thing. It got to the point where it didn't matter what he was. People were going to accept him, but we took that for granted. And that's the thing is when you have somebody like that, you take it for granted. You forget that he can be a true asshole. He can be what he needs to be. And I think this whole thing was choreographed perfect.
Because even Hollywood Rock, he was not that for a long time. That's revisionist history, but he was that from like January to like April when he did it. He doesn't play the bad guy that much, and I agree for some of it. I do think it's orchestrated. I don't think I don't believe, I'm with many other people, that it was a work from the entire thing. And then if it is a work from the entire thing, then they need to fire some of their writers because there's like a contentious line where you go, it's like, hey, if you're telling a story, this doesn't make any sense. And some people go, they're trying to swerve you and everything. I don't think so. I think there's certain things where it's like this, you have certain characters that are acting in a way that hurts their character in a long-standing form. The same way that happens in comic book movies and stuff. And that's where I don't believe. I think it's now they were given a situation. They go, okay, let's make it to work. Rock is a very smart guy. He saw the reaction. Okay, people are clearly not with me this go around. Let's have some fun. And that is smart because that was the worry that he was just going to, and company would push forward and go, okay, we're just going to have Rock and it's going to be this thing. But so I think it's a little mixture of both. There's some working.
I think it was work from nearly the very beginning because just think, Triple H knows his fans better than they know themselves. He knew exactly how they were going to react from everything he put out, and they don't. I can be critical of their booking, some of it just being bad and uninspiring for a long time, but they do not put it in elements. They do not introduce elements that they do not plan to use. And you can go back, and there were elements to this story that were already there before they knew it. They didn't care what the reaction is. WWE knows for their fans, and they know all the people who were backlashing. We want the story, and we're going to boycott. They know they were full of shit. They knew they were full of shit. Triple H could have came out there in that press conference or in SmackDown and said, "You guys, who we want Cody, and saying you're not going to be there." He could have got on the mic and said, "I know all of you are full of shit. I'll see you at WrestleMania," because he knows. He's been doing it long enough.
See that? That's where I push back though, because I think that's something where AEW got created. As far as there's people like myself, I've been watching wrestling my whole life. Eventually, there was a point where I stopped watching WWE for about 4 years, and I actually only came back because I'm a big Cody guy, and I don't watch full time anymore. I watch here and there because I agree with you, William. W's probably like I can't consume that Monday for it's not good. I can't do that. So I think there is a group because like I said, I didn't watch for about 4 years. Okay, I'm done with this. There's just too much bad stuff in here. So I think there is a pocket of people that would have. I'm not saying it would have been like it's like the WB or Marvel. It's like I'm not saying it would have been like taking them down and stuff. But I do think there is a contingent of people that would have been like, okay, like. It's the same old stuff, right? Because that happened with Vince over and over, where it's, hey, it's something new. Well, it's not really something new. It's like a taste of something new, and then we're gonna pull it back and stuff. Like, oh yeah, Punk's the guy. And this is inside baseball for a lot of people, but it's like Punk's the guy, but he's not gonna main event any of these shows for the year. And you're gonna have like Johnny Ace and John Cena close the show. Like that's the thing where it's like. It's tough because it's like an abusive relationship, and not to bring that down, but it's like with WWE and you're a fan and you're in it, you love it, but you're disappointed so much by, I'd say from the past, 10, 15 years, you're so disappointed that the wins get so outweighed by the losses. So that's why I still think there is a portion where I still thought, they would go through and do the bad thing, right? With Rock and Roman, I still thought there was a possibility of that because they've done that many times. Where
I still think they're going to add them to the match. I still think The Rock is going. They did not introduce The Rock in this situation.
He's definitely wrestling. He's definitely wrestling for sure.
I think he's going to be. It's going to end up being a fatal three-way, and he's going to turn on Roman Reigns, and that's where you're going to have your face turn.
But Travis,
I don't think they've gotten to a point where they dare you. You're going to give up your WrestleMania tickets. You're going to walk away. Somebody else is going to walk right into that spot.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's the thing. They're the biggest they've been right now. Yeah, they've been the biggest. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, Travis, you brought up the point. Travis told you that we're all all of us, like at this point, we're all expecting like Cody's going to win, and if it's not, then what was all this for? You know?
Yeah,
it's all setting up,
which is disappointing, just because. That kind of mystery just kind of ruined. I'll be happy for him, but it was one of those like, it's kind of like the era of mystery.
Before we move, I was gonna say before we move on, William, where were you on last year with Cody winning or not? I was curious.
This shit needed to end last year, and that's where all this got kind of convoluted.
Okay, we're in agreement. Handshake over the webs. Yeah. I'm completely.
And here's the problem: not every storyline can have it a year. People are like, well, we can do Rock and Roman next year. Fuck no. The main reason why I'm pissed off about the storyline right now is because you blew the ending, and now I got to wait another year. Yeah. I'm sitting in front of the screen now. So not everything can be Shawn Michaels, Undertaker, or John Cena and The Rock, where you can actually build that kind of story over the year. These guys weren't even on the same brand. So it should have ended last year, and it would have made this a lot easier. Yeah. But they wanted to go for the long-form storytelling. I think they meant to bring The Rock in because the bloodline could have only ended with him. You can only turn Roman face with him. So the Rock month was always going to come in some play. And I think he's going to be in that three-way. He's going to turn on Roman. It's going to cost him the title. And that's where you're going to have your future story after that. But yeah, I think listen, when you've been right or wrong, Triple H is basically going at this point with the current people that he has now, we're going to do what we're going to do. I fucking dare you to get off this yacht and get on that little canoe. Go ahead and paddle back to the shore. Why? You're going to get off this yacht? I dare you. Go ahead. And he knows they're not going to. And they know they're not going to. I got people in my messages. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm like, no, you're not. You are not going to not watch WrestleMania.
It's the same people that'll say this thing. I'm not watching Superman Legacy.
Boycott.
Come on. Right. Give me a break. I'm off the Marvel train. Give me a break. Come on.
Yeah, they'll be there.
Come on.
People, it's all theatrics. Yeah. Yeah. But that's a good segue to the whole, like, what I wanted to talk about when it came to, obviously we got Superman Legacy, and then of course the whole Jurassic World thing that's happening. Like, do we really think Jurassic World's going to make that freaking release date of July?
The director just backed out, right?
Yes. Well, they were in talks with David Leitch. Okay. Did anybody think that David Leitch was a good?
I mean, I like
it. For Jurassic. I'd love to see him do a dinosaur movie, but not Jurassic Park.
With guns.
He would have to do a movie like 65, though, with the Adam Driver.
No. Dino Riders with lasers and shit.
Yeah, I think he'd have to do something really over the top.
With the Transformers. Come on.
I think he'd be great at doing something like that. But when the report was like, oh, he dropped out due to creative differences, like, yeah, no shit. Look at his stuff. I'm not saying he's like some auteur or something like that, but if you look at his films, they're all very tongue-in-cheek action comedies. So it's like,
what he would have been perfect for? an adaptation.
Yeah,
no, he already did Deadpool 2, but an adaptation of Dino Crisis. If anyone's ever played that game.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's
Something like that, where it's just
Yeah.
crazy.
Yes.
Something crazy.
Bonkers.
I mean, that's the thing.
Insane.
It's like talking about it when I heard him when I heard that he was in talks, I was like, I don't see this. This does not work. And I'm like, David Leitch, no, don't do this. Do Bullet Train 2, please.
Sounds
I
like
would
listen
rather
to you.
have you do that. Because I loved Bullet Train, the first
Yeah,
one.
right.
It was one of my favorite movies
It's a
of
fun
2
movie.
years ago.
22.
Yeah. It was one of my favorite movies. It was one of my favorite, and I love that movie. I've watched it probably about 5 times. It's just like one of those movies where it's so ridiculous, and you have top-notch actors in there, and it's insane, and it's just one of those. That's where you're at. You're gonna work with a big, huge studio to try to fucking do another franchise movie? Fuck no. When I first heard that, I was like, this is not, I don't see this gelling at all. There's no way. And there, no chaos theory that Ian Malcolm is going to be like, no life is going to find a way when it comes to this. I was like, no. And sure enough, there it is, so.
It was very quick though too. It was almost
Yeah.
like
It was within like 4 days.
Well, like my tinfoil hat says, like, are they just using this to kind of get the director they wanted to get? At this point?
Could be that.
That's what I was thinking too. I'm just like, oh, we're talking to someone. I'm just like, okay, I'm talking to a whole panel of people. Like, what does that mean? But
Yeah.
But yeah, because like a hot director, quote unquote hot, not saying like the greatest ever, but they're in the public zeitgeist right now, and Jurassic Park, obviously, So yeah, I think that was to Chris's point, with the intention.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that too. Is like it like the same day that we got the report that David Leitch was being talked to about, we got the the official Jurassic World Twitter account just like post the date.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's pretty damn ambitious right there that they posted the date of like, hey, oh yeah, we're gonna be here, we're gonna be a week before Superman Legacy. When we just heard that David Coop is going to be coming back and writing the script, and then we heard about that probably about 2-3
weeks ago.
Yeah, 2-3
Something
weeks
like
ago that David Coop is coming back, and we all were like, good. All right, we got the original writer coming back. That was fine. And then all of a sudden they just do this, and then you hear about, David Leitch coming, he might be directing the movie.
In early talks. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this? What is Universal like really trying to do here? Because like it's like they put out a name, they put out all this, and they're really trying, and then they're gonna try to have a release date before Superman Legacy when we know that Superman Legacy has been well in production. They have all the pieces together. And we know like everything. I mean, regardless whether you want this movie to happen or not, they have all their pieces together. With Cass and, James Gunn posting locations and the fact that we know that it's going into production next month. And I'm like, there's no way. There's no way.
And that's the thing. Like to your point, I'm going to need to understand what this cast is and any kind of idea. Because, I mean, hot take, not hot take. I was not thrilled with most of what the new Jurassic World was. It seemed like
so does that span from
the first one's like, oh, the park opens. What do you think's gonna happen? Oh, they're gonna escape, and the second one was just a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
And the third one was like,
oh wow,
okay, that should have been the second one.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm very Jurassic World to me is just a movie that is such a good idea, and it's executed so poorly. Like it's one that it's a perfect idea for like a soft reboot of the franchise because it's like, what happens if the park actually gets made?
Right.
And
the same thing we all expected to happen.
Well, but here's the thing though. Right? It's clearly $1 billion. Like it probably makes more money than Disney World. And if you know anything about theme parks, like Disney World has like 50 different contingency plans if one thing goes wrong in the park. You know what I mean? Because they don't want lawsuits. They don't want to get sued. You're dealing with it's not Jurassic World Tiger King. It's Jurassic World, So it's like, you're telling me
let out that T-Rex. Sorry.
You're telling me that a $1 billion, amusement park based around dinosaurs doesn't have things in place to stop dinosaurs from flying away or eating tourists, or like all these things. So when all the things go wrong, but if you had, they literally could have just repeated the plot of having a Nidri type character to disable all of the safety precautions. That would have made more sense. But literally, like, one thing goes wrong in the park and it's like a domino effect.
Yeah.
And I'm in the theater watching this, and I'm like, this is fun, but this is fucking stupid.
Well,
like
all I could
Sorry.
think about when watching this is just what Ian says in Lost World. As you see, I'm not making the same mistakes. He said, no. You're making all new ones. That's everything I thought throughout every single movie. It's like it's exactly the point. You're making all new ones.
What's funny is like Lost World doesn't get appreciated as much as it should, because that was a good sequel. I mean, it's still Spielberg, and the fact that it's a good follow up. Third one, well,
it's there. It's there.
Yeah, it's there.
It's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Brought back, but I mean, it's after Dominion. I mean, Dominion made $1 billion. Okay, makes sense, but at the same time, it was so forgettable, in the sense that Rise of Skywalker was forgettable. I mean, that's the way I compared it. It was like the Jurassic World trilogy almost made me feel like how the Star Wars sequel trilogy made me feel. It was like Force Awakens and the first Jurassic World.
Really funny irony there. There's some really funny irony there, because the guy who directed 1 and 3 of Jurassic World and Jurassic World Dominion was supposed to direct The Rise of Skywalker.
Yes.
Yeah. And somehow, you guys ready for a hot take? The Rise of Skywalker is still a better ending capper than Dominion was.
But I mean, it just has a similar thing, because it's like Force Awakens and Jurassic World. It like brought you back to the world, and it had nostalgia, and then it was like, hey, we got new characters. Okay, cool. You got a good balance. All right, fine. And the second one was very divisive. You have a director that came in and was like, I'm gonna do something pretty edgy and darker, which is Rian Johnson and Dave
Bautista.
Yeah, Dave Bautista. And you know what? I'm not one of those that hates
Fallen Kingdom.
Fallen Kingdom and Last Jedi. I'm not one. I appreciate the fact that they took those swings, and then of course, then when it comes to the third one, it's like, oh yeah, we got to like course correct and cram all the franchise together and wrap up this story. So they bring in everybody and try
Including
to cram
Dobson.
in.
Hey, we got Dobson here.
Yes, we got Dobson. Yes. So it like almost followed the same, like it was like almost followed the same line, and it's like Dominion was forgettable, the most forgettable for me, just like Rise of Skywalker was like forgettable for me too, because they just try to cram so much in that last movie, and it was just like, all right, you tried to do that, and then but at the same time, Star Wars went, whoa, we should like try to do something different. But now Jurassic World is going like, hey, we have a movie. It is going to come out on July 2nd of 2025. And I'm like, what are you doing? You don't even have a director or anything. Like, what is happening?
I think that David Leitch might have been the top choice of a short list. And now they're maybe working down that short list of who could, as you mentioned, come in and make their vision come to life, or have a similar.
They're going to get all ball in there.
Oh, they're going to get J.J. Abrams.
Oh God. You know what though? I'm just going to be honest. Like David Leitch, I think would have been a ejection into the arm for that franchise for Jurassic World. You know what? Have him go balls to the wall. Take the swing. R-rated. I want to see dinosaurs eating kids.
I want to see
nuts.
Like just dinosaurs on motorcycles.
I'm kind of on the opposite spectrum. I guess like what makes me love the Jurassic Park IP is it wasn't meant to be a monster film. Like Spielberg even said it himself. Like it was supposed to be a cautionary tale about the hubris of man and man trying to play God. Like, it's said, in so many words, throughout the movie by, Dr. Malcolm. So I guess like my point is that I love the spectacle, but I like that it was, the anticipation and the pacing, accompanied, the impact once you did see the dinosaurs on screen, and building up fear and tension that was, that's why, you know, the original Jurassic Park has like such a special place in my heart. And although, like, you know, I'm compelled, you know, to watch every follow-up, you know, all the content, because I'm searching for that core reason why, you know, I fell in love with the series to begin with. And I try to do these mental gymnastics of like, well, they're trying to do this, and I can see, you know, where they're, you know, being thematic about, you know, maybe like, you know, understanding that, you know, once life has been created, there is, you know, that semblance of okay, yeah, this is a sentient form, like, you know, and to, you know, destroy it or remove it from existence is amoral, or, you know, there's this moral argument as well. So I do see where, you know, there's bits and pieces of like the newer content where I can see that there's effort, you know, to elevate those, you know, themes that I love to, you know, dissect and, you know, talk about at length, obviously, like right now. But
like giant locusts, right? Like that works.
I guess, like, yeah, just circling back, you know, I love the series. I want the best for it. And yeah, you know, there's something to love for everyone. There's something for everyone in the series, basically. So I'm happy about that.
Life will find a way.
Life will find a way. But I know Paul and I think William has to go too, which he probably already has. But I know you guys got to go. Like you said,
Yeah, I'm just. It's nothing personal. It's just. It's like.
Oh no, you've been up for a bit. Yeah.
I'm just exhausted. I don't want to fall asleep on the stream. I feel that would be an insult.
I've been on streams where that's happened. So
yeah,
not the first time
actually.
No.
Don't be me on the Poindexter's Lounge. That totally happened to me one time. I was so tired I fell asleep on the stream. It was bad.
I think I might have been.
I
was watching.
You were there. I think you were on it. You might have been on it. Yeah,
that was hilarious. Now I get to interview Pooh Blood and Honey people, and they're on an 8-hour time.
Okay, cool.
I've been fighting.
Are they going to be on your show later?
On a recorded basis. I got to record it because they're in London.
Yeah, you can't do it live. You can't.
So I got to do it like late, but we'll get the cast. We got most of the cast. I've already interviewed. I interviewed Piglet today, and interviewing Tigger right now, and then the damsel in distress. I got her, but yeah, it's gonna be a fun.
I need to clip that thing. I get to do Pooh, Piglet, Tigger. You know, I love that.
Oh, Owl! I get to do Owl too.
Owl, I love it. That's awesome. I can't wait to watch it. I love it.
Weird hours that I got to interview them on, but it's in London, so I got to do it when I can do it. I've been trying for a year since before they did the original one. But those guys, the directors, went on to Bambi. They went on all kinds of other horrible stuff.
Yeah,
beautiful too. So, but they gave me the cast, so I get to interview.
Aren't they doing Peter Pan, or is that someone?
They're
else?
doing Peter Pan too.
Okay,
yeah, we'll talk about that. That'll be on one of the shows tomorrow. But don't forget tomorrow, if you guys can watch. We're doing BVS. We're doing BVS. We're at 6,750 right now. So we should breach 7,000 tomorrow. And we should reach 10,000 by April 19th. That's the goal. So
2 o'clock, same time as Army of the Dead.
2 o'clock. They're all going to be on 2 o'clock just to keep it consistent.
Pacific time, everybody. So.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
All right, man. Thanks, William.
See you later.
Later, Paul.
And then, of course, Paul, I know you got to go.
Yep, I'll just say if you guys want to follow me, I'm at pmickey1988 on Instagram and Paul Panhook on Vero. But Dave, thanks again for running me on the stream. I always appreciate talking to you guys. It's always a blast.
Always fun.
All
right, guys.
Easy, Paul.
What's up, man?
Have a great night, guys. See you, Phil.
But yeah, I mean, when it came to that whole thing, and a lot of people were like, you know, pushing like, oh yeah, look at that, they're gonna take on you know, Superman Legacy because it comes out a week later, and I'm just going like, Superman Legacy has been like in pre-production for a while, and we like know all this. There's a director. We know there's a script. There's
actors
too. And can I just say something? I'm not sorry to interrupt, but you know what? I've been giving a lot of shit to James Gunn. Okay, I've been giving a lot of shit to James Gunn and Superman Legacy, but you know what? After like just having a break from all the other DC stuff, just I've been binge watching Superman the animated series and this. You know what? I've decided to give this movie a chance.
I mean, you sound sarcastic when you're saying that.
I'm not sarcastic.
I don't believe you.
But I'm just like, you know what?
I don't believe you.
What am I, a liar? Like, wait, okay.
No. Axel, you did say
really
this.
Want me to answer that?
Okay, but the fact, and I've seen, and these are some of the tweets that I enjoy, not you eating rice, but the fact that it's like the fact that you were saying like, oh, you're watching, and then you were doing commentary on on what you were watching when it came to Superman animated series, because obviously I do a stream with Scott where we go over all the DC animated stuff, and
you were right about that one with Livewire and Parasite. Yeah, there's a lot of sexual innuendo. We watched,
there's a lot of innuendos.
And like,
I'm telling you guys,
something.
Yeah.
It's like wearing
Axel, if I ever meet you, I need to hook you up some like real fried rice. You know, like there's some sriracha, sesame seeds, fried egg. You know, some onions,
we don't know.
peas, all that stuff. Yes.
Can
soy
you
sauce,
send me
the
those
works.
recipes, Ray? I'd really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, I can throw down. Even
just-
if I don't, enjoy it with you, I'll
just for my
cook heart
protein
out
diet,
for you.
that would help me extremely. Thank you.
Yeah. And by the way,
But
Travis is not going to be coming back. His middle child is sick right now, so he had to dart out something. Obviously that happened. So Travis
Sending
won't be
well
coming back.
wishes.
Oh yeah, he'll be all right. He'll be all right. Yeah, he said
and
for all that. So, anyways, just wanted to let you guys.
Dave,
know
I'm
that.
sharing like a drawing I did like a few days ago.
Oh yeah. No, it was a good drawing. Yeah, that right there.
Cheers.
That's yours, dude. Oh man,
Yeah,
that's really good.
not too shabby.
Cheers, man.
Hands are so hard to draw, and
Yes, they are.
They are really hard.
You're
to
just
draw.
crushing it.
Thank you. And I got that background from Super Pets, and I'm like, no, I really like that. And I even like the Metropolis they did for Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League. Like that Metropolis there is like really nice.
Yeah.
Can't say that the same about the rest.
Yeah, but
Didn't you play the game?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he did.
I played through the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you beat the whole thing? Beat the story?
So
Were you close
yes
to it?
and no.
Okay.
Yes and no. I still got to defeat other Brainiacs and some shit. And
Got it.
There's always another Brainiac.
There's always a Brainiac, and that's the thing. Is like even with Superman Legacy, we're supposed to get a Brainiac, but we don't know who Brainiac might be.
Really?
One of the things that I was thinking about though too today, when it came to Superman Legacy, is the fact that when it comes to the cast, and I love that the cast is fairly unknown. And I always wanted that. Like anytime that everybody goes like, who do you want as this and who do you want as that? It's like the fact of the matter is like I like the fact that it's all fairly unknown. But just like Man of Steel was like the same thing, and
Mostly
even
unknown.
Superman Returns, and just keep it unknown, and obviously we know that when it comes to James Gunn, is like. He answered earlier this week was the fact that it's like, somebody was like, hey, I would love to do your, the behind the scenes. And he's like, oh, that's already happening. And I'm like, all right, when are we going to start getting some of that? Like, when he's going to start posting, I don't know. Rob, what do you know?
In the movie,
he doesn't know much. I know he doesn't know much, but I'm just
playing
saying.
Brainiac.
Is Brainiac in this
Batman
movie?
in it?
Did that come out anywhere?
No, it did not.
Yeah, I hadn't. Yeah.
He's all click. I just saw a picture that James Gunn sent me.
No, I just got another.
I know.
Angry, angry publicist alert. Typical 1:30 in the morning. Anyways, it's fine. It's standard. No, I was contemplating the whole Jurassic thing. Not to derail.
Okay, yeah. Bring it up.
I feel like there's a lot we don't know. They timed this announcement for a reason, and usually they do something like that for. A slate of announcements about to come up, or we're too far away from CinemaCon for that to matter, or productions are really about to start and it's all been secretive until now, which I don't know, because you mentioned David only started writing it last month or rewriting it last month. But Spielberg and Marshall and Amblin have been working on it for a while. They have larger plans associated with what they're doing, again, on the theme parks and licensing side.
Not to cut you off too, but it's just to add to that, usually when the trades hear about things like this, it's already been in the works quite some time prior to them hearing about it too, if I'm 100%. Not mistaken. Yeah.
And they're trying to tie this into the David Leitch of it all. They're trying to tie into the Fall Guy, which he's doing for them, right? So into the promotional tour for that. So I don't know. And I know from my last chat with David is him and his company, he runs, I want to say 87 North. It's his company. And Chad runs the other one out of those John Wick guys. Yeah. He is very hyper interested in doing a horror movie. And I'm like, if he's going to make this his next project, it would have been I imagine that would have been part of the pitch. But like Ray was saying earlier, that probably doesn't meet the 4-quadrant nature, what they're trying to do with trying to achieve $1 billion hit right here, right? So I don't know. I don't know. It's so weird. And they're also saying it's kind of a potentially a reboot, but also maybe a continuation. There's no clarity. And if it's a continuation, how do you get away with not having any characters back, but having a world full of dinosaurs now?
Multiverse.
Multiverse.
Oh, God. Solves everything right there.
And it's too quick for a reboot.
Way too
I don't know. Like, I mean, Star Wars learned from their failure of the trilogy and just took a break. These guys are like, no, we're going to do a movie. We're going to start next week. We don't.
That's what I said. I was like, what the fuck? It's too soon.
So I don't understand that. And for the VFX required, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. There's either a whole bunch of shit they've done we don't know about, which is dangerous. It means the studio has made the film before the directors come on, which is the old Disney way. And it's like, or the Marvel way, whatever. But I don't know. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of weird news on this coming up soon. And very likely, if it's a standard production pipeline, this movie has to get a new release date, I think. So
yes.
But again, it's such an unknown, surprising thing. I have no intel. I feel like I want to start sending some emails tonight, but I got to stop. It's 1:30.
I mean, that's the thing is like it just came out of nowhere, and then they threw somebody's name out there to get everybody all riled up. Like, hey, this director's in it, and I was like, but this director doesn't fit. You know, it's like this guy does he did Atomic Blonde, he did Bullet Train, he did Deadpool 2. Like, what the fuck? Like, what is how does he fit in the Jurassic World? And then all of a sudden today we go creative differences. No shit.
Big nope. Yeah.
No shit. Like creative differences. Yes. This guy does. He probably wanted to do something crazy. And you guys, no, we already have a tone established. We already have what
Maybe they
we
just started
do.
watching his film, said, "Oh wait, we just saw the name and saw it was popular. Maybe we made a mistake."
Yeah. I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean, it's just like I think a lot of people were wondering, like, especially after Fallen Kingdom, it's like, are we gonna get, or even after the last one, it's like, are we gonna get to the point where it's just like Mad Max with dinosaurs? And I think people actually want that. And to be honest, that's where David Lynch might work out. I don't know, but it's like we might as well just get to that point where you just go, it's a post-apocalyptic world where dinosaurs are ruling, and at the same time it's like, hey, guess what, we got dinosaurs, we got humans. It's a post-apocalyptic world, and we're
dinosaurs.
Supplies are far and between.
Far between. We got dinosaurs teaming up with humans. We got dinosaurs teaming up with bad guys, and we just see some crazy shit.
They go like a Pacific Rim route where they kind of take it a little more futuristic and make giant robots to fight the dinosaurs. I don't know.
Could be something like that. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know. It just
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for that to happen in the Godzilla X Kong flicks down the line, where they just make more giant robots to fight the giant monsters at this point. But
oh man,
I digress.
That is probably the way they're going. But I don't know. Look, if you follow the trajectory set up by the first Jurassic World, like Owen's character was kind of brought in there to train dinosaurs to be weaponized for the military. And then there was a concept not used of like dinosaur human hybrids in the sequels, right? So like there is going to be some sort of weird next level interaction between humans and dinosaurs, whether we're using them like animals and riding the courses, which they've already kind of started teasing. And then in the last movie, or they full on weaponize them, and it's like fucking World War dinosaurs or Dino Riders. They should just call it that. And that's literally the only movie we want.
That's the criticism that I have, is like the whole theme that I'm so attached to is like, this is this is a force of nature that man cannot wield. Yeah, and this is counterintuitive to that. But I digress.
You're right, though.
What do you got, Axel? You're raising your hand like you're in class.
I do need to go. I have the shift for my new job to start. So yes, thank you for having me on. And yes, and Eli, say bye. Bye. And
don't work too hard.
Yeah.
Bye,
Eli.
Yes. Oh my God.
All right. See you guys.
All right. We'll see you guys.
Toodaloo.
See you later.
And I'm out too. I gotta.
I'm gonna go back to what Ray said. I agree. That's what I want. Like nothing has captured the magic of like framing a dinosaur and having it look real in a real setting with real people reacting the way I would react to seeing something like that. And they burned that bridge. And the opening 10 minutes of Jurassic World Blue just fucked up the whole thing for me, because it was all just CG, everything. Nothing feels real. The awe is gone. It feels so polished, and it feels like you said, they've kind of overdone the taming of or their thought of controlling the dinosaurs to turn into
No
attraction.
animatronics, no anything like that.
Yeah, from a technical standpoint, but also just from an audience standpoint, not just us, the viewers, but the audience within the story. It just feels like nothing is special, and it's all just a shittier version of what we saw before, which I guess is kind of what Star Wars did a little bit too. But I don't know. I don't know how they recapture that. I would love for them to take a break and kind of do something that's more intimate, where like they appreciate the nature of it all, and it's become, like you said, the theme, especially by Ian Malcolm, is like you can't control this. They are going to retake the world, and maybe they're just trying to live in that. Like that show, remember that show Terra Nova? It's like the time travel. They'll try to live in the space with the dinosaurs in the past or whatever. But I love to see something more down to earth and human focused, and a backdrop where like those things feel real and powerful and meaningful, as opposed to just CGI insanity like the last one. But I don't know. The whole thing's a mystery. I think the IP's in a weird spot right now.
I can't disagree with that.
How quickly, like you said, they how many years were separated? Like you said, let it breathe a little bit.
Yeah, but
yeah,
Star Wars. But they called it Jurassic World, so it seemed like it was actually going to like lead into the fact that it was just going to go like, and just they were going to take over the world, and we were going to get to a point where it's like, oh yeah, like the human population was just going to like
coexist,
cease to exist, and they could have did something where like, hey, maybe they could have had a point where an asteroid or a meteor was like going to show up just to add to that whole drama. It was like maybe they could have did something with that where like, whoa, who survives? And it's like, oh, some of the dinosaurs and I don't know. They could have just like went just full on, but then you have to like you're tiptoeing across that line of just going to very B-roll kind of storyline there. But at the same time, it's like, you get somebody who's crafty in there, and you just kind of I don't know. I thought that at the end of Fallen Kingdom, it just seemed like, and into the last one, it was like it seemed like it was going to get to like a point of something like that.
I just thought of something. So Ghostbusters Frozen Empire is coming out in a month, right?
Can't wait.
So and neither can I. But what if? Bear with me here, tinfoil hat. What if Universal looked at that and went, what if we do a Jurassic World and try and make it a second Ice Age that's man-made, but it completely fucks everything? I don't know.
Could be something like that. It could be something like that. It could be something like that. Chris, I know you said you needed to leave probably pretty soon. Are you okay? Or you good?
No, I'm probably gonna head out. Same thing. It's about 1:40, so.
Yeah. All right, man. Appreciate you showing up.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Much love,
and,
man.
Check out next week Marvel Alliance. We're breaking down Madam Web, a little movie that we're going to see what the blueprint actually is going to be about. So check
Sounds
that
good,
out.
man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Anyways. All right. So I know. So sorry, continue, Phil, what we were saying.
I just think that I don't know what they're gonna do with Jurassic World or Jurassic Park 7, Jurassic World 4, whatever the hell they're gonna decide to call it, honestly. But I feel like that I'm kind of with you in that I think it's a little too quick in making this movie. I don't think it's gonna make that July 5th release date at all, because it's way too soon. And even to Rob's point, since the last 3 films are so heavily reliant on brand new CGI computer generated image technology, and it's just I don't know. I feel like there's a bit of the magic that's been lost. To Ray's point, I'm right there with her too, in regards to having that first movie be so near and dear to my heart, because I was a 90s kid. I grew up watching that movie. So it's it's just all, it feels too much too fast. And I feel like Universal's going to come to a head with that sooner rather than later. And they're probably going to maybe pump the brakes on it. Because, they tried getting a 4th film done for quite some time before they actually did it. Because I remember when I was in high school, they were talking about doing the 4th movie, but then they said it was dead. It went back and forth in development hell for years before they finally decided on Jurassic World. So,
yeah.
I don't know.
And I don't care what anybody says. I thought Jurassic World was a good reintroduction to the franchise, just like how Force Awakens was. And then and then of course and we have this trilogy that they did, and then they try to cram a lot of things that happen in Dominion, and some of it worked, some of it didn't. Overall, I was like, this is forgettable. I'm like, you bring everybody back and you combine them with, and it just felt like this should be something special, but it wasn't. So it's like, yeah, give it some time and then maybe lead it into something. I don't know. Get George Miller in there. I don't know, to make a Mad Max with dinosaurs. I don't know. But it's just, to me, I'm like, this franchise and the fact that they were just so arrogant to be like, we have a date. Yeah. And without anything besides the writer of the original, which I totally can be confident in David Coep. I can totally be confident in him because he helped write the original and they brought him back and he was like, I'm going to take the task. I'm going to do it. And maybe he came up with something pretty fantastic. But I'm like, yeah, but don't rush it. Don't rush it. Take your time. Let it, push it to even 2026. It just seems like it was just very ambitious and very arrogant to be like, oh, we're gonna put it a week before Superman Legacy. That movie that is got everything, we already know. They have actors, director, they have everything already ready to go. And we just have the writer. You guys just heard about this 2 weeks ago. Yeah, we're gonna put it a week before. It's like, no, that is like, you just don't do that. I mean, like Universal, you're on top right now. With everybody, all the other studios that are struggling, Universal has been like on top with the Fast franchise, and god damn it, they got Christopher Nolan to do that, that little movie called Oppenheimer, that almost an R-rated, biopic over 3 hours that almost made $1 billion, that's winning all kinds of awards. You guys are getting a little too arrogant. It's like, oh, we could do a Jurassic Park movie in a year. Like, fuck, no, you can't.
I guess, like, if I had to advocate, devil's advocate here, they already have all the assets and rigs, all these, just throw it in front of the camera.
Yeah.
You pay the talent, this movie's getting made or not. So they're like, I might as well get a bag, to be in this movie. Who cares? A lot of them, a lot of the performances in
going to be writing
previous films are phoned in, and you can see, like, how disinterested and disconnected the cast is. Anyway, like, they're there, like they're doing their job. They're only, for a few weeks, and then like the rest of the compositing of like the graphics that are already there, and like the models and animation, things like that, like those are all things that are quick to expedite. And this IP is just it may have this optics of too big to fail, and I agree with you, Dave. Like, there might be some hubris in there, like ironic because the whole point of the IP is about the hubris of man. But yeah, like I kind of see, some of the reasoning behind it. There's, the need to, continue to generate revenue as much as possible. So if you have this IP, you can't really afford to, let it lay stagnant because, you have the stakeholders that you need to appease.
Sure.
It sounds like a wonderful project for directors to get excited about, then, huh?
Right.
It's all post-production VFX.
all these directors that have been lured in by the prospect of, oh, I'm going to do something special with this, beloved IP, and then they get the rug pulled up under them, like, oh, lol, psych, like that's not really what this is. We already have the story written, and we just need, your name on it.
We need kind of a yes man director, more or less.
Yeah, which David doesn't need to be these days. You got his own production company.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why it didn't feel right. I'm like, dude, you do your own shit. You were, I mean, like, look at like I said, Atomic Blonde, Deadpool 2, and then of course Bullet Train, which I loved Bullet Train so much. And there was like reports that like a Bullet Train 2 was gonna happen. I'm like, do that. That's your lane. Don't jump in. And then it was funny too, because anytime that this happens, everybody starts naming directors.
Yep.
Like who should take over. And I saw people say David Ayer. I'm like, no. David Ayer does not want to jump into a corporate fucking kind of movie. As he already had a bad experience when it came to Suicide Squad. Do you think you want to put David Ayer in that, in that realm again? No, he doesn't want to do that, especially since he killed it with Beekeeper. Yeah. The fact that Beekeeper is an R-rated, just action movie, and it made profit, that is unheard of in January. I love that. I love the fact, I love that David Ayer is like, now it's like, oh yeah, look at that. Killed it in January. Action movie, R-rated, killed it. A movie called The Beekeeper. What the fuck? That was not supposed to be successful, and it was. So So I'm like, no, do not leave David Ayer out of it. But of course, there could be many other directors. But yeah, you have to get like a yes man kind of thing. And then somebody even said Scott Derrickson. I'm like, Scott Derrickson walked away from Doctor Strange 2 to do his own shit because he didn't want to be part of the Marvel machine.
Also,
like, no, you can't.
He's shooting Black Phone 2 or whatever, right?
Yes,
so
and Black Phone, the first one was so
Yeah.
good, and it made profit.
Yeah.
Don't bring these directors in. Don't suggest directors that are killing it on their own without this big, huge, machine behind them.
You know what I saw on Threads? I saw someone say, "Oh man, if Matt Reeves wasn't tied up doing the Batman 2, he'd be the perfect contender for Jurassic World 4." And I'm just
okay. I'm not gonna lie. He probably could do something with it.
Sure, especially after the apes. But I'm just like, no.
I think you'd rather, if you had any interest in doing that shit, you'd probably just make another apes movie. Like, wow,
exactly.
What do you want to do this? You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
yeah, I'm kind of
I just want to kind of point out that Rob, you have a Grogu just sort of lurking in the corner there,
That's
just
dope.
ominously.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets he's back. He's on timeout for giving us a bad Star Wars title. So
He's
put him way back
mean-mugging
there.
you.
It's deceptive how far away he is. He's actually
I know, right? That's so great.
That's funny.
Oh man. But it's crazy, but it's just like when people were, when I saw the people that are just like so against this new Superman movie that are like, oh yeah, Jurassic, this movie is gonna be like it's gonna, stomp them, or whatever the hell, pardon the pun. But it's just like, wait a minute. There's like that we just heard about this movie 2 weeks ago. And then they're trying to like ramble, and then they're gonna like put a date in. I'm like, you really want this like movie that's probably gonna be, and you want it to defeat Superman Legacy because you just don't like James Gunn or whatever the hell. It's like no. This is not what it's all about. It's not like that. We want good movies, even the big blockbusters. We want good movies. And something like this is like, when it comes to Superman Legacy, it's like, hey, we hopefully we're in for a fresh, awesome take on Superman, and it seems like we are going to get that. We're going to get something new and something great, and James Gunn seems to be like on track for that, at least from what we've seen. Obviously, who knows what's happened behind the scenes. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say like everything's going perfectly smooth. Of course it's not. It's still Hollywood, but at the same time, it seems like it's going smooth enough where it's like, all right, we're gonna get that. But this Jurassic World movie, it just seems like Universal's like, put it out there. It's like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like the Jurassic Park franchise needs to just, let's just relax a little bit. Let's just relax.
It's like,
a bit.
are they trying to maybe recapture like a Barbenheimer experience where you do a double bill of like, say, Jurassic World 4 and then Superman Legacy? I don't know.
Well, it is Universal and Warner Brothers
again. Right.
Yeah. And you know what? You can't. I don't know when the next time we're gonna get something like that. What would you even call that? Super Jurassic? I don't know.
Jurassic Legacy.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I guess if like again, devil's advocate here, like you need the Jurassic, parks, worlds, whatever to finance, the bullet trains and the atomic blondes. Like if I had to, kind of rationalize, do some mental gymnastics around.
No, 100%. Financially, totally makes sense. As long as they can make a product that people will see.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just feel like I think what I said up front it must be the case. We just don't know. Like if Spielberg's been working on it, they didn't just start this. It's like we said earlier. Amblin's been working on this for a while, probably since right after the last one made $1 billion. But so the framework is there in some way. And you already spoke to the technical part of it. Like you said, the rigs are all set up. The outline might be there. I feel like David came in maybe to clean up shop or do a rewrite, and that's kind of it. And it's just. But the question is like, do they have talent to go along with this director? I guess or is the director going to be responsible for all of that? I don't know. I feel like it's a weird mystery thing. So
well, I also think like when it comes to like the Jurassic World movies, just how much of a wordy dialogue-y script do you need when it's just about giant dinosaurs running rampant in the area, either killing people or just causing chaos? Like, is there really enough need for a very heavy dialogue-heavy film there? Not necessarily, no.
Well,
but again, we don't know how long this thing's really been in the can for.
I think the most thing the thing that I liked the most was, Chris Pratt's character Owen in blue. That was like the big thing they made that connection, and there's a connection through that, throughout the trilogy. Now, when it came to the last one, it just kind of was like, okay. But like they had that connection, they established that. And I'm like, you had something there, and it was like man versus, man and dinosaur communicating and basically becoming friends. You have this velociraptor who will just kill you without even thinking about it because you're food. And he tamed it. He turned it into like a friend, and he did all that. And they established that in the first Jurassic World, which that's what I like the most. But I think over time, but even in the second one, I thought it worked. But then when it came to the third one, I was like, all right, it just, I don't know. There was like very little of that. And it was more about, hey, remember all this stuff from the first Jurassic Park? Dotson, we got Dotson here. It was like one of those things. It was like, good God. So,
I would have been more content if, they didn't focus so much on integrating the dinosaurs into society. And again, I can criticize this all day long, but I think they could have made it work where acknowledge, the sentience and the right to exist of these for these life forms that were artificially created, and then just let them exist in somewhere within safe distance of the rest of society and the rest of nature, that and so that it is an effort to try and recalibrate the I don't know what to call it, like the circle of life, basically. Like when they introduce a new element into an environment, it just, kind of, shatters the whole ecosystem. So in an effort to kind of, remove that cancer, quote unquote, the dinosaurs, just, remove it, place it over here. If it's still, not necessarily kill it like a cancer, but I mean, just this parasite, I guess,
adapt
just
to it.
Yeah, let them, find a way to adapt to some environment over there. And if they perish, it's unfortunate, but yeah, you're doing your best to, recover what you can of this ecosystem that you nearly destroyed.
Yeah. Okay, enough of that. The last thing I want to talk about before we wrap this up, how are we feeling about that? And Rob, I saw your response to this. That Wonder Woman 3 AI trailer. Whoa. How are we feeling about that? Yeah.
I did not see that until I saw it on your Film Junkie Live.
Really?
Yeah. I was actually quite taken aback by it. I was like, that's a thing that is in the ether. Okay.
Yeah.
It was quite something. I'll say that.
Is this the one I was like, that's not really a trailer? It's like
yes.
5 half-ass moving stills. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard pass.
Yeah. Yeah. It was an AI trailer that was basically, I mean, it's funny too, because, looking back, it's like, oh yeah, it's Wonder Woman 3, but why do you have the whole entire Justice League in there? It's like, it felt more like, if you think about it, it was more like a Justice League trailer, but yeah, I mean,
yeah, isn't that what they all are? Isn't that what the Flash is and the end of Peacemaker? It's just like as many characters as you can
put them all in there.
Yeah,
but it's kind of funny because it's like, all right, the technology is getting. I'm not saying that there's some cool visuals in there, but for the most part, it was still yikes. And the fact that they had Gal Gadot's voice like perfectly. Rhea, did you see this trailer?
No, I'm totally out of the loop.
Ooh, yeah. Just type in Wonder Woman 3 in Twitter, you'll find it. Watch it later. It's interesting. There's like an AI like Twitter handle that just was like, hey, here's Wonder Woman 3 trailer. It's like a minute, almost a minute and a half. And it basically is just like, hey, and it's got Gal Gadot's voice actually within the trailer narrating it. But of course, it gets to the point where it's like, there's like a romance that's happening between her and Batman, and they're literally just like their faces are like basically it's very odd. They're like rubbing noses and just kind of like, oh yeah, I love you kind of thing. It's very odd. Like I said, there's some visuals that look good, but overall, it's pretty yikes. Yeah.
How long is the video?
It's a minute and I think it's a minute and 23 if I remember.
God,
I went over
it. I think back on it, I thought it was like 15 seconds. I guess because the amount of animation actually in it, it's like.
Yeah, there's so much in there, and like I said, yeah, it's from Acknowledge AI, and it's at 3.4 million views on Twitter right now.
Wow.
Oof.
They're on the fast track to monetization.
I know, right?
It doesn't mean shit. I posted a video making fun of Boba Fett show and got like 6 million views. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it does not mean anything.
Did you really?
I was making fun of the last episode or some shit.
I have to watch that.
Stupid
That
gun
sounds funny.
spin, and I was what the hell is going on?
It's got some cool things in there, even though everybody looks like robots.
Yeah, it's typical AI polished art. That's what it
look
looks
at that.
like.
I mean, you got Cyborg right here. What's going on with that?
That's not even man.
It's a good shot of her, but it's like, what is going on with Cyborg? He doesn't even have his headgear on, but whatever. But, there's some good. That's a good shot of Superman right there. Not bad. Okay. And then that's cool, but the mouths look a little weird.
There's no animation, by the way. It's just the manipulation of a still. It's not. They're not the background there is a different background they integrated.
Yeah, they put something there, and I guess it's raining, and Batman's just in the rain. But yeah, there's some, that's not a bad shot. But then there's a second Wonder Woman right here.
Yes.
And Aquaman's in a suit.
And then it's what are they doing? They're just hey, let's touch heads. We're like kitty cats. We're just gonna rub against each other when it comes to that.
I'm not the guy you slept with in '84.
Yeah, and then we got multiple flashes, and I don't know what's going on over here. But yeah, we got another Wonder Woman right over here. I don't know who this guy is, but yeah.
Is that Flash? Does he even have limbs? Or am I just...
He does not. And then we got another little, hey, we love each other, so let's touch faces. Yeah, it's pretty weird. This is not, that does not look good either. We got wide eyes. We got the wide eyes for Batman at least.
Literally every shot you've shown us is they're just standing. Every single shot.
They're just standing. Then you got her covered in, and then we got my God,
I saw Blink in the last one. That was big.
That's not a bad shot right there. I think that's probably the best shot of the whole trailer when it comes to it. But I don't know. You got the Trinity right there, and then her just going. There's a ship and looking concerned, and that's about. And then you got this right here. You got the Flash melting. Oh, what's happening? He just melts. He just melts. And then, of course, you got more apocalyptic things happening. You got a shot of her, and then it's Wonder Woman, Twilight of the Gods. They were like, you know what? How can I make Dawn of Justice? I'm gonna make it Twilight of Justice. Okay, I do like the fact that there's blood on the Wonder Woman logo. Okay, cool, but yeah, whew, that is scary looking.
That was rough.
Well, what do you think, Rhea? The things that you saw from that?
I can totally see it being a cool, what is it? Animatic. So yeah, to your point, Dave, there's obviously some in-betweens that, there's no context for. So a lot of these are just, standalone shots. But I guess you could argue that there's some sort of narrative tension building with all the different, the close-ups and, sort of this touching but not touching intimacy building, tension there. So I love doing mental gymnastics. I love being an advocate for, things that shouldn't be advocated for, but I can kind of see there was a vision here, I'm trying to find the intention. There's a deeper meaning there.
I get that. No, I totally get that. And there is, like I said, there's some cool shots, that shot of the Trinity where she's in focus and Batman and Superman are out of focus. Very cool shot, and when I used it for my thumbnail when I would posted my reaction to it. I was like, that's the shot I'm going to use because that's my favorite shot of the whole thing. Sure. But yeah, but at the same time, it's what's freaky about it is I didn't play any of the audio, but she is narrating throughout the whole thing, and it sounds like Gal Gadot. And it's like, whoa, this technology is just getting better and better and better. And I mean, we're only going to get to a point where we're going to get full length. We're going to get trailers and full lengths of like the Batfleck movie for what we know about it. We're going to get Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3 and stuff like that. And I mean, we're going to get to that point, you know, probably in like 2-3 years. Who knows how long? Because this technology, and I'm not saying like the AI technology is all bad. You know, there's some useful things when it comes to this, but at the same time, it gets to the point where it's like it's freaky because again, you hear the voice and you're like, wow, that sounds like Gal, but it's but it's not.
I think
really.
there is, like obviously you're saying that the technology is going to get better, but yeah, in its current state, obviously, like there is a look to AI graphics. There is there's a lack of tonation and word emphasis and just like emotion and emphasis in different words that AI generated speech is not there yet. It'd be interesting to see when that occurs. So yeah, to your point, I can see it being like a great vehicle to continue on like legacy content and maybe like adding expanding the story of content that existed in the past with talent that is no longer here with us, and then fleshing out those universes. So I kind of dig it. I follow AI developments and technology and newness. So I'm kind of interested to see where it goes.
Rob, what do you think when it comes to AI technology, especially in the world that you're in, when it comes to running like a website and stuff like that?
Yeah, I'm actually in a lot of like discussions about this right now because there's like R&D.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
So there are obviously like a lot of websites out there like trying to use AI and doing a terrible job of that. We don't allow AI content at all. We've had to let go people who we caught doing this. It is very, at least with current technology, it's extremely easy to track and note. There's a lot of apps that help do this. However, as a tool sets, it's very useful even now in its state. So I think for process standpoint, I think there are some really cool things. So forget like the actual visual assets of what you're seeing there. There's like, if you're making like a 3-minute, let's say, I think a good example. If I was writing a ranking of something, or I list 5 things that are explanation, or 5 things that's really cool about a trailer, or like a bunch of reasons why Argyle bombed the box office, whatever, you know what I mean? There are tool sets now that help you create a framework right away. And it can, if you are setting up your library in a proper way, or you have a work process flow with a team or by yourself of assets, legally usable assets, I'll say, it can give you a framework right away, and it gives you beautiful transitions. You can add effects, you can auto caption, and obviously captions have errors like they do on YouTube. You can clean that up. There are secondary apps that help clean it up for you. You can add a voice if you need narration, or you can clean up your own voice, which we do anyway. So there's so much AI versions of AI. I'm not sure AI filtering happening anyways. When I talk to you, there's static and noise and popping all being removed. Imagine an AI version of that, which cleans it up even more, or enhances it, or levels it out. So there's all these little layers add on that I can create a product, a starting point, a draft 1 within minutes, which would take 8 applications in hours before. So that's really cool, because now anyone, and this has already been the case anyways, like we talk about how famous directors say you can make a film and edit it on your iPhone now. Well, this is like 10 layers more of that now. Now you can, a very creative person a year from now can create a beautiful animation, hopefully, or any.
That's it for me. The accessibility, I think that's so overlooked.
That's it.
People who have never been able to express themselves or didn't have the proper tools and mediums in order to do it, they're becoming so accessible on even common devices and with low RAM or processing power, to the point that anyone can create art. And that's what I'm about, is accessibility.
Me too. And like, I'll give you an example of what like a use case I can see the future for us is what we're trying to do in our articles. Like if we have a really great feature and it's doing great traffic, people are reading it, and it makes sense for that piece of content to add more value to it. We want to have a beautiful gallery of images if it makes sense, and we're showcasing a list of cast members or art of a costume we're talking about in the case of a superhero film. But maybe we want a video to explain that thing. It could be a video review. Now, that may we may have a creator that can only do 1 or 2 of those a day. If we have all that in place, maybe we can do 4 a day. You know what I mean? For the same amount of effort or less effort. You know what I mean? So from a process standpoint, we can, like you said, it can be lower cost. It can be more accessible. Where I draw the line right now is like in seeing something like this, we talk about narration and better voices of actors. Well, if that actor didn't approve their voice being used in this trailer, I say fucking kill the trailer.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. The same way Mark Hamill went after that one YouTube channel for like trying to use his voice. And it's like, it's a weird thing right now. So that's the sticky point, the gray area. And I don't want AI images or likeness of people without their permission. And the compromise though is I do love fan art. Like I follow so many amazing artists on Instagram who have designed their own starships from Star Trek and characters or fan art of fan casting any of the favorite actors as another character. I've seen 10 billion Keanu Reeves as Wolverine, and like it's really good art. Now, if AI generated that art and we used it, it depends how you use it, I guess. Because also, I do like the idea of looking at like, here's the AI art of what Harry Potter characters would look like in South Park. I'm like, oh, that's fucking cool. Now, like, I don't know how to feel about that. That's a fun fan thing. It's not a monetary thing. It's not
a weird thing.
It's not overstepping on what the actors and their agents are doing in terms of real life work. But I don't know how I feel about like AI generated animated Henry Cavill as Superman in a video without him permitting. And I don't know how the publicist and he would feel about that if a bunch of companies did that. Like, you know, I don't know. It's there's so much lack of understanding and inexperience because it's such a new thing, and there's so much newness we don't even know about yet. Like a year from now, we could have the same conversation, and there's shit we couldn't even think of right now happening.
True.
And maybe there's a studio that's doing stuff like this. I don't even know. So
no, you're right. I mean, like, there's something like this week I was looking at AI tools, and I was like, all right, let me like dive into this a little bit. And there's something called like Opus Clips. It's a good like AI tool for anybody who wants to like make shorts or whatever short form content for their videos. And I was like, all right, let me see what this is like. Did the whole free trial thing, uploaded a whole stream, and they're like, boom, you know, it took like, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And they're like, it broke down like, hey, this is what you can do for your, you know, your clips.
Yeah, I have a couple examples of that. We tested this just on the fly at Star Wars Celebration, but we also tested for junkets saying, hey, look, we get our junket files back. We have an A camera, a B camera for the talent, and like an X wide shot, right? And it's like, just throw all three in there and see what it does. And it kind of auto cut it based on what they were saying doing. And the output is like, we can now just move it around to adjust it. But as a starting point, that was a very quick edit instead of manually
it was
clips together.
Yeah.
And then for short, same thing. It could take a 3 clips landscape, cut it into a bunch of shorts that are vertical, and it tracks the person's face. And it's not the cleanest all the time, but it's a starting point, and then we can adjust it. And it's like, it's just an extra tool the editor can use to fast track elements, and they can still control, as long as they can control it and polish it.
Yeah.
There's some cool, and that's a very basic example, but
no. I'm totally with you, because when I saw that and I was like, all right, let me see. And I was looking at how it did. I took like one of my Film Junkie lives and I was like, all right, upload it. Took about 10, 15 minutes. And then it sent me like all the clips. And I was like, all right. And I looked at it, I'm like, huh. And it already added captions to it. Really fancy, like boop, 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 like, whoa. Those captions look better than, you know, just me, like, you know, with my editor.
Animated. I think it's the cool transitions and effects and like lighting effects, and like you can auto colorize and add a cool thing in the background. And there are cool little fancy things you can do. Yeah. And there's like, I see it on my iPhone all the time. There's like millions of like filters and app stores trying to sell like AI enhancement tools for like basic video. And that's kind of cool too.
But at the same time, it was like, all right, but I do it in a certain way. I'm like, all right, if I'm looking at my screen, I'm like, I layer it up like this and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it can't do that. So I'm like, all right. So it's not quite there where I want it to be, you know, when it comes, but I get it. It's like, this is a great tool. It is a great tool, but you know, at least for like, when I do my clips or shorts or whatever the fuck, it just didn't like, you know, work for how I did it. But it actually inspired me to be like, how can I make like that effect right there? And I researched it and I found out, I was like, oh, I could do it like this. Okay, cool. So at least it inspired me to do something like that. But I could see how AI tools can really help when it comes to like, you know, flipping out stuff and everything like that. But when it comes to like full on, like you said, like this whole thing, it's like, that's where it starts going like, whoa. And I've even looked at videos where I'm like, all right, so how do, you know, certain channels like create stories, literal stories that show visuals that are moving. And I'm watching, I'm like, okay, it's not just, you put it into the AI and you say, like, do it for me. No, there's a lot of steps that still go with all this. Don't think like, you're just typing in Chat GPT, make a Wonder Woman 3 trailer with Gal Gadot. It's not just that. There's a lot that goes into it, but what comes out of it still is not going to be like, anything.
I think to that point, and even to Rob's point earlier about the permissions of it, especially when it comes to people who are either here or no longer here. I actually heard on a podcast earlier this week that I was listening to, the Movie Film Podcast, Zachy Hassan and Brian Hall. Zachy brought up the point of how there was recently, within like the last week or two comedians generated a brand new track, or not a track, but a soundtrack of George Carlin.
Yeah,
Will Sasso did that. Yeah.
Will Sasso did that, right? And they did it without the permission of the Carlin estate. Now the Carlin estate is suing them because they were just like, we didn't approve this. This is not okay. So there's that whole legality of it that I think is still being testy in terms of the industry, which I find not necessarily fascinating, but it's definitely the biggest hurdle I think that they're going to have to overcome. This isn't like a James Earl Jones being like, yeah, you can use my voice for Darth Vader in the future. This is those are the two ends of the spectrum, I guess I would say.
Well, the AI, all of this, AI background actors, AI VFX, and AI writing are all part of the strike negotiation last year. So, and that's going to become an increasingly important thing in that, and there'll be regulatory actions as well. But on the flip side, Ray, I see you in chat as well. I'm FailQ, by the way. That's just one of my YouTube handles. But what I was going to say is, I think these AI tools will be surprise. I'll be built into these apps. I think you'll see, like, I used to stream on Twitch and YouTube a lot, especially in the pandemic era. But I just never spent any time editing or pulling any clips or doing any social media. But I bet you, if you pay for a premium program, a premium version of whatever you're using, it'll offer you versions of that for free, where you just hit this button and it pulls you 10 vertical, 60-second, 30-second, 50-second, whatever you want clips. And it recommends a scheduler of, like, it'll pop it out one a day for you, or you choose, and it'll optimize for you based on, the best times for engagement. Yeah. And it'll do all that shit for you. And that'll be great. Talk about accessibility. I can't share any media or do any clips or do any marketing because I don't have time. But man, if I could pay an extra $5 a month and they pull the best 10 clips, all I have to do is approve that set, and it'll choose the best times. It'll repost the best ones with the best engagement, and it'll pre-link for my next one. Holy shit, that's all AI. Easy stuff. So I think that'll be built into every single app that we're using, including things like StreamYard. So
no, those are the tools that'll work. It's like, if you can get it, and then even if you have to like slightly like adjust some things or whatever the heck, or like look over, like, because even like the AI, that Opus Clip, I think it's opusclip.com, like when they they go like, here's the captions that we pulled from what you were saying, and it's like you can go in there and edit and like make sure that they like, oh yeah, that's what I said, because it's not going to be flawless. Even like my editor that can actually transcribe what I'm saying, it's not flawless. It'll like say, like, when I say certain things, it'll be like, what, you said this. And it's like, no, I did not. Whoa, just like adjust it or whatever the fuck. But you can go in, but it saves me time where I don't have to like go in there and just be like, hey, I'm going to type out everything that I said right here. Everything. It's a tool. And I think AI does benefit creators for sure, but like I said, when it comes to certain things, it's like, yeah, like certain things like this, like, okay, cool, but it's telling a story. The voice thing creeps me out. I'm like, wow, because that sounds too much like the actress that is a star, and I don't know if she approved this. It's like, that's where it gets a little freaky. I'm like, I would have been fine with just seeing the visuals, and not hearing like the voice, like, show visuals and whatever, cool, whatever. But even that can be a little, like you said, Rob, it's like, oh yeah, we got somebody that looks like, it's Henry Cavill right there. It's Batfleck right there. It's like one of those things, so it's going to be interesting.
I do agree with y'all. Yeah. Like, the whole, intention, consent. I 100% agree with y'all, and I don't think I communicated that earlier when I was like, yeah, AI, like animated, like actors and like voice and things like that. no, I do think it's a great tool to create a framework, and consent, first and foremost, for sure.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Amen.
it. It's just, but the free, but like I said, some visuals look pretty damn good, and I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, it's all about storytelling. You can tell a story, but I don't know. It's like you could pull it back a little bit and just tell a story, narrate it. I don't know, with your own voice. I don't know. It's just going to be interesting to see where this goes, because I think at some point we're going to get Star Wars stories. We're going to get like alternate Star Wars stories that people are going to be, posting online. We're going to get alternate Marvel stories, DC stories, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. We're going to get all these stories that all right, this is how I feel about this. I'm going to put this out there and blah, blah, blah. And we're going to get all this kind of shit. And it's going to be interesting to see how people react to it, to be honest. I don't know. How you feeling about it, Rob?
I was going to say a few things, but I was just going to say about the consent part of it. If there's not regulatory stuff very soon, you're going to see a lot more of that Taylor Swift craziness we saw on Twitter.
Oh, that's right.
And that is like instant mega lawsuits. Yeah. So.
Okay, so you bring up a good point, because of all the Taylor Swift stuff that's been happening, where she gets put.
But it's likeness in marketing. It's like, it's everything.
Yeah.
It's everything. It'll be everywhere. I can AI generate like fucking Keanu Reeves selling my shit on eBay or something. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know how many times I've been scrolling through my shorts and I see Joe Rogan talking about some story, and it's not really him talking about a story. It's his voice. It's his, they'll show a clip from one of his podcasts, and he'd be like, dude, you don't even know about this. And they'll show that because his microphone is in front of his face, but it's his voice. And then it's his voice telling somebody about the story. And then they put all these visuals in front of it. Rogan's even talking about it on his podcast. He goes, yeah, there's a lot of shit out there that has my voice on it that I've never
and look,
said.
I hate to bring this up, but the natural next step of that, and there's already AI doing this, is you're impersonating political figures and journalists and real life things, and you're causing real life international incidents, and it's so it has to be controlled as much as possible while we can.
God, it's so scary. It's so scary because it's going to get to a point where it's like, how do we know if this is real or not? That's the thing. We're gonna be in the Matrix. We're all gonna be like, we're gonna be like Thomas Anderson and being like,
it's ever seen that movie Will Smith, Enemy of the State? Where they're like artificially doing. Imagine how easy that shit is now. We can just frame people and make them do fake things, and
oh my
God, I can craft a video of you, Dave, coming to my house and stealing my car. And it's like, you're not even in my country.
Yeah,
no,
I don't have a passport. I swear.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's freaky, man.
But you know what? To what Rhea says, the positive nature of it, and I know we're dwelling on all these negative craziness because that's what's happening right now, and it's not controlled yet. But the positives of this are incredible beyond accessibility. Like the idea of what they try to do in The Mandalorian with bringing back young Luke, they try to bring back a Luke for that era, and it looked weird, and the hair's right. But one day they can perfect that, and they could make that work for Mark Hamill and the production and whatever. And it's gonna feel weird, but beyond that, you can just improve animated film in general. You can processes and voices and all this kind of stuff. But in live action, you're not limited by all these things you were before. You know what I mean? So in terms of enhancing with effects. So
just what you and Dave pointed out, I think again, I'm calling this out. Y'all are, human beings creating the content that this tool is helping you, create a finished product with. It's functioning as a tool. You are the creative force behind the genesis of this content, and this tool is helping you create it into a finished product.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah. As long as it's still creator control and it's helping the process or opening up new possibilities and new layers of creativity, or just enhancing the optimization of the process, speed, cost, whatever, or accessibility, which is the key thing for everyone. But if it results in more creators doing more things, that's amazing, right? Or enhancing the bigger things. maybe Disney can stop spending $250 million to make movies that make half that.
Secret Invasion.
Yeah. It's like exactly AI better effects for what's her face's arm.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Or their opening title credits, whatever.
Yeah, which looked ridiculous, right?
Yeah,
So,
they did not look that great, honestly.
Ooh,
yeah.
Did not. But this is a good place to end this right here when it comes to AI and all the stuff. Good conversation about it. But I wanted to make sure to bring that up because that was like a lot of people were talking about that this week, and it was just like, yikes. And okay, the technology's there, but whatever. But I want to thank everybody who's I can't even remember who's all been on here. William, Jordan, Chris, Axel, Travis, everybody who's been on here. This was a big Vodka stream tonight when it came to the panel. And then, of course, I want to thank Rob, Rhea, Phil for sticking around too. And we'll go around the horn and just kind of like promote ourselves. First off, Rob.
Oh, yeah. You can read our stuff on Screen Rant. I'm so behind the scenes now. You know what I mean? But
I know. I get it.
I still post on Twitter, sort of, I guess. I'm really bad about using my Instagram. I have so much shit from my trips last year I never posted. Did we talk about that? When's the last time
because you had your special project, right? That you were doing?
Did we talk after that, though?
A little bit. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyways, we'll save that tale for another time. But I got to go to Africa with National Geographic. So and I just did interviews for it yesterday with the same people, the greatest natural history cinematographers and talent in the world for the biggest flagship and greatest Nat Geo show is launching in March called Queens.
That's gonna be
gotta
awesome.
fucking watch it. It's mind blowing.
Yes. Can't wait.
Yeah, so I got video interviews going up on that very soon, and then I have a bunch of personal experience content going up from visiting these places across Tanzania, seeing some of these places they shot and some of the animals they were following. So check it all out on Screen Rant, and on Twitter it's Rob_Keys.
There it is. Rhea.
I just gotta say, I think I've met like 4 Screen Rant dudes thanks to Dave's show. So like Rob, Steven, Brad, Andy.
Andrew.
I'm like, sorry?
Andrew. Yeah,
Andrew Dice.
Andy, yeah.
I'm like, I need to see all of y'all on a panel, just having a conversation about something, because you're all so different in your personalities and like your screen presence. So it's very fascinating.
Screen Rant edition. That'd be cool.
If I brought everybody in the stream, can you fit 650 people? Jay?
Oh my god! Wow,
it's an insane operation.
I'll get Mansoor in here too, man.
Yeah.
Anyways, but yeah, I am the Glimmering Harpy, or like Glimmering Harpy on all social platforms. I'm most active on Twitter, and I often get to spend time with friends on their panels and just rant on and on about topics that I'm really passionate about. But yeah, catch me in the chat, and yeah, thanks Dave for having me on.
Yeah, always. All right, Phil.
As always, my friend, thank you for the invite. It's always a pleasure to get in a chat with you and all of our mutual friends about everything nerdy, geeky, and pop culture. And it's always insightful to hear from Rob and talk, shop and stuff like that. And Paul as well. If anyone wants to follow me, I'm actually one of the few people on this panel who's not on Twitter anymore. I don't have that application on my phone or anywhere. Yeah, it's no more. But you can catch me on Threads, Instagram, and Blue Sky, Vero. I'm there, just at Unfiltered. If anyone wants to listen to my podcast, the Eternal Night podcast, a Batman dedicated podcast I do with my buddy Craig. We're doing a DC Extended Universe retrospective. We actually just dropped the Man of Steel episode last week, and we're going through them chronologically, movie by movie, in order of release. You can also catch me on the 4 Nerds every Wednesday at 4:45 Pacific Standard Time.
There it is. All right. Like I said, thank you to everybody who showed up tonight. I think I covered everybody earlier, but, I'm just going to say thank you to who's remained. Of course, Rob, Rhea, and Phil. And thank you guys for sticking around for the long stream right here. We, good conversations, always great conversations. Hit that thumbs up, subscribe, do all that. We will talk to you guys later.